You're watching Northern Crimes.
Eastern Washington is a place of striking beauty. Vast open plains, rolling hills, and quiet small towns scattered across the landscape. But behind the tranquility of this less populated region lies a darker side, where a series of chilling mysteries remain unsolved. In this oftentimes overlooked part of the state, where the distances between towns stretch for miles, disappearances and murders can go unnoticed for years, sometimes decades. It's a place where secrets can remain buried, yet each of these cases is a puzzle, and in the end, someone holds a key. This is the true story of 5 cold cases from Eastern Washington, and this is Northern Crimes. On a warm spring afternoon in 1979, 12-year-old Christina White made a phone call to her mother, feeling unwell after a day at the Asotin County Fair. What seemed like an ordinary moment quickly turned into a nightmare. Christina vanished without a trace, sparking one of Washington's most enduring and unsettling cold cases. Christina White was just a typical 12-year-old girl living in Asotin, Washington, a small town just 5 miles from Clarkston. She was known as a bright and happy child, always spending time with her friends. On April 28, 1979, during the Asotin County Fair, Christina mysteriously disappeared, leaving her family in the town searching for answers that, unfortunately, would never come. On the day she disappeared, Christina had gone to watch a parade and later went to a friend's house to help with their horse. After becoming overheated in the hot sun, she called her mother to let her know she wasn't feeling well. Her mother, Betty Eminger, told her to rest for a bit and then meet her at a nearby street corner. But Christina never made it to that corner. In fact, no one has seen her since. She was riding a 10-speed bicycle and wearing a tan and pink striped shirt, blue jeans, and red tennis shoes. Her bike, like Christina, was never found, leaving investigators with nothing to go on. Despite an intense investigation, no solid leads ever emerged. The only clue came a year later, when some of Christina's school papers were discovered near a horse pasture rented by her friend's mother. The papers were found in pristine condition, raising even more questions about how they ended up there. Patricia Brennan, the mother of Christina's friend, and her boyfriend, Lance Jeffrey Voss, were linked to the house Christina was last seen at, but no charges were ever filed. Voss remains a person of interest in this case, though no direct evidence has been found to implicate him. After 45 years, the disappearance of Christina White remains unsolved. Detectives like Jackie Nichols of the Asotin County Sheriff's Office continue to work on the case, and new advances in forensic technology offer a glimmer of hope. But until more evidence or a witness comes forward, the case stays cold, and Christina's family is left in the dark. In the summer of 1984, 2 fishermen along the Spokane River stumbled upon a gruesome scene that would haunt investigators for nearly 4 decades. A decapitated body with its hands and feet missing lay discarded on the riverbank, leaving behind a chilling mystery that would remain unsolved for years. The body, found on June 20, 1984, belonged to a young woman. With no way to identify her and no missing persons reports matching her description, she was dubbed, quote, Millie, by investigators. It wasn't until 2023 that her true identity was revealed as Ruth Bell Waymeyer. She was born in 1960 and was a Spokane native who'd lived something of a nomadic lifestyle. Ruth's body was discovered by the fishermen, but at the time there were no immediate clues to her identity. The case went cold for over 2 decades. Then, in 1998, a woman walking her dog found a skull in Spokane, Washington, in a vacant lot on 7th Avenue and Sherman Street. Forensic testing confirmed that the skull belonged to the body discovered 14 years earlier. Ruth had drifted between Spokane and Wenatchee, Washington, and had never been reported missing, making her case all the more baffling. Despite a facial reconstruction and public appeals for information, investigators couldn't identify Ruth until around 2021. Spokane police worked with Othram, a company specializing in genetic genealogy. They analyzed DNA samples taken from Ruth's remains. In 2023, a DNA match connected Ruth to living family members, including her sister. This discovery finally revealed her identity as Ruth Bell Waymeyer. Ruth had been married twice, and at the time of her death, was married to a man named Trampus Vaughn, a man with a criminal history and ties to Washington and Iowa. While Ruth's identity has now been uncovered, her killer remains unknown. Her second husband, Trampus Vaughn, died in 2017. That said, he's never been ruled out as a suspect. Spokane police are continuing their investigation, hoping to find more clues, including the whereabouts of Ruth's child, who was born just before her death. In April 2010, Rachel Anderson, a devoted mother of 4, vanished after enduring months of relentless stalking and harassment. Though her body has never been found, her estranged husband was ultimately convicted of her murder, marking the beginning of a tragic and unresolved mystery. Rachel Anderson was a 40-year-old woman from Clarkston, Washington, known for her devotion to her family and community. As a mother, grandmother, and sister, she was well loved by everyone around her. But in early 2010, her life took a terrifying turn when she became the target of a stalker, later revealed to be her estranged husband, Charles Capone. On April 16, 2010, Rachel disappeared after last being seen at Capone's auto repair shop in Moscow, Idaho. In the months leading up to her disappearance, she'd been harassed by threatening phone calls, vandalism, and strange occurrences around her property. Rachel had filed multiple police reports about the stalking because she feared for her life. The last call she made was to a friend, saying she needed to discuss something very important. But she was never heard from again. The investigation quickly focused on Capone, who had a history of violence and threats against Rachel. According to testimony, Capone's accomplice, David Stone, witnessed Capone strangle Rachel to death outside his shop. Stone admitted to helping Capone dispose of her body, wrapping it in a tarp and chains, before dumping it into the Snake River from the Red Wolf Crossing Bridge. Despite extensive searches, Rachel's body was never found, though forensic evidence linked Capone to the crime. In 2014, Charles Capone was convicted of first-degree murder along with conspiracy charges, despite Rachel's body never being recovered. Stone's cooperation helped prosecutors secure the conviction. Capone was given life in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite this resolution, the exact location of Rachel's body remains unknown. On a cold November night in 2015, Deanne Hastings, a mother of 3 and beauty school student, left a note for her fiancé saying she was running a quick errand. What should have been a routine trip turned into a chilling mystery when Deanne vanished without a trace. Deanne Hastings was 35 years old, a mother, a beauty school student, and engaged to be married. Despite her struggles with bipolar disorder, Deanne was described as a vibrant and compassionate person, always dedicated to her family. She'd been working to build a new life when she suddenly disappeared from Spokane, Washington, leaving behind unanswered questions and heartbreak for her loved ones. On the night of November 3, 2015, Deanne left a note for her fiancé, Mike Tibbetts, saying she had a great day and was going to the store. She never returned. The following day, her car was found parked downtown with her purse, phone, and wallet inside, but her credit cards were missing. Surveillance footage later showed Deanne acting erratically at a local grocery store where she purchased bizarre items, including a bottle of vodka. Witnesses said she seemed confused and had mentioned being drugged and kidnapped. But despite these alarming signs, no one intervened. Another witness later stated seeing her with 2 unidentified men. The investigation revealed a strange series of events. A grocery store clerk claimed to have spent the night with Deanne. Another man, Randy Riley, was found using her credit cards, but he denied involvement in her disappearance. Although he was later charged with theft, police never pinned him for anything else. Authorities also questioned her fiancé, Mike Tibbetts, following up on inconsistencies in his behavior. However, he was later cleared. Deanne's family remained frustrated by the lack of progress in the case, and despite several searches and leads, no concrete evidence ever turned up. Deanne had a history of mental health episodes, but this time was different. She left behind everything, including her children, something her family says she would have never done voluntarily. Almost a decade later, Deanne Hastings' disappearance remains a cold case. Her fiancé and family continue to search for answers, but no trace of her has been found. Randy Riley, the man who was found with Deanne's credit cards, was sentenced to 13 months in prison in 2016. The grocery store clerk who said he'd spent the night with Deanne later moved to Florida. Although this raised suspicions, police haven't linked him definitively to her disappearance. In the end, Deanne's family believes someone out there knows what happened, and they continue to hold out hope for answers. In 2018, 27-year-old Courtney Holden vanished from her Spokane home under disturbing circumstances. Her disappearance happened after years of alleged abuse and isolation at the hands of her adoptive family. For over a year, no one even knew she was missing, and when the truth finally surfaced, her family was arrested, but not for her disappearance. The question remains, what really happened to Courtney Holden? Courtney Holden, a 27-year-old mother from Spokane, Washington, was described by those who knew her as a loving, devoted parent who would never abandon her young son. Raised in a troubled household, Courtney's life was marred by alleged abuse from her adoptive mother, Judy Holden, and her brother, Joshua Holden, who treated her more like a servant than a family member. Courtney was last seen in the summer of 2018, trying to escape her family's home with a duffel bag, only to be dragged back inside by her adoptive brother. She was never seen again. It wasn't until October 2019, over a year later, that her disappearance was officially reported. Her adoptive family claimed that she'd run away with a boyfriend, but suspicious behavior, including the use of Courtney's credit cards after her disappearance, pointed to something far more sinister. When police finally began investigating in late 2019, they found a pattern of control and abuse in Courtney's household. Neighbors reported seeing bruises on her, and it became clear that she was not allowed to leave the house freely. Joshua Holden's criminal record and erratic behavior raised more concerns, as did the fact that both Joshua and Judy fled to Texas with Courtney's son shortly after her disappearance. While they were arrested for identity theft and custodial interference, no charges have been filed directly related to Courtney's disappearance. Today, Courtney Holden's case remains unsolved. Police suspect foul play and believe Courtney is likely deceased, but without solid evidence, her case remains classified as a missing person investigation. Her adoptive family has been released from custody, and detectives continue to plead for anyone with information to come forward. Beneath eastern Washington's serene landscapes, unsettling mysteries continue to remain unsolved. In a region where time stretches on and answers seem lost in the vast landscape, these cases continue to haunt the families and communities left behind. Each one represents a life unfinished, a story with missing pieces, and a truth that someone, somewhere, still holds. Could the key to these cold cases lie hidden in plain sight? Or will they remain buried forever in the quiet corners of this remote region? Until the answers come to light, Eastern Washington's cold cases remain a chilling reminder that some mysteries refuse to rest. Portland, Oregon, 1991. On a cold November evening, the steady scrape of shovels broke the silence as police officers searched the backyard of an unassuming suburban home. What they uncovered confirmed their worst fears. Fragments of bone and bloody clothing buried evidence tied to a series of unsolved crimes. The flickering beams of flashlights illuminated clues that had vexed investigators for a decade. Hidden in plain sight, the scene pointed to a dark and calculated truth. But how did it get to this point, and who was responsible? This is the true story of Alvin Bud Brown and the bones that were buried in his backyard. This is Northern Crimes. In the spring of 1981, Portland, Oregon became the backdrop for a terrifying series of disappearances and murders. 4 women had vanished or been killed within a span of 30 days, the circumstances unknown. At first, these cases appeared isolated, unconnected incidents in a bustling city. But as the weeks passed, police began to see a disturbing pattern. All the victims were women, all were last seen near southwest Portland, and all had either vanished without a trace or been murdered in a similar manner. For years, their families searched for answers. Flyers were distributed, vigils were held, and desperate pleas were made to the public. But the cases grew cold, and the lives of Kimberly Ann Stevens, Noreen Davis, Sheila Burnett, and Melina Christ faded into the archives of Portland's Unsolved Mysteries. That is, until a grim discovery in 1991 forced those cases back into the spotlight and brought a man very familiar to the authorities back into custody. Kimberly Ann Stevens was just 17 years old when her life was tragically cut short. Described by her friends as kind and ambitious, Kimberly lived in southwest Portland with her family. On the night of May 8, 1981, she was last seen walking along the Southwest Haines Road overpass over I-5, heading toward a viaduct near her boyfriend's house. Kimberly was wearing her signature black ski jacket and white tennis shoes. When she failed to arrive, her family reported her missing, setting off a frantic search. Days later, her partially clothed body was discovered in a bushy field behind the Southwood First Evangelical Church, just a mile from her home. She'd been strangled, and her death shook the quiet neighborhood, leaving her friends and family in disbelief. Melina Christ, 17, was a high school student with dreams of pursuing a career in fashion. She was last seen on May 9, 1981, when her mother dropped her off at the Portland Community College campus for a class. Melina never returned home, and for days, her family held out hope that she might be found safe. Tragically, it would be another 2.5 years before her skull was found by a construction crew clearing a lot on Southwest Barber Boulevard. Noreen Davis, 31, was a single mother who worked tirelessly to support her 2 young sons. A waitress at the General Store restaurant in Beaverton, Noreen was known for her warm smile and tenacity. On the night of May 18, 1981, she left work around 2:30 in the morning after receiving a call from an unidentified man who claimed to need her help. Witnesses later recalled seeing Noreen's car abandoned on Southwest 93rd Avenue. Officers later found her purse with money inside the vehicle, with its ignitions left in the on position. There was no appearance of a struggle. Hours later, her body was found at the foot of an embankment just 15 feet from her car. She'd been stabbed and strangled. The brutal nature of her death left investigators searching for answers. Sheila Burnett, 57, was a beloved member of her community, known for her nurturing spirit and close ties to her family. She was reported missing by her husband on May 29, 1981, after she failed to return home. A handwritten note left for her husband suggested that Sheila accepted a ride from someone who offered to take her to a hospital after claiming her son had been in an accident. Similar to Noreen's case, there was no accident. Her disappearance would remain a mystery until a grim discovery was made a decade later. As investigators pieced together the disappearances and murders of the 4 women in 1981, they were confronted with a puzzle that offered few clues. Each case seemed tragically similar. Women abducted from the same Southwest Portland areas, their lives either ending violently or the location of their bodies unknown. But even then, no clear suspect emerged. Over time, the investigation waned, weighed down by a lack of forensic technology and mounting cold cases. By 1985, the city had moved on, the families left to grieve in silence. Yet, behind the scenes, detectives still harbored suspicions that these murders and disappearances were somehow connected. They believed that whoever was responsible had gone dormant or perhaps was still operating unnoticed. Amidst the murkiness of the 1981 cases, another crime rocked Portland. In April of that year, a 15-year-old girl was attacked while walking home near Jackson High School. A man approached her under the pretense of looking for a lost dog, but he quickly overpowered her and threatened her life. She survived the ordeal and quickly identified her attacker as a man named Alvin Bud Brown. Brown was arrested and charged with a litany of serious crimes. The trial revealed horrifying details of the assault. He was quickly convicted, receiving 2 concurrent 20-year sentences. At the time, the outcome seemed like a decisive step toward justice, but like many wily perpetrators, Brown would slip through the cracks. Oregon's sentencing guidelines at the time, known as the quote matrix system, allowed for significant reductions in prison time based on an inmate's behavior and participation in rehabilitation programs. Brown qualified for these reductions, and despite objections from prosecutors and concerns over his risk to public safety, he was released on parole in July 1985, just over 4 years after his incarceration began. This marked a turning point, not in rehabilitation, but in escalation. Brown's subsequent actions would suggest that the brief period in prison failed to address the underlying behaviors that had led to his conviction in the first place. His release allowed him to continue living quietly in Southwest Portland, a detail that would later link him to far more serious crimes. Born and raised in the Pacific Northwest, Alvin Brown, known to his friends and family as Bud, had a life marked by a string of troubling behaviors. Described by those who knew him as, quote, reserved and, quote, hard to read, he grew up in a working-class neighborhood of Portland. But by his early 20s, Brown's demeanor turned darker. He struggled with relationships, had brushes with the law, and was known to make women in his neighborhood feel uneasy. In the years following his release, Alvin sought to rebuild his life. He married a woman named Jackie, a private nurse who'd cared for his grandparents. The couple settled into a modest home in Southwest Portland. However, their relationship soon revealed troubling dynamics marked by tension, lies, and unease within the household. In 1987, Alvin's brother, Michael Brown, filed for a restraining order against him. Michael cited, quote, continuous threats and past physical abuse, describing incidents that escalated to the point where he feared for his safety. This added another layer to the picture of Alvin's volatile and aggressive tendencies, which seemed to persist despite his attempts to lead a normal life. By 1991, Alvin Brown's facade of normalcy was cracking. Reports of women being followed near his neighborhood began to surface. Then, a string of violent assaults in late October and November left police scrambling for answers. This set into motion the chain of events that would lead investigators back to the Unsolved Murders from 1981. The sequence of events that would finally bring Alvin Brown back under police scrutiny began on a cold November night in 1991. Along a stretch of Interstate 5, an 18-year-old woman was found severely injured after being thrown from a moving vehicle. Though she survived, her injuries left her unable to speak for weeks. Then, less than a month later, another woman was pushed from a freeway overpass near Southwest 22nd Avenue. Miraculously, she survived the fall and, despite her injuries, was able to provide police with a vital clue. Her attacker was driving a white Oldsmobile. Just days after the second assault, Alvin Brown was arrested on unrelated charges of theft and robbery. Police began to connect the dots between these violent attacks and the man they already knew well. A search warrant executed at Brown's Southwest Portland home revealed a chilling array of evidence: duct tape, blood-stained fabrics, and other disturbing items. Though these discoveries pointed to violent acts, the most damning evidence was yet to come. Investigators traced some of Brown's movements back to a separate property he'd lived in during the early 1980s. There, they uncovered a set of skeletal remains, later identified as belonging to Sheila Burnett. This shocking discovery not only reopened the 1981 cold cases, but also painted a much darker picture of Alvin Brown's past. With the discovery of Sheila Burnett's remains, detectives launched an exhaustive investigation into Alvin Brown's potential connection to the other unsolved murders from 1981. The circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. At the time of the killings, Brown had been free on bail after his rape conviction, and he'd lived in the same area where all 4 women were last seen. His proximity to the crime scenes, coupled with his violent history, made him a prime suspect. The advancements in forensic technology by 1991 became critical to the case. Bloodstains found on fabric at Brown's home were tested, though results linking them to the victims were inconclusive. Pieces of duct tape found at his former property contained hair fibers consistent with some of the women. Police also recovered personal belongings, including items of makeup and jewelry that investigators suspected belonged to the missing women. This evidence painted a compelling narrative, but still fell short of an airtight case. Detective Mike Heffley, who'd followed the case for years, described Brown as a predator. He preys on women, and he feels a need to hurt them. This belief drove the detectives to piece together every bit of evidence they could find to connect Brown to the crimes. In December 1991, Alvin Brown faced charges of attempted murder, aggravated assault, and attempted rape for the violent attacks on the 2 women in late 1991. The trial, which began in the spring of 1992, captivated the Portland community. Over the course of the proceedings, prosecutors painted a picture of a calculated predator who thrived on inflicting harm. Witness testimony from the surviving victims was harrowing as they recounted the terror they endured and identified Brown as their attacker. Physical evidence, including the fingerprints found on a bed frame in Brown's home, bolstered the prosecution's case. In May 1992, a jury found him guilty on all counts, and he was sentenced to 69 years in prison. During the sentencing, the judge described Brown as, quote, a significant threat to public safety and capable of extreme cruelty. The community's reaction to Brown's trial was a mix of outrage and frustration. Many saw his early release from prison in 1985 as a critical failure of the justice system, one that may have cost the lives of innocent women. Comparisons were drawn to other notorious killers from the region, such as Dayton Leroy Rogers, who was convicted in 1989 for the brutal murders of 7 women in the Molalla forest, and Ted Bundy, whose reign of terror across the Pacific Northwest ended with his 1978 arrest. For Portland residents, the case of Alvin Brown reinforced fears of an era where serial predators seemed all too common, and the cracks in the system that allowed such individuals to remain free loomed large. But unfortunately, true justice would never come. Despite overwhelming circumstantial evidence tying Brown to the murders of Kimberly Ann Stevens, Noreen Davis, Sheila Burnett, and Melina Christ, he was never formally charged with their deaths. Prosecutors cited a lack of definitive forensic evidence and the challenges of building a case based on decade-old crimes. Brown refused to confess, leaving the full extent of his crimes shrouded in uncertainty. The case of Alvin Bud Brown is a stark reminder of the gaps in the justice system. 4 women lost their lives in the spring of 1981, their killer walking free for a decade before being brought to justice for other crimes. While Brown spent the rest of his life behind bars, the full extent of his actions may never be known. In 2002, Brown died of natural causes in prison, taking many of his secrets to the grave. Investigators, families, and the public were left to wonder how many more victims may have fallen prey to his monstrous instincts. For the families of Kimberly Stevens, Noreen Davis, Sheila Burnett, and Melina Christ, the pain of unanswered questions linger. The discovery of Sheila Burnett's remains in the backyard he once occupied offered some grim answers, but raised even more troubling questions. Were there more grave sites in other homes he'd lived in? Could other disappearances in Portland and beyond be tied to Alvin Brown? His silence in the face of these accusations left a trail of mysteries, unidentified, unresolved. Even decades later, the backyard of Alvin Brown's rented home stands as a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded there. And for the detectives who unearthed those bones, the case remains a chilling reminder of the evil that can hide in plain sight. For now, the ground holds its secrets, but one haunting question remains. What dark truths still lie buried, waiting to be discovered? Alaska is a place of beauty and brutality, a landscape carved by glaciers, cloaked in silence, and ruled by extremes. In this vast, untamed frontier, isolation doesn't just shape the land, it shapes the crimes. Here, secrets can stay buried for years, violence can vanish into the wilderness, and sometimes the most unthinkable acts happen in the most remote corners, far from the reach of help, but never far from consequence. In this episode, we're uncovering stories that defy explanation, murders that haunt small towns, mysteries that stretched across mountains and decades, and lives cut short in ways both chilling and unforgettable. This is Northern Crimes. On May 2nd, 1996, utility workers made a grim discovery along a lonely trail in Hope, Alaska. The body of 36-year-old Kent Lepink lay riddled with 3 .44 caliber Desert Eagle gunshot wounds, marking the beginning of one of Alaska's most notorious criminal cases, a tale of love, betrayal, and $1 million insurance policy that would captivate the nation. Kent Lepink was a Michigan native who'd moved to Alaska seeking adventure as a commercial fisherman. What he found instead was Michelle Linehan, a 23-year-old exotic dancer at the Great Alaskan Bush Company in Anchorage. Their meeting would set in motion a deadly love triangle that prosecutors would later describe as borrowing from Hollywood's darkest scripts. Between 1994 and 1996, Michelle maintained romantic relationships with not one, but 3 men simultaneously. Kent believed he was engaged to her. So did John Carlin III, a steelworker who shared the same Anchorage house with Kent and Michelle. The third man, Scott Hilke, lived in California, but was equally convinced of Michelle's devotion. For several months, this bizarre arrangement continued, with Kent and John living under the same roof, both believing they were Michelle's one true love. The motive for murder emerged in the form of a $1 million life insurance policy. In February 1996, Kent and Michelle had visited an insurance agent together. Initially, wanting matching $1 million policies, the company would only insure Michelle's life for $150,000, while approving the full amount for Kent. Michelle was designated as the primary beneficiary, set to receive $800,000 upon Kent's death. But Kent Lepink was no fool. In the days before his murder, growing suspicious of Michelle's true intentions, he made a series of crucial decisions. On April 22nd, he removed Michelle as his beneficiary. The next day, in a moment of apparent reconciliation, he reinstated her. And then, just 3 days before his death, on April 26th, Kent permanently removed Michelle from the policy, designating his parents as beneficiaries instead. Even more chilling was the letter Kent wrote to his parents shortly before his death, a message from beyond the grave that would become crucial evidence. In it, he warned that if anything happened to him under suspicious circumstances, they should look to, quote, Michelle, John, or Scott as the likely culprits. He instructed his parents to, quote, make sure she's prosecuted, and to, quote, make sure they get burned. The murder itself was orchestrated through deception. Michelle and John crafted a fake note, suggesting she was hiding in a cabin in Hope with another man. the non-existent cabin lured the lovesick Kent to the remote location where John Carlin was waiting with a .44 Magnum. Over a decade later, in 2006, Alaska's cold case unit finally made arrests. Both Michelle, now a soccer mom married to a doctor in Washington state, and John Carlin were convicted of first-degree murder in 2007, each receiving 99-year sentences. But the story didn't end there. In 2010, the Alaska Court of Appeals overturned Michelle's conviction, ruling that key evidence, including Kent's letter from the grave, should never have been admitted. John Carlin was found beaten to death in his prison cell in 2008 before his appeal could be heard. Today, Michelle Linehan walks free, and Kent Leppink's murder remains officially unsolved. On the night of December 1st, 2007, in Palmer, Alaska, a celebration of love would transform into one of the state's most horrific crime sprees. What began as an anniversary party would unleash a reign of terror that left 2 dead, 3 critically wounded, and a community forever changed by the brutal actions of a man who would later become known as the Machete Killer. Christopher Rogers Sr., 51, and his girlfriend, Alain Morin, 55, were celebrating the 1-year anniversary of their relationship at their Palmer home. The couple had planned their wedding for June 21st, the summer solstice, and Rogers' son Christopher Aaron Rogers Jr., known as Aaron, had even volunteered to oversee the flower arrangements. The evening was filled with joy, homemade pizza, and dreams of the future. Also present was Bear, Chris's loyal 150-pound half-English Mastiff, half-wolf mix who never left his father's side. After the party ended, Chris and Alain retired to their bedroom around midnight. Alain heard Aaron moving around the house, going in and out several times, which she assumed was him smoking cigarettes. When she awoke at 4:20 a.m. and still heard the television, she considered telling him to turn it off and go to bed. Minutes later, her world became a nightmare. A shadowy figure entered their bedroom carrying what appeared to be a stick. As the figure began striking Chris, Alain reached out to stop the attack. When 2 of her fingertips fell from her hand, she realized with horror that the weapon wasn't a stick. It was a machete. Even more terrifying was the realization that the attacker was Chris's own son, Aaron. When Alain asked why he was hurting his father, Aaron's chilling response was,
"You made me do it."
Chris somehow found the strength to rise from bed, pick up his son, and carry him to the kitchen before collapsing and dying. Meanwhile, Alain fled the bathroom, unable to lock the door with her mutilated hands. Aaron burst through and resumed his relentless attack until Bear, the family dog, grabbed Aaron's pants and pulled him away from Alain. Bear chased Aaron from the house, and the killer jumped into his father's pickup truck and sped away, taking with him a .357 Magnum revolver that Chris had stored under the truck's seat. What followed was a 43-mile journey of terror to Anchorage. At 7 a.m., Aaron spotted 27-year-old Jason Wenger warming up his Ford Bronco and shot him 8 times. Later that evening, he shot law clerk Elizabeth Rumsey 3 times as she walked down a bike trail. On December 3rd, he shot architect Tomas Deek 6 times before stealing his Jeep Cherokee. After a brief police chase, officers rammed Aaron's stolen vehicle. When his gun jammed during the arrest, the 3-day reign of terror finally ended. Rogers was sentenced to a combined 498 years in prison for murder, attempted murder, assault, vehicle theft, and animal cruelty. On June 6, 2020, he was pronounced dead at Seward Providence Medical Center, taking with him the full truth of what drove him to such unspeakable violence. Bear, the heroic dog that saved Elane's life, died of cancer in 2009, passing away peacefully in Elane's arms. In the spring of 1984, a brooding, jobless loner from Illinois drove a beat-up sedan crammed with guns and gear north to Alaska, seeking to live off the land in the backcountry. What Michael Allen Silka found instead was a tiny wilderness hamlet that would become the scene of one of Alaska's most horrific mass murders. Manly Hot Springs was a cluster of about 30 log buildings deep in Alaska's interior, home to roughly 50 year-round residents who'd chosen isolation over civilization. Located at the end of a 150-mile dirt road from Fairbanks, it was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, where doors remained unlocked, where strangers were welcomed with characteristic Alaskan hospitality. On May 14, 1984, 25-year-old Michael Silka arrived in the peaceful community, driving a battered brown and white 1974 Dodge Monaco with camping equipment and an aluminum canoe strapped to the roof. Hidden among his gear were guns and ammunition. Silka told residents he planned to stake a claim and settle in the area, describing himself as a, quote, mountain man. The villagers were impressed by his wilderness knowledge and marksmanship skills. Silka set up camp at a boat landing at the Tanana River, just 3 miles outside town. For several days, he was a familiar sight, paddling his canoe and hanging around the landing. But beneath his outdoorsman facade lurked something far more sinister. On May 17, 1984, between 2 and 4 p.m., 6 residents made routine trips to the boat landing. None of them would ever return home. The victims included the Klein family, Lyman, 36, his pregnant wife Joyce, and their 2-year-old son, Marshall, who'd gone to the landing for a family outing. Joe McVeigh, 37, a disabled Vietnam veteran, and Dale Majaski, 24, a carpenter, had traveled there to take their boat to their fish camp. Albert Hagen Jr., 27, was hauling brush to the landing. Fred Burke, 30, an Athabascan trapper, was traveling downriver in his motorboat when he encountered Silka. All 7 were shot and their bodies dumped into the swift, muddy Tanana River. Silka then stole Burke's motorboat and fled upstream. It took more than a day for the tight-knit community to realize their friends and neighbors were missing. When Alaska State Troopers arrived on May 19th, they found blood and spent cartridge casings at the boat landing, confirming their worst fears. The manhunt that followed involved helicopters, planes, and the troopers' Special Emergency Response Team. They found Silka 25 miles upstream on the Zitsiana River. When offered a chance to surrender, he stepped from behind a tree and fired his Ruger 30-06 rifle at a helicopter, killing 34-year-old Trooper Troy Duncan instantly and wounding Captain Donald Lawrence. Trooper Jeff Hall returned fire with an M16, striking Silka 5 times and ending his 3-day reign of terror. The aftermath was devastating for Manly Hot Springs. Tourism plummeted, real estate values crashed, and the community's famous hospitality gave way to wariness and suspicion. As one resident put it, "From now on, we'll all be very wary of strangers." Only 4 bodies were ever recovered from the Tanana River. 3 victims, Joyce Klein, her son Marshall, and Albert Hagen Jr., remain missing to this day. In January 2002, 2 battered pickup trucks drifted slowly through the deep snow toward McCarthy, Alaska, carrying what appeared to be a family from another century. The patriarch, with his long white beard and piercing blue eyes, introduced himself as Papa Pilgrim. What followed would become one of Alaska's most disturbing tales of deception, abuse, and the dark secrets that can hide in America's last frontier. Neil Darish was shoveling snow off his McCarthy Lodge roof when he spotted the unusual convoy. In the dead of an Alaskan winter, when temperatures plunge to 20 below zero, nobody visits this remote town of 50 residents. Yet, here were 2 trucks filled with people huddled in the open beds, defying the brutal cold. Out poured 10 young men and women, ranging from teens to late 20s, all dressed in rough flannel shirts and flowing homespun dresses. Many carried Bibles in buckskin holsters. They called their leader Papa, a weathered man whose long white hair spilled from beneath a wide-brimmed hat. When Darish invited the strangers into his lodge, the man introduced himself as Pilgrim, claiming he and his children had come to McCarthy seeking a new home. Papa Pilgrim spun a compelling tale. After decades of living off the land in New Mexico's mountains, his family had come to Alaska to recreate their pious frontier life. They'd tried Fairbanks and Homer, he explained, but found both corrupted by modern sins. Remote McCarthy was exactly what they'd been seeking. The children soon filled the mountain air with an impromptu bluegrass concert, their musical talents captivating the gathered residents. Most were charmed by this beautiful family and their reverent, godly manner. Almost no one noticed that the children never made eye contact with strangers or spoke, only when their father permitted. What the residents of McCarthy didn't know was that Papa Pilgrim wasn't who he claimed to be. Born Robert Allen Hale in Fort Worth, Texas in 1941, he carried a lifetime of dark secrets. His bizarre past included the suspicious death of his first wife, the daughter of future Texas Governor John Connally, a conspiracy involving President Kennedy, and rumors of abduction and captivity on Jack Nicholson's New Mexico ranch. For the 15 children living this nightmare, the only choice was escape. Behind the facade of frontier purity lay a world of systematic abuse, control, and terror. Each night, the patriarch bathed first while his wife waited to use his dirty water. When they disobeyed his commandments, he administered brutal, quote, corrections over a whipping barrel. The truth began to emerge when some of the older children, working away from their father's watchful eye, encountered other Christian families who showed them what healthy relationships actually looked like. As one son later explained, quote,
"Everyone was always so in love with what they thought we represented, the wilderness family, the communion with nature, that they never bothered to find out about all the horrible things that were really going on."
In October 2005, Alaska State Troopers arrested Robert Hale on 30 counts of physical and sexual assault, coercion, and incest. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison and died behind bars in May 2008. The children, now adults, have rebuilt their lives, but the scars of Papa Pilgrim's reign of terror remain. On May 3rd, 2003, 21-year-old Bethany Corriera disappeared from her Anchorage apartment, launching one of Alaska's most gripping investigations. What began as a missing person case would evolve into a haunting murder mystery that would test the limits of one detective's determination and forever change the lives of everyone involved. Bethany was the embodiment of Alaskan resilience, raised in a log cabin built by her father Billy in the remote town of Talkeetna. She grew up fishing, kayaking, mountain climbing, and even playing hockey with the boys. Her mother Linda homeschooled all 4 children by a pond beneath the towering presence of Denali. As locals joke, in Alaska, the men are men, and the women are too. 4 days after moving to Anchorage to pursue medical studies, Bethany's new life came to an abrupt end. On that fateful Sunday, her mother Linda arrived at Bethany's apartment for a planned furniture shopping trip, only to find the door unlocked and her daughter gone. Her purse, cell phone, and new sneakers remained behind, clear signs that she'd intended to return quickly. Detective Glenn Klinkert arrived that evening to what seemed like a routine missing person case, but the smell of smoke from a building fire next door triggered painful memories. 22 years earlier, Klinkert's own sister Dawn had been brutally assaulted and murdered, her killer setting the family home ablaze to destroy evidence. The parallels were impossible to ignore. When investigators determined the neighboring fire was arson, Klinkert's suspicion intensified. His investigation quickly focused on Michael Lawson, Bethany's apartment manager, who'd called her that morning about supposed job training. Lawson claimed he was home watching NASCAR with his brother Bob, but cell phone records told a different story. His phone had pinged towers near Bethany's apartment at the time of her disappearance. For 9 agonizing months, the case remained cold. Klingert's 5-year-old son would ask nightly, "Did you find Bethany?" The detective's promise to find her became both his mission and his torment. The breakthrough came when federal fraud charges gave Klinkert leverage over Bob Lawson. Faced with prison time, Bob finally revealed the horrific truth. His brother Mike had called him in a panic, saying, quote,
"I shot somebody."
Bob had helped dispose of Bethany's body in a remote gravel pit and burned down the building to destroy evidence. On May 3rd, 2004, exactly 1 year after Bethany's disappearance and his sister Dawn's birthday, Klinkert found Bethany's remains. Among the scattered bones were puka shells from a necklace she'd received just days before her death. The trial revealed Mike Lawson's disturbing history of violence against women, including previous rape convictions. Though the jury convicted him of second-degree murder rather than first-degree, the judge sentenced him to the maximum 99 years, calling it, quote,
"A first-degree murder, regardless of the verdict."
For Klinkert, finding Bethany provided closure not just for her family, but for his own decades-old trauma. As he reflected, sometimes you're given another chance, and if you're given an opportunity, don't you take it? Bethany Corriera's case became Detective Klinkert's final murder investigation before his promotion to Assistant Chief of Police. Alaska is a place where the landscape can turn deadly and where justice often takes years, sometimes decades, to find its way through the silence. From isolated cabins to forgotten trails, each of these stories reveals not only the violence that can unfold in remote corners, but the persistence of those who seek the truth. Detectives, families, and communities pushed to the edge, yet unwilling to let the cases fade. The state's beauty may be vast, but so too are the shadows that stretch across it, and in those shadows, the most haunting stories still linger. Bend, Oregon, July 2016. A city known for its pristine landscapes, craft breweries, and outdoor adventures. 300 days of sunshine bathe the Cascade Mountains and the winding Deschutes River in golden light. Tourists and locals alike hike the trails, paddle the waters, and enjoy the vibrant downtown scene. But on a warm summer night, as the city slept, darkness descended on this idyllic community. 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer had just attended a bachelorette party downtown. After an argument with her boyfriend, she decided to walk alone to clear her head. It was a decision that would lead to unimaginable horror. What began as a missing person case would reveal a predator hiding in plain sight, a man whose job was to protect the community, but who harbored a, quote, urge to kill. His confession would shock the nation, his crime spree would terrorize multiple states, and his actions would ultimately change the law. This is the true story of the murder of Kaylee Sawyer and the twisted man who silenced her forever. This is Northern Crimes. Nestled in the high desert of central Oregon, Bend is a striking blend of rugged natural beauty and modern charm. The city sits at the edge of the Cascade Range, where dense pine forests give way to dramatic volcanic landscapes, and the winding Deschutes River cuts through the heart of town. Known for its 300 days of sunshine a year, Bend has transformed from a small logging town into an outdoor enthusiast's paradise. Locals here live where others vacation, hiking and mountain biking in the summer, skiing Mount Bachelor in the winter, and enjoying world-class fly fishing and kayaking year-round. But Bend is more than just its outdoor offerings. The city has cultivated a vibrant, laid-back culture that blends small-town warmth with cosmopolitan amenities. The craft beer scene defines much of Bend's modern identity, with one of the highest per capita brewery counts in the nation. Central Oregon Community College sits on the western edge of this city, its campus perched on a hill overlooking town. Students are drawn not just for the education, but for the lifestyle, the ability to hit the slopes or trails immediately after class. As night falls, Bend takes on a different character. Downtown comes alive with music and dining, while the stars shine brilliantly in the clear mountain sky. It was in this idyllic setting, this seemingly perfect blend of natural beauty and community warmth, that darkness would descend on a July night in 2016, forever changing how residents viewed their safe, picturesque hometown. In the early morning hours of July 24th, 2016, Kaylee Sawyer was enjoying a night out with friends at a bachelorette party in downtown Bend. The 23-year-old dental assistant was vivacious and full of life, the kind of person who, according to her family, brought joy to everyone around her. As the night wound down, Kaylee called her boyfriend, Cameron Rimhofer, to pick her up. The couple lived together in an apartment near Central Oregon Community College, but what should have been a routine ride home took a dark turn. During the drive, Kaylee and Cameron got into an argument. When they arrived at their apartment complex, Kaylee stayed in the car while Cameron went inside, hoping to give her space to cool down. 10 minutes later, when he returned to check on her, Kaylee was gone. Cameron tried calling and texting her multiple times.
Hey, where are you? Please come home and talk to me at least. You're being unfair.
Are you kidding? What a joke. I'm sorry I'm not good enough for you.
Their exchange continued, growing increasingly tense. In her final text, Kaylee wrote simply,
Goodbye. Phone off.
When Kaylee didn't return home that night, Cameron grew increasingly concerned. By the next day, with no word from Kaylee and her phone still off, he called 911.
Dispatch, how can I help you? Hello?
Hi. I'm not sure if this is quite the right number to call. Last night I got home from the bars with my girlfriend, and she got upset at me and ran off. And I chased her and wasn't able to find her, and I still haven't heard from her. Her phone's off. I called all her family, and they haven't heard from her, so I'm wondering what you recommend I do.
Kaylee's mother, Julie, also called 911, mentioning that her daughter had epilepsy and medical issues that made her disappearance even more concerning.
Dispatch, how can I help you?
Yes, I need to have an officer call me. My daughter is missing, and she is over 23, but she has epilepsy and some medical issues.
As hours turned into days with no sign of Kaylee, her family and friends launched a desperate search. They distributed missing persons flyers throughout Bend, scoured social media for clues, and pleaded for information from the public. What they didn't know was that Kaylee had already met a horrific fate at the hands of a predator no one would have expected. On July 25th, just one day after Kaylee disappeared, Isabel Ponce-Lara walked into the Redmond Police Department with disturbing information. Isabel, a new Bend police officer, told authorities that her husband, Edwin Lara, had confessed to killing a woman.
So he was working night shift that Saturday night, getting off, I think, like 2 or 2:30 in the morning, Sunday.
And what time does that have him starting work-ish?
I think that day he went in, or he was going to go in around 3 p.m., I think it was.
And when is his only security job for COCC in that area? He doesn't have any other areas that he provides security for?
Edwin Lara worked as a security guard at Central Oregon Community College, the very campus near where Kaylee and her boyfriend lived. According to Isabel, Edwin had told her that he, quote, hit a woman with his car during his previous shift, panicked, and hid the body. Before Isabel could learn more details, Edwin grabbed her 9mm handgun and fled their home, telling her that the woman's belongings were in their shed. Police immediately obtained a search warrant for the Lara residence, and what they found in the shed sent chills down their spines. A white bag containing high-heeled shoes, a purse with a black wallet, a passport, a blood-stained rock, and a clump of hair. The items belonged to Kaylee Sawyer. They also discovered something else, a school project that Edwin had created about serial killer Angel Resendez Ramirez, known as the, quote, railroad killer. Edwin had noted that Ramirez always killed with blunt force trauma. He used weapons of opportunity that were found at the scene. The investigation had suddenly transformed from a missing person case to a homicide. Rather than facing up to his crime, Edwin Lara began to spiral. After fleeing his home, he drove to Salem, Oregon, where he spotted 19-year-old Andrea Elizabeth Mays sitting alone in her car in a Ross Dress for Less parking lot. With his gun pointed directly at her, Edwin forced Andrea to drive him to California. During the journey, he handcuffed her, forced her to take sleeping pills, and made unwanted advances. He showed her news reports about Kaylee's disappearance and confessed to killing her. When Andrea's car broke down in Wairika, California, Edwin's crime spree escalated further. He shot a 73-year-old man named Jack Levy in the abdomen while attempting to steal his car. Levy would survive, but Edwin wasn't done. At a nearby gas station, Edwin carjacked a vehicle with a grandmother and her 2 teenage grandsons inside. During the drive, he chillingly told them, quote, "I have an urge to kill," and confessed to murdering Kaylee and shooting a man in Wairika. After releasing the family on the side of the road, Edwin continued driving with Andrea. He forced her to record a video of him confessing to his crimes and post it to Facebook.
Hi everybody, I just want to say that I apologize for everything I've done. Most likely I'm going to get caught. And sorry about that girl in Central Oregon. And I also want to let family members, Andrea, that she's fine and she will be fine because so far she's been doing what I've been told her to do. You know, and if you guys are wondering if I have done dirty things to her, no. All right, I'm not that kind of guy. You know, I used to kill that other girl, you know, and I regret it. I regret killing her. You know, she's kept screaming and I had to silence her forever.
On July 26th, Edwin called 911 on himself while driving near Redding, California. He told the operator who he was, that he was wanted for murder, and explained that he had a gun and was wearing a bulletproof vest. Police caught up with him, pulled him over, and arrested him.
Going down to 57, he's hitting his brakes here.
Right southbound at Sourgrass.
Running 52, he's yielding at Sourgrass. Number 2, well, kind of yielding, 35.
We're kind of yielding 35 miles an hour at Sourgrass.
Running 52, he's stopped, Sourgrass.
South in progress, southbound at Telegraph. Get your hands up! Get up! Step out of the vehicle!
You got me?
Step out of the vehicle! Turn around! Turn around, keep turning around! Walk back! Step over to your right. Step over to your right. Away from traffic. Drop down to your knees. Don't move.
doing running this? Pretty good.
During his interrogation, Edwin confessed to Kaylee's murder and drew a map showing where her body could be found. Police located Kaylee's remains on the side of Highway 126 near Milepost 100 in the Dry Creek area of Redmond, Oregon. The autopsy revealed that Kaylee had died from blunt force trauma with evidence of strangulation, multiple skull fractures, and other injuries prior to her death. As investigators pieced together what happened that fateful night, a horrifying picture emerged. After her argument with her boyfriend, Kaylee had been walking alone near the college campus when she encountered Edwin Lara in his campus security vehicle. The exact circumstances of how Kaylee ended up in Lara's patrol car remain unclear, but what is known is that once inside, she was trapped. The vehicle had an enclosed rear cage with child locks and a partition between the front and back seats, features designed to make the security vehicle resemble a police car. Edwin drove Kaylee to a remote parking lot on campus known as B12, where he brutally assaulted and murdered her. He later confessed that when Kaylee began screaming, he, quote, had to silence her forever. In his confession, Edwin made a chilling statement about his motives.
So I think all through my life, I've struggled with somehow the urge to kill. But what has helped me not develop that, in a sense, is when I married my wife.
The parallels between Kaylee's murder and Edwin's school project on the railroad killer were unmistakable. Just as he'd studied, Edwin used a rock, weapon of opportunity, to kill Kaylee with blunt force trauma. The legal proceedings against Edward Lara were complex. His attorneys argued that his 6-hour interrogation and confession should be thrown out, claiming his rights had been violated. The judge ultimately ruled that the confession couldn't be used in the trial. However, prosecutors still had compelling evidence, including notes Edwin left in his car. One note read,
"The place I killed her is on the B12 lot. Run her over on College Way."
Another stated,
"This note is to say I'm sorry for taking her life. She screamed, and I had to silence her. My intention was not forever."
In January 2018, Edwin Lara pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and robbery. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, avoiding the death penalty that prosecutors had initially sought. At the sentencing hearing, Kaylee's mother, Julie Van Cleve, addressed Edwin directly. "You've failed to silence her. I'll always be the mother of a murder victim, but your mother will always be the mother of a murderer and a rapist." Andrea Mays, who survived her kidnapping ordeal, also spoke. "You thought you stole my life from me, but I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor, a warrior. I'm stronger than I've ever been, and you're gonna rot right where you belong." In April 2019, Edwin received a second life sentence for kidnapping and carjacking, ensuring he would never walk free again. The murder of Kaylee Sawyer exposed serious flaws in how campus security operated. Her family filed a lawsuit against Central Oregon Community College, arguing that the college had failed to conduct adequate background checks on Edwin Lara and had allowed campus security vehicles to closely resemble police patrol cars. The lawsuit revealed disturbing information. Other employees were aware of Edwin's fascination with dead bodies. He'd shown sexually explicit photos to coworkers, and one female employee had refused to ride in a car with him because of his behavior. In July 2020, the college settled with Kaylee's family for $2 million. But perhaps more importantly, Kaylee's death led to significant legislative change. In May 2019, Oregon Governor Kate Brown signed Bill 576, known as Kaylee's Law. The law curtails the policing authority of campus security officers and establishes clear distinctions between campus security and actual law enforcement. Under Kaylee's law, campus security vehicles, uniforms, and equipment cannot resemble those of law enforcement. Vehicles can't have rooftop lights or push bumpers, and they can't have dividers between the front and back seats. They must be equipped with GPS and interior video cameras or recording dispatch systems. When signing the law, Governor Brown stated, "Kaylee Sawyer's death was a tragedy, and we want to make sure that this never happens to a promising young Oregonian again." Kaylee's murder exposed a devastating truth. Sometimes danger wears the uniform of safety. In the wake of her death, Bend was forced to confront the reality that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places, even in a community known for its warmth and trust. Kaylee's law now stands as both a memorial and a safeguard. The legislation draws clear lines between campus security and law enforcement, potentially saving countless lives through its restrictions on vehicles, uniforms, and equipment. What began as one family's quest for justice has become a blueprint for campus safety reform nationwide. Edwin Lara serves his dual life sentence in silence, his urge to kill contained behind prison walls. Yet questions linger about what truly drove him to such brutality. His fascination with serial killers, his meticulous planning, and his calm demeanor during his crime spree suggest a predator who might have continued had circumstances not intervened. Today, the Deschutes River still flows through Bend. Tourists still flock to the breweries, and students still attend Central Oregon Community College. But beneath this unchanged exterior, something fundamental has shifted. When night falls and the campus grows quiet, few can forget what happened in parking lot B12. And perhaps most unsettling of all is the knowledge that had Edwin Lara not confessed to his wife, had he not embarked on his interstate crime spree, Kaylee might have become just another missing person, her case growing cold as her killer continued to patrol the very campus where she died. The chill of a Canadian winter in the 1970s blanketed the city of Calgary, Alberta. It was a time of innocence and community spirit, where neighbors knew each other by name and children ran the streets freely. I guess you could say things were different then. But beneath this peaceful facade, a dark presence hid in plain sight, casting a shadow over the city that would linger for over 4 decades. In the span of 1 year, from February 1976 to February 1977, 4 young lives were taken in a series of brutal murders that left the community in shock and law enforcement grasping for answers. This is the gripping true story of the Calgary Murders, and this is Northern Crimes. February 12th, 1976, Calgary, Alberta. It's a typical day at Ian Bazalgette Junior High School, but all is not well. Friends Eva Dvorak and Patricia McQueen, both 14 years old, are caught with the smell of alcohol on their breath. The 2 friends are promptly expelled from school. That evening, not wanting to go home to their families, they begin a weekend of partying and hanging out with friends. Then, they decide to hitchhike home. 3 days later, on February 15, their bodies are found under the Happy Valley overpass a mile outside of the city. The community is horrified and shocked, but this story is just beginning. Melissa Ann Rahorak, a 20-year-old hotel housekeeper, has recently moved to Calgary, drawn by the allure of the majestic Canadian Rockies. A supervisor at the hotel describes her as a, quote,
good worker and very nice girl.
But on September 15, 1976, she vanishes into thin air. Last seen hitchhiking west out of town, her beaten and strangled body is discovered the next morning in a ditch near the Trans-Canada Highway. Barbara Jean McLean, a 19-year-old recent high school graduate, arrives in Calgary in September 1976. Seeking a fresh start, she lives with her brothers, first working as a waitress before finding employment at a downtown bank. She plans to attend university in the fall. But on the evening of February 26, 1977, she becomes separated from her friends after a night out at the Highlander Hotel. The next morning, her fully clothed body is found in a remote area on Calgary's northeast outskirts. She's been strangled. The city is gripped by fear, rumors spread like wildfire, and the police face mounting pressure to solve these heinous crimes. Despite numerous stories from the press and heightened interest from the community, the cases go cold, leaving families devastated and investigators puzzled by these brutal crimes. In the backdrop of these tragedies, a drifter named Gary Allen Serreri was living a transient life, slipping through the cracks of society. Born in Oak Park, Illinois in 1942, Serreri's early life seemed unremarkable, but beneath the surface, a darkness raged. His criminal record began in 1961 with petty theft, escalating to horrific sexual offenses by 1965, including rape, kidnapping, and assault. But each time he was charged, he somehow managed to evade long-term imprisonment, either through legal loopholes or by fleeing. In 1974, after being charged with rape in Los Angeles, Serreri posted bail and vanished. He crossed into Canada illegally, taking on numerous aliases and living off the grid. He found his way to Calgary in 1975, a city unprepared for the terror he was about to unleash. As Serreri moved through Canada, his ability to blend in and evade capture became almost supernatural. He changed his appearance, used fake IDs, and applied for social assistance under false names. His charm and chameleon-like nature allowed him to live undetected, even as his violent tendencies simmered just beneath the surface. Eva Dvorak and Patricia McQueen were last seen on February 14, 1976. Recently expelled from school for drinking, the girls had been visiting with friends over the weekend, attending multiple parties. Witnesses reported the girls voluntarily using drugs that weekend, including alcohol, LSD, and marijuana. After playing a, quote, quiet game of cards at a friend's house, they were last seen alive by a neighbor who offered them a ride. The girls, who were hitchhiking home, refused. The next day, on Sunday, February 15, their lifeless bodies were found on a bank of snow and ice under the Happy Valley Overpass, 1.7 miles west of Calgary. The initial autopsy found small abrasions but no clear cause of death, leaving the medical examiner to speculate about asphyxiation. However, without any concrete evidence or leads on suspects, the case stagnated. Melissa Ann Rahorak's disappearance in September 1976 followed a similar chilling pattern. She was last seen by her roommates at the downtown WYCA, her plans to hitchhike likely sealing her fate. When last seen, she was wearing the clothes that would later be found on her body, including a blue jean skirt, light blue jean jacket, and a dark red blouse with white buttons. Her body was discovered on a rural road about 20 miles northwest of Calgary. She'd been beaten with signs of a struggle, strangulation marks, and the presence of seminal fluid. Despite these clues, the trail went cold. Barbara Jean McLean's murder in February 1977 was equally perplexing. After a night out with her friends and an argument with her boyfriend, she walked off into the night, never to return. Her body was found the next day, fully clothed but bearing the unmistakable marks of a violent death. The similarities between her case and those of Rahorak, Dvorak, and McQueen were striking, yet no connections were made at the time. For years, the Calgary police and the RCMP pored over these cases, with the initial investigations into the 4 deaths lasting into the 1980s. Hundreds of people were interviewed and hundreds of tips run down, but all clues led to dead ends. Soon, the cases went cold, with the memories of what happened fading into the cold Calgary air. In the meantime, Gary Allen Serreri went nearly 2 decades in Canada with no significant police contact. Police believe that after the Calgary killings, he relocated to the town of Standard, east of Calgary, before heading west to British Columbia. Once there, he spent time in Vancouver, Half Moon Bay, Abbotsford, Cultus Lake, and finally Chilliwack, to name a few. Then, in 1996, Serreri finally caught the attention of Canadian law enforcement. He was serving time for sexual and forcible confinement in New Westminster. The authorities in British Columbia, unaware of his true identity, believed they were prosecuting a man named Rex Long, one of Serreri's numerous aliases. Using this fake name, he'd managed to secure a driver's license and social assistance. Finally, in 2003, Serreri was deported to the United States. 5 years later, in 2008, he faced justice once more, this time in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where he was charged and convicted of aggravated battery and drug possession, leading to a life sentence. The victim of his heinous crime, who suffered a stroke following this brutal assault, bravely confronted him in court in 2009.
"You damaged me, and I can't be repaired."
Her words echoing through the courtroom. In 2003, a breakthrough in the Calgary Murders case occurred. Advances in DNA technology linked the same unknown male DNA profile to both Rehorek and McLean's cases. This discovery reignited hope, but without a match in the database, the identity of the killer remained elusive. Years passed, and the families of the victims continued to live with their grief and unanswered questions. But the police never gave up, revisiting the evidence whenever new technologies emerged. In 2021, another re-examination of the Dvorak and McQueen cases finally yielded a match to the DNA found on Rehorek and McLean. For the first time, investigators realized they were dealing with a single, terrifying serial killer. The key to solving these cold cases lay in the burgeoning field of genetic genealogy. By combining DNA analysis with traditional genealogy research, investigators built a family tree that led them to Gary Allen Serreri. His name had never appeared in the original investigations, making the discovery both groundbreaking and chilling. Serreri had died in 2011 in an Idaho state prison, serving a life sentence for rape. His body lay unclaimed in a potter's field, a fitting end for a man who had caused so much pain. With the assistance of Interpol and Idaho State Police Forensic Services, Serreri's DNA was compared to samples from the Calgary Murders. The match, made in 2023, was definitive. The revelations were bittersweet. The families of Eva, Patricia, Melissa, and Barbara finally had answers, but they also faced the reality that justice would never be fully served. Serreri had escaped earthly punishment for his Canadian crimes, leaving a legacy of unbearable pain and loss. The identification of Gary Allen Serreri as the Calgary killer brought a measure of closure to the victims' families, but it also opened new avenues of inquiry. Serreri had lived in Canada for over 2 decades, and police believe he may be responsible for more unsolved homicides and sexual assaults across Western Canada and the United States. The RCMP issued a public appeal for information, hoping to piece together Serreri's movements and potential victims during his time in Canada. The families released statements expressing their gratitude to the investigators who had never given up on the cases. The pain of losing their loved ones remained, but there was solace in knowing the truth. Perhaps the feelings of all parties involved were summed up bluntly in a letter by the McQueen family.
This evil monster has caused so much pain and suffering for countless families. We thank God that he is no longer alive and can never harm anyone else again.
The story of the Calgary Murders is one of tragedy, perseverance, and the relentless pursuit of justice. Gary Allen Serreri's reign of terror in the 1970s left an indelible mark on the lives of his victims and their families. The advancements in forensic science and the dedication of law enforcement brought answers to questions that had lingered for nearly half a century. Yet, as with many true crime stories, the resolution is not entirely satisfying. Serreri's death before his crimes could be fully uncovered leaves a sense of unfinished business. How many more victims might there be? What other dark secrets did Serreri take to his grave? These questions linger, a reminder of the complexities and frustrations inherent in solving cold cases. As we reflect on this harrowing tale, we're reminded that even in the darkest of times, the light of truth can eventually break through, illuminating the path to justice and offering solace to those left behind. The Calgary Murders will forever be a part of the city's history, a somber chapter that underscores the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable evil. The Pacific Northwest highways are often shrouded in fog. Mist rolls in from the ocean, casting an eerie silence over these long and winding roads. And on a cold January night in 1981, the quiet town of Kaiser, Oregon, was plunged into darkness by a shocking and brutal crime. Inside a dimly lit office building, two young women working the night shift as cleaners were unaware their lives were about to change irrevocably. Little did they know, a man had slipped into the building with deadly intent. Within moments, he attacked. One woman wouldn't survive, but the other would live to tell a tale that would bring fear to everyone along the West Coast's busiest and most notorious highway. This is the true story of the I-5 murders, and this is Northern Crimes. Lisa Garcia, the survivor, later recounted the harrowing events of that night to the police. She and her coworker, Sherry Hall, had been casually chatting while cleaning the offices. Suddenly, an armed man appeared, his intentions far more sinister than mere robbery. After assaulting both women, he then shot them. Sherry Hall died instantly, but Lisa Garcia, defying the odds, survived. Her survival would later provide investigators with a crucial piece of the puzzle, leading them to a dark truth that had been haunting the I-5 corridor for months. The attack on Sherry Hall and Lisa Garcia, it wasn't an isolated incident. For months, a string of similar crimes had been reported along Interstate 5, stretching from Northern California all the way to Washington State. Women were being assaulted, robbed, and attacked at gas stations, convenience stores, and office buildings, all located within a short distance of the highway. Each crime shared common elements: a male suspect with an athletic build, often wearing a disguise. Sometimes he donned a fake beard, other times a bandage over his nose. He was methodical, efficient, and always seemed to vanish into the night before law enforcement could arrive. The media would dub the perpetrator the I-5 killer and spread fear through the communities along the highway. The randomness of the attacks made everyone a potential target. Women grew afraid to work late shifts, and business owners installed extra security measures hoping to deter the killer. Despite tireless efforts from police across multiple jurisdictions to connect the dots, the I-5 killer remained elusive. As investigators delved deeper into the series of crimes, a name repeatedly surfaced: Randall Woodfield. Though previously questioned, Woodfield's involvement in earlier crimes remained unproven. Who was this man, and why had he caught the authorities' attention? To unravel this mystery, we need to journey back to the beginning, to the small coastal town of Otter Rock, Oregon, where Woodfield's story began. Randall Woodfield was born on December 26, 1950, into an upper-middle-class family. He grew up in a picturesque setting along the Oregon coast, with 2 older sisters and a father who was a successful executive at Pacific Northwest Bell. From an early age, Woodfield showed athletic promise. He excelled in sports, particularly football, and quickly became a local star at Newport High School. To those around him, Woodfield seemed like he had everything going for him. However, just beneath the surface, early signs hinted that all was not well. As a teenager, Woodfield's behavior started raising red flags. He was caught exposing himself to young girls, incidents that were quietly swept under the rug to protect his promising football career. His high school coaches, keen on their star player's success, concealed these episodes. When Woodfield turned 18, his juvenile record was expunged, allowing him to leave these troubling events behind. He continued his football journey, securing spots at Treasure Valley Community College and later Portland State University. At Portland State, Woodfield thrived on the football field as a wide receiver for the Vikings. He also immersed himself in religious groups, joining the Campus Crusade for Christ and the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. To teammates and friends, Woodfield seemed a clean-cut, devoted young man. However, his off-field behavior painted a much different picture. Multiple arrests for indecent exposure revealed a pattern of deviant behavior that appeared to worsen over time. Despite his troubling behavior, Woodfield's athletic talent caught the attention of NFL scouts. In 1974, the Green Bay Packers drafted him in the 17th round. This opportunity seemed like a turning point, a chance for fame and success. However, Woodfield's time with the Packers was brief. Cut during preseason, his professional football career ended before it truly began. Disappointed and adrift, he returned to Oregon, where his life began to unravel. By the mid-1970s, Woodfield had abandoned his football dreams and turned to increasingly violent criminal behavior. In 1975, he was arrested for a series of assaults on women in Portland, threatening them with a knife. Caught in a police sting operation, Woodfield was convicted of second-degree robbery and sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, he served only 4 years before being released on parole in 1979. Following his release, Woodfield's behavior became more erratic and dangerous. The murder of Sherry Ayers in October 1980 marked the beginning of his violent spree. Ayers, a former classmate whom Woodfield had known since childhood, was found in her Portland apartment. She'd been brutally attacked and left to die. Ayers was a University of Oregon graduate and an X-ray technician, well liked by those who knew her. Woodfield was questioned about her death, but without enough evidence to link him directly to the crime, he was released. However, this would only be the start of a series of brutal crimes that would follow. As November 1980 drew to a close, Woodfield's murderous rampage intensified. His next victims were Darcy Fix, a 22-year-old woman, and her boyfriend, 24-year-old Douglas Altig. On a quiet evening in North Portland, Woodfield invaded Fix's home, catching the unsuspecting couple off guard. With cold precision, he bound both Fix and Altig before shooting them. The brutality of this double homicide sent shockwaves through the community. In a chilling twist, investigators later uncovered that Woodfield and Fix were connected through mutual acquaintances at Portland State University. This revelation added a disturbing layer to the crime, suggesting a calculated choice of victim rather than a random act of violence. However, despite this connection, law enforcement again found themselves at an impasse. The lack of concrete evidence linking Woodfield to the murders allowed him to slip through the cracks. This left him free to continue his reign of terror along the I-5 corridor. As 1980 faded into 1981, Woodfield's violence escalated. His crimes extended beyond murder to include a string of armed robberies along Interstate 5. On December 9, 1980, he robbed a gas station in Vancouver, Washington, wearing a fake beard. 4 days later, he held up an ice cream parlor in Eugene, Oregon. And on December 14, he robbed a drive-in restaurant in Albany, Oregon. He had a distinct modus operandi during these crimes, often using a disguise and brandishing a gun to intimidate his victims. In January 1981, Woodfield's rampage continued. He robbed the same Vancouver gas station for a second time and committed another robbery in Eugene. On January 12, he escalated his violence further by shooting and wounding a female clerk at a grocery store in Sutherland, Oregon. Then, on January 14, he invaded the home of two young sisters in Portland. His cruelty would leave a lasting scar on their lives. On January 18, 1981, Woodfield's actions took a deadly turn in Kaiser, Oregon. Entering an office building late at night, he encountered Sherry Hall and Lisa Garcia, two young women working the night shift as cleaners. Woodfield assaulted both women, then shot them, leaving them for dead. Sherry Hall succumbed to her injuries, but Lisa Garcia miraculously survived. Her survival would be pivotal in eventually bringing an end to the madness. But Woodfield wasn't done. Not long after the attack in Kaiser, Woodfield's path of destruction led him to Mountain Gate, California. On February 3, 1981, he entered the home of Donna Eckerd and her 14-year-old daughter, Janelle Jarvis. Both were later found in bed, each having been shot. This double murder shocked the quiet community. It underscored the escalating brutality of the I-5 killer. By February 1981, Woodfield's violent spree had captured the full attention of law enforcement across multiple states. Detectives from various jurisdictions collaborated, piecing together the puzzle that pointed to Woodfield. His erratic behavior, the connection to past victims, and the mounting eyewitness descriptions were tightening the noose. On March 5, 1981, Woodfield was brought into the Salem Police Department for interrogation. Evidence found in his Springfield apartment, including a spent .32 caliber bullet and a roll of tape similar to what had been used in the crimes, provided crucial links. Further, Lisa Garcia's identification of Woodfield in a photo lineup, along with other witness testimony, helped solidify the case. By March 16, Woodfield was indicted on multiple charges including murder, assault, and robbery. In the summer of 1981, Randall Woodfield stood trial in Salem for the murder of Sherry Hall and the attempted murder of Lisa Garcia. The trial captivated the nation, shedding light on the dark and violent path Woodfield had carved along the I-5. After just 3.5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Randy Woodfield was sentenced to life in prison plus 90 years, ensuring he would never walk free again. Randall Woodfield's reign of terror along the I-5 corridor left a trail of devastation and sorrow. While only convicted of one murder, the evidence, including DNA testing in 2012, suggested his crimes spanned much further, involving numerous assaults, robberies, and potential homicides. Woodfield's story is a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind even the most unsuspecting facades. To this day, he remains in the Oregon State Penitentiary, serving out his life sentence. Though justice was served, the questions of why and how such violence could manifest in one individual remain unanswered. The legacy of the I-5 murders still linger in the mists of the Pacific Northwest, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of evil. June 9th, 1911, Ardenwald, Oregon. You're settling in for the night in your modest 2-room cabin, the kind of temporary shelter that comes with buying property in a new development. Your wife, Ruth, seems troubled about something from her visit to her father's law office today, but she won't say what's bothering her. The children, 8-year-old Philip and 5-year-old Dorothy, are already asleep. Outside, the quiet suburb of Ardenwald feels safe and peaceful. You're a pipe fitter for Portland Gas Company, making an honest living, building a future for your blended family in Oregon's promising landscape. Around midnight, your neighbor's dog begins barking frantically. Something has disturbed the usual stillness of the night, but you don't hear footsteps approaching your cabin, and you also don't hear the axe being lifted from your neighbor's porch 3/4 of a mile away. You don't hear the killer draping clothing over your windows to block out any light. By morning, the clothing will still be hanging there, but inside your cabin, investigators will discover a scene so savage it will haunt Oregon for over a century. Because in the Pacific Northwest, where new communities rise from the wilderness and neighbors barely know each other's names, some crimes are so brutal they transcend time, leaving questions that echo through generations in victims whose stories refuse to be forgotten. This is Northern Crimes. On the night of June 9th, 1911, in the quiet suburb of Ardenwald, Oregon, a horrific crime would unfold that would shock the Pacific Northwest and remain unsolved for over a century. The Hill family, William, his wife Ruth, and Ruth's 2 young children from a previous marriage were brutally murdered in their modest 2-room cabin. What began as a peaceful evening would end in one of Oregon's most savage and enduring mysteries. William Hill was a 32-year-old pipe fitter from the Portland Gas Company who'd relocated from Minnesota with his family. His wife, Ruth, 33, was a former society girl whose father and brother were prominent Portland lawyers. She'd been previously married to a newspaper man who'd moved to Salt Lake City, leaving her to raise her 2 children, 8-year-old Philip and 5-year-old Dorothy. The family had purchased property in the new development of Ardenwald, seeking a fresh start in Oregon's promising landscape. On the day of the murders, Ruth had visited her father's law office and seemed visibly upset about something she never disclosed. That evening, the family retired to their temporary cabin, which consisted of only 2 rooms, a common living area with kitchen and a bedroom where the adults slept. According to a neighbor's account, his dog began barking around midnight, marking what investigators would later determine was the time of the attack. The killer had come prepared. Using an axe stolen from a neighbor's porch 3/4 of a mile away, the assailant systematically murdered the entire family. William and Ruth were found dead in their bed, both having been bludgeoned beyond recognition. The children met even more horrific fates, with Dorothy bearing the brunt of the violence. The scene revealed the calculated nature of the crime. The killer had draped clothing over the windows to prevent anyone from seeing inside during the attack. After the murders, he used the kitchen basin to clean himself, leaving bloody handprints on Dorothy's body. Most chillingly, Ruth's body had been deliberately positioned face up on top of her husband's, a final act of degradation by the killer. The family was discovered the morning of June 9th by a neighbor who realized William hadn't left for work as usual. The investigation that followed was led by recently elected Milwaukee Sheriff Mass and well-known private investigator L.L. Levings. Despite bringing in bloodhounds and questioning all the neighbors, they found no witnesses who could describe any suspicious persons in the area. Several suspects emerged during the investigation. Richard Holmberg was initially implicated by 2 young transients who claimed he'd held them as sex slaves, but their story was later debunked when police overheard them trying to coordinate their lies in jail. Frederick Alexander, known as a, quote, jungle man who lured children to his camp, became a favorite suspect of self-proclaimed criminologist George Thatcher. William Riggin confessed to the murders in 1918, but was found to be mentally incompetent. The most significant suspect was Nathan Harvey, the Hill family's neighbor who owned a large nursery adjacent to their property. Harvey had been in a bitter dispute with the Hills over property boundaries and had a disturbing family history. His brother had killed their mother before drowning himself in the Willamette River. There had also been another murder on Harvey's property when Charles Wilson killed Mamie Welch in the nursery area. Harvey was charged with the murders in December 1911, but the charges were ultimately dropped just 1 week later. Further investigation into Harvey's possible involvement was ceased in February 1912 following an inquest. Despite what investigators believed was strong evidence against him, Harvey never faced trial for the crimes. More than a century later, the Ardenwald axe murders remain unsolved. The case has been linked to other similar crimes, including the famous Villisca axe murders, with some theorizing about a traveling killer. Today, the brutal murders of the Hill family stand as a reminder of how some crimes transcend time, leaving questions that may never be answered and victims whose stories demand to be remembered. On April 10th, 1994, 4 young men met at Jason Brumwell's house in Eugene, Oregon, and discussed committing robbery to get money to buy marijuana. What began as a casual conversation about petty crime would escalate into one of the most brutal and senseless murders in Oregon history. A night of violence so shocking, it would forever change how the community viewed the capacity for evil among its youth. The 4 conspirators were Jason Brock, Dan Rabigo, Jason Brumwell, and Joel Brock. They decided to rob the Dairy Mart on Royal Avenue in Eugene, drawn by what they perceived as an easy target. That afternoon, they conducted reconnaissance, visiting the store to observe how many people worked there and whether there were surveillance cameras. After returning to Brumwell's house to finalize their plans, Jason Brock went to work, removing himself from the events that would follow. The remaining 3 drove to Michael Hayward's house to recruit him for the robbery. Hayward, who would become the central figure in this tragedy, agreed to participate and joined them in Joel Brock's car to discuss their plans. As they drove, they listened to death metal music while plotting their crime. Rabigo, Brumwell, and Brock considered themselves Satanists and were members of a death metal band. Hayward wasn't in the band, but he enjoyed the music. As Rabigo later testified, "We were all into evil, and we were all pretty much deathers." During their discussions, the 4 young men made a chilling decision that would transform their robbery into something far more sinister. They decided to kill their victims. They discussed whether they would carve satanic symbols on the victims' bodies and whether they would leave a message written in blood on the Dairy Mart wall. They drove to Rabigo's house to collect weapons, a dumbbell bar, a thin metal bar about 2 feet long with one pointed end, a chisel-type hammer, and a knife. At approximately 10:35 p.m., Donna Ream, one of the 2 clerks on duty at the Dairy Mart, saw Hayward standing outside the store window. He smiled and waved at her. a gesture that would haunt the investigators as they realized it was the calm before the storm. Just before 11 p.m., all 4 conspirators entered the store, each with an assigned role in the horror that was about to unfold. Hayward and Brock went to the back of the store where they encountered Francis Wall, the second clerk who was stocking the cooler. Meanwhile, Brumwell and Rabigo remained in the front with Reem. Brumwell holding the dumbbell bar over his head and emitting a deep growl that Reem later said sounded something from a Cannibal Corpse death metal album, demanded money from the register. Reem complied, but this was only the beginning. In the back of the store, Hayward struck Wall in the back of the head with the pointed metal bar, knocking her to the ground. As Wall tried to protect herself by putting her arms in front of her face, Hayward continued his assault, striking her 5 or 6 more times as hard as he could. The blows shattered Wall's skull. She later died at the scene. Brock left the store and drove his car away, waiting for the others. Brumwell joined Hayward in the back room, and together they led Reem to where Wall's body lay. Hayward told the others to hit her, expressing frustration that he had, quote, killed his, and wanted to know why Brumwell couldn't kill Reem. Despite Reem's desperate attempts to defend herself, Hayward and Brumwell struck her more than 50 times with the dumbbell and the metal rod. They also kicked her and stabbed her with a knife. Reem managed to run into the store's bathroom and tried to shut the door, but both her arms had been broken in multiple places. Hayward and Brumwell followed her, continuing their savage attack. The attack was interrupted when they heard the bell, indicating someone had entered the store. The assailants fled, and Reem, despite her horrific injuries, managed to call out to a young customer to call police. She then ran to a house across the street where residents let her in. Remarkably, despite losing almost half the blood in her body and suffering permanent damage to her arms and hands, Reem never lost consciousness and was later able to identify her attackers. Michael Hayward was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to death. Jason Brumwell received life in prison without parole. Daniel Rabigo and Joel Brock received lesser sentences in exchange for their testimony. The Dairy Mart murders remain a stark reminder of how quickly youthful rebellion can transform into unthinkable evil. On the evening of November 26, 1960, 19-year-old Larry Payton and his girlfriend Beverly Allen left the Payton home in Portland, Oregon, planning to go shopping at Lloyd's Center. It was Thanksgiving weekend, and Beverly had driven down from Washington to spend the holiday with Larry's family. The young couple, both college students who'd met while working at Crater Lake National Park that summer, were deeply in love and planning their future together, but they would never return home alive. Larry was a sophomore at Portland State College, while Beverly was a student at Western Washington University. They'd met during the summer of 1960 while working at Crater Lake, where Larry's father operated a motor lodge. After spending Thanksgiving with her family in Port Townsend, Washington, Beverly had driven to Portland to spend the holiday weekend with the Paytons before returning to school. When the couple failed to return home that Saturday night, Larry's parents initially weren't alarmed. The young couple rarely saw each other during the school year, so it seemed reasonable they might extend their evening together. But when Sunday came and went with no word from either Larry or Beverly, concern turned to panic. On Sunday evening, November 27th, police discovered Larry Ford's coupe parked on a dead-end road in Forest Park, a remote area in northwest Portland known as a lover's lane. Inside the vehicle, they found Larry's body. He'd been stabbed dozens of times and suffered a severe skull fracture from brutal beatings. His watch stopped at 11:22 p.m., marking what investigators believed was the time of the attack. The crime scene told a horrific story. Larry had clearly fought for his life. Mud on his clothing suggested he'd been outside the car during part of the attack. A knife was found on the hood of the vehicle, though it wasn't the murder weapon. Larry's own penknife was discovered on the ground nearby, indicating he'd tried to defend himself. A single bullet hole pierced the windshield, fired from inside the car, though no gun was found at the scene. Beverly was missing from the scene, but her belongings told a chilling tale. Her bloody coat, purse, necklace, and the front portion of her blood-stained blouse were found inside Larry's car. Her glasses, with one lens crushed, lay beside the vehicle. Most ominously, a portion of her broken fingernail was discovered in the car, evidence that would later prove crucial to the investigation. For 6 agonizing weeks, Beverly's family held on to hope that she might still be alive. But that hope was shattered on January 9, 1961, when highway workers discovered her body in a ravine along Sunset Highway, approximately 30 miles west of Portland. She'd been sexually assaulted and strangled, with her hands bound by green nylon cord, the same type of cord found near Larry's car. The investigation that followed became one of the largest in Portland's history, with over 2,200 people questioned and 453 suspects considered. Detective Earl Sun, nicknamed the Gray Fox, led the investigation with determination, but the case would remain cold for nearly 8 years. The breakthrough came in 1966 when a woman named Nikki Essex contacted police, claiming to have witnessed the murders. Her testimony led to the arrests of 3 men, brothers Edward and Carl Jorgensen and Robert Brahm. According to Essex, the men had encountered Larry and Beverly after a party in Forest Park, leading to a confrontation that turned deadly. Edward Jorgensen was convicted of first-degree murder in Beverly's death and second-degree murder in Larry's death, receiving life plus 25 years. Robert Brahm was convicted of first-degree murder of Larry and also received life plus 25 years. Carl Jorgensen was acquitted. However, the case remains controversial to this day. Both convicted men were released on parole after serving remarkably short sentences. Edward after just 3 years and Brahm after 7. Many questioned whether such lenient sentences would have been given if authorities truly believed in their guilt. And then there's a journalist, Phil Stanford, who's argued that the real killer may have been serial murderer Edward Wayne Edwards, who was in the Portland area at the time and later confessed to similar crimes. The mishandling of the crime scene and the loss of crucial evidence, including vaginal swabs from Beverly's body, means the truth may never be known. The murders of Larry Payton and Beverly Allen remain one of Portland's most haunting unsolved mysteries, a case where justice may have been denied and the real killer allowed to escape. On May 24, 2004, 19-year-old Brooke Wilberger was cleaning outdoor lamp fixtures at the Oak Park Apartments near Oregon State University in Corvallis when she vanished in broad daylight. What began as a routine maintenance task would become one of Oregon's most publicized missing persons cases, launching a massive search effort that would captivate the nation and ultimately expose the dark truth about a predator who'd been stalking young women across the Pacific Northwest. Brooke was the embodiment of wholesome American youth. A sophomore at Brigham Young University in Utah, she just finished her freshman year and was spending the summer in Corvallis, helping her sister Stephanie Hansen manage the Oak Park Apartments. Born on February 20th, 1985, Brooke was a devout member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, known for her bright smile, love of soccer, and dedication to her family and faith. On that fateful Monday morning, Brooke was cleaning the bulb covers of tall lamps that lined the apartment complex's parking lot. Her sister had left to drop off her child at preschool, leaving Brooke alone to complete the maintenance work. When Stephanie returned, she found a scene that would haunt her forever. Brooke's cleaning supplies sat abandoned at the base of a lamppost, and a pair of flip-flops lay askew on the asphalt, as if they'd been kicked off in a struggle. The disappearance triggered one of the largest search efforts in Oregon's history up to that point. Within hours, hundreds of volunteers joined law enforcement officers in scouring the area around Corvallis. The search expanded to cover over 1,000 acres, involving helicopters, search dogs, and even dive teams. The Mormon community rallied around the Wilberger family, with the local LDS Stake Center becoming the command post for volunteer searchers who came from across the Pacific Northwest. As days turned into weeks, the case attracted national attention. America's Most Wanted featured Brooke's story, and a reward fund grew to $30,000. Her parents, Greg and Cammie Wilberger, made emotional pleas for information, never losing hope that their daughter would be found alive. The family's faith sustained them through the darkest hours, with Greg expressing his belief that Brooke was still out there somewhere. The investigation initially focused on several persons of interest, including Sung Koo Kim, a man charged with stealing women's underwear from college dorms. However, Kim was eventually cleared when he provided an alibi. The case seemed destined to remain unsolved until a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. In November 2004, Joel Patrick Courtney was arrested in Albuquerque, New Mexico, for the kidnapping and rape of a University of New Mexico student. When New Mexico authorities ran Courtney's criminal history through Oregon's databases, they discovered he'd failed to appear in a Newport court on the day Brooke disappeared. Phone records showed Courtney had called the court from Corvallis that morning, claiming he was driving toward Newport but was running late. The connection was too significant to ignore. Courtney, a 39-year-old drifter with a history of violence against women, had been in Corvallis at the exact time and location of Brooke's disappearance. Further investigation revealed that Courtney's family had been cooperative with authorities, and evidence began mounting against him. In August 2005, Courtney was indicted on 19 counts related to Brooke's murder, including 14 counts of aggravated murder, one for each legal theory of how she was killed. The case was built on circumstantial evidence, including the discovery of a green minivan that had been seen driving erratically near Salem on the day of the disappearance. Despite the lack of Brooke's body, prosecutors felt confident they could prove Courtney's guilt. The case represented a milestone in Oregon legal history. Authorities were prepared to seek the death penalty in a murder case without recovering the victim's remains. In September 2009, facing the possibility of execution, Courtney finally broke his silence. In exchange for a life sentence without parole, he agreed to reveal the location of Brooke's remains. On September 21, 2009, more than 5 years after her disappearance, Brooke's body was recovered from a remote area in the Oregon Coast Range. Courtney's confession revealed the horrific truth. He'd abducted Brooke at knife point, bound her with duct tape, sexually assaulted her, and then bludgeoned her to death before hiding her body in the woods. The confession also revealed that Courtney had attempted to abduct 2 other younger women near Oregon State University on the same day, but both had managed to escape. The resolution of Brooke's case brought both closure and heartbreak to her family and the thousands of people who'd searched for her. Her mother, Cammie, expressed gratitude, even to Courtney, for finally telling the truth, demonstrating the remarkable grace that had sustained the family throughout their ordeal. Today, Brooke Wilberger's legacy lives on through the awareness her case brought, to the dangers faced by young women and the importance of community action in times of crisis. Her story remains a testament to the power of hope, faith, and the unbreakable bonds of family love. On December 12, 2008, a phone call to a Wells Fargo bank in Woodburn, Oregon, would set in motion one of the most shocking crimes in the state's history. What began as an apparent bank robbery attempt would escalate into a deadly bombing that claimed the lives of 2 police officers and exposed a father-son criminal partnership driven by desperation and anti-government hatred. The masterminds behind the tragedy were Bruce Turnage, 59, and his son Joshua, 34. 2 men whose lives had been marked by failure, financial ruin, and a growing resentment toward authority. Bruce was a construction worker and farmer who'd lost his Nevada property to foreclosure and was struggling to make ends meet in Oregon. Joshua, following in his father's footsteps, had a history of petty crime and unemployment. Together, they'd started a biodiesel company called BD Oil, but by December 2008, the business was failing and they couldn't even make their rent payments. The plan they hatched was as audacious as it was deadly. On that Friday morning, Joshua called the Wells Fargo bank and spoke to a 22-year-old teller named Karen Valadez. In a chilling voice, he told her,
"If you value your life and the life of your employees, you need to get out because I'm going to kill you."
He instructed the bank employees to evacuate and go to an area outside where they would find a cell phone for further communication. Crucially, he also mentioned that he was contacting the nearby West Coast Bank, the second target in their scheme. But this wasn't a typical bank robbery. The Turnages had constructed a sophisticated explosive device, a bomb designed to look like a hoax but deadly enough to kill anyone who tried to disarm it. Their plan was to demand ransom money in exchange for not detonating the device, but something went wrong with their scheme. Police responded to both banks, but it was at the West Coast Bank where they discovered the deadly device. When officers found what appeared to be a suspicious package outside the West Coast Bank building, Oregon State Police Senior Trooper William Highcomb, an experienced bomb technician, was called to examine it. As rain began to fall, Highcomb made a fateful decision. He would move the device inside the bank to examine it more carefully, away from the weather. Inside the West Coast Bank, with Woodburn Police Captain Tom Tennant and Police Chief Scott Russell nearby, Highcomb began his examination of the green box. What he didn't know was that the device was designed to explode when tampered with. At approximately 4:30 p.m., the bomb detonated with devastating force. The explosion instantly killed both Highcomb and Tennant. Chief Russell suffered catastrophic injuries. One leg was completely blown off, and he was bleeding profusely from the other. Detective Nick Wilson, who'd been investigating at the Wells Fargo Bank, rushed to the scene and used his belt as a tourniquet, saving Russell's life. A bank employee also suffered minor injuries from the blast. The investigation that followed was immense, involving 265 investigators from multiple agencies. The breakthrough came when investigators found a cell phone at the scene, the same phone Joshua had mentioned in his threatening call. Surveillance footage from a Walmart showed a man purchasing the phone and driving away in a blue truck registered to Bruce Turnage. Within days, both father and son were arrested. The evidence against them was overwhelming. The phone records, surveillance footage, and materials found at Bruce's property that matched components of the bomb. During questioning, the true scope of their anti-government beliefs became clear. They feared that the incoming Obama administration would restrict gun ownership and had discussed their hatred of law enforcement. In 2010, both Bruce and Joshua Turnage were convicted on multiple counts, including aggravated murder. They were sentenced to death, though their sentences were later commuted to life without parole following changes in Oregon's law. The Woodburn Bank bombing stands as one of Oregon's most senseless tragedies, a crime born of financial desperation and ideological hatred that cost two dedicated public servants their lives. William Highcomb and Tom Tennant died doing their duty, trying to protect their community from a threat they couldn't have imagined. Their sacrifice serves as a reminder of the dangers faced by those who serve and protect, and the devastating consequences when desperation turns to violence. From the axe murders of Ardenwald to the bombing in Woodburn, these cases reveal the extremes of violence Oregon has witnessed. Some solved, others still shadowed by uncertainty. And in a state where the line between wilderness and community is never far apart, there's always the possibility that another story waits just beyond the edge of what we know. The Molalla Forest, a vast wilderness area spanning over 60,000 acres in the Cascade Mountains of Oregon. It's known for its rugged terrain, picturesque landscapes, and an array of abundant wildlife. But in the 1980s, it became infamous for something far more evil. It was the hunting ground of Dayton Leroy Rogers, a prolific serial killer who terrorized the area for years, leaving a trail of death, destruction, and paralyzing fear. This is Northern Crimes.
The material we're going to discuss this morning is very disturbing, and we will have some pictures that are considered graphic. Do you remember Dayton Leroy Rogers?
Who can forget him?
He was considered Oregon's worst serial killer. He brutalized, he tortured, he abused women for about 15 years until he finally, his bloodlust just took over and he started killing prostitutes. He started killing women, and it wasn't until the 8th woman was killed that he was actually apprehended.
Dayton Rogers is one of the most notorious serial killers in the history of Oregon. Between the years of 1983 to 1987, he murdered at least 7 women, mostly street workers and drug addicts, in a brutal and sadistic manner. Rogers had a chilling routine. He'd scour the streets for prostitutes, lure them into his car, then drive them to a desolate area. There, he would bind them tightly, silencing their cries, before ruthlessly assaulting and killing them. His sinister pattern repeated again and again, with each victim meeting a gruesome fate. He was known as the Molalla Forest Killer, and his reign of terror left the shocked state of Oregon reeling. But who was Dayton Leroy Rogers, and what led him to commit such heinous crimes? Dayton Leroy Rogers was born in Moscow, Idaho, in 1953. He grew up in a working-class family and, by all accounts, had a relatively normal childhood. However, there were signs that all was not well. He was a loner, often withdrawn and moody. He had a tendency to get in trouble with the law, and he displayed deviant behavior that worried his family. In 7th grade, he was arrested for shooting a BB gun at passing cars. As Dayton grew older, his behavior became more erratic. He dropped out of school, and he drifted from job to job. He had a string of failed relationships, and he began to spend more and more time in the Molalla forest. For Dayton, the forest was a place of refuge, a place where he could escape from the pressures of society, but it was also a place where he could indulge his darkest fantasies. In 1972, at the age of 18, Rogers committed his first known attack. Hoping for a romantic encounter with his girlfriend, he drove her to a secluded area just outside Eugene, Oregon. There, he assaulted her and, out of nowhere, stabbed her in the abdomen. After taking her to the hospital, he was arrested and sentenced to 4 years probation. But his behaviors only escalated. The following year, Rogers assaulted 2 teenage girls in the Lane County area, attacking them with a glass bottle. For this, he was institutionalized at the Oregon State Mental Hospital. After his release in 1974, Rogers met and married a woman named Sherry Miller, and after 7 months of dating, they got married. But marriage couldn't curb his inner demons, and in December 1975, Rogers was arrested and indicted, this time on suspicion of rape. But in a twist of fate, the jury found him not guilty. Then, in 1977, he was again charged with rape, this time pleading innocent by reason of insanity. Dayton was convicted, but only received a 5-year jail sentence. In his closing remarks, the state prosecutor was quoted as saying,
"Dayton Leroy Rogers is a murder waiting to happen."
It's difficult to understand how a monster like Dayton Leroy Rogers could slip through the cracks again and again. Perhaps it was simple chance, but oddly enough, his curious luck is similar to another serial killer from Alaska, Robert Hansen, who was let out of prison again and again, only to murder 17 women in the wilderness of Alaska. Whatever the case, Dayton Rogers was released from prison in 1982. In hindsight, this would be a calculation with terrible consequences. On August 7th, 1987, at around 3 o'clock in the morning, patrons at a Denny's restaurant in Clackamas County heard the terrified screams of a woman. One of the witnesses ran toward the source of the wailing, but as he got closer, the cries stopped. It was then that he observed a man, bloody knife in hand, standing between the woman's legs. When the witness yelled at the man, he took off running, got into a pickup truck, and fled the scene. The witness called the police, then began attending to the injured woman, who was naked, bleeding heavily, with labored breathing. Within minutes, paramedics arrived and transported the woman to the hospital. Meanwhile, another patron from the restaurant had followed the knife-wielding attacker to his home, writing down his license plate. Back at the hospital, the woman, who had been identified as 25-year-old Jennifer Smith, tragically died from her severe wounds. Shortly thereafter, police arrived at the door of the attacker and arrested him. His name was Dayton Leroy Rogers. Over the next few weeks, police conducted an investigation of the murder of Jennifer Smith. The night of the murder, they had recovered the murder weapon, which Rogers had thrown to the ground during his escape. In subsequent searches of his house and the shop where he worked, police uncovered a trove of evidence, including a hacksaw, boots with blood on them, burned women's clothing, miniature vodka bottles, as well as multiple bloodstains in his house, the workshop, and his vehicle. Police wondered what all this evidence could mean. It would take them just a few short weeks to find out. On August 31st, 1987, a bow hunter walking through the Molalla forest discovered a woman's body beneath some matted ferns. He immediately called police and later took them to the corpse. Over the course of the following week, the bodies of 6 more women were found in the same general area. All the bodies were naked and in various stages of decomposition. During autopsies, the medical examiner estimated that the bodies had been in the forest for 1 to 3 months. The women were identified as follows: Retha Marie Giles, age 16, Lisa Marie Mock, age 23, Nandus Noni K. Cervantes, age 26, Cynthia Dee Diane DeVore, age 24, Christine Lotus Adams, age 35, and Maureen Ann Hodge, age 26. A 7th victim could not be identified. The injuries were horrific, with commonalities between the victims being strangulation, stab wounds in the back, and feet cut off above the ankles. Other evidence at the dump site included orange juice in vodka bottles, a knife with human tissue on it, as well as several items that had been tied into knots, including pantyhose, shoelaces, rope, and cloth. It didn't take police long to realize that Dayton Rogers was most likely the killer. In February 1988, while the state's investigation of the Molalla Forest killings continued, Rogers was indicted, tried, and convicted for aggravated murder for causing the death of Jennifer Smith. He was sentenced to life in prison. During the guilt phase of that trial, the court refused to permit the introduction of evidence regarding the Molalla Forest victims, but investigators hoped that they could deal with that later. Shortly thereafter, Rogers was indicted for the killings of the 6 identified Molalla Forest victims. He was charged with 2 counts of aggravated murder for each of the victims, and this time, the state would seek the death penalty. During the second trial, which began in March 1989, the state presented evidence that the 6 Molalla Forest victims were prostitutes. So they offered the testimony of 11 other prostitutes who had, quote, dated Rogers. The witnesses testified about Rogers' conduct during their encounters with him, and it was devastating. They talked about his habit of mixing vodka from miniature bottles into small plastic orange juice containers. Several of the witnesses testified that Rogers took them to areas in or near the Molalla forest. They also testified about his violent sexual proclivities, including tying their hands and feet tightly behind them, threatening to cut their breasts and feet with a knife, and deceiving them about his intentions concerning their, quote, dates. Eventually, the jury convicted Rogers on all counts of the 6 indictments. On Wednesday, June 7, 1989, the jury unanimously decided that Rogers had intentionally killed his victims without provocation, and that he would continue to pose a threat to society. The judge sentenced him to death by lethal injection. In the United States, the death penalty is a contentious topic. It's not uncommon for criminals that are sentenced to death to eventually have those sentences overturned, and that's exactly what happened to Dayton Leroy Rogers. In 2000, the Oregon Supreme Court upheld his convictions, but his sentence of death was overturned. Since that time, Rogers has come before the court many times, each time the state hoping to reinstate the death penalty, and each time failing. Ultimately, Rogers received a 4th death sentence, but again, the wheels of justice spun too slow. Recently, Governor Kate Brown signed a new law limiting aggravating factors needed for the death penalty, leading to the overturning of Rogers' death sentence on November 12, 2021. Governor Brown later commuted all death sentences in Oregon to life without parole on December 13, 2022. As recently as 2022, families of the victims continue to seek justice for their loved ones, but as of yet, Dayton Leroy Rogers continues to serve out his life sentence at Two Rivers Correctional Institution in Umatilla. Rogers has never spoken with authorities about the murders, and he continues to hold the secrets of what he knows deep within himself. It's hard to come to terms with the savagery of serial killers like Dayton Leroy Rogers. Maybe we'll never understand his motives. But what we can do is honor the innocent human beings that lost their lives.
You're watching Northern Crimes.
On a cold January evening in 1970, a 17-year-old girl walked alone across a hospital parking lot in Olympia, Washington. The yellow interior light of her station wagon flickered on, and moments later, Patricia Garrison collapsed beside it, bleeding from nearly 20 stab wounds. A hospital employee found her barely conscious. Before slipping into shock, Patricia uttered a few cryptic words. She suggested she wasn't supposed to say who had driven her there. She held on for 32 hours before succumbing to her injuries. Her lungs had been punctured. One wound pierced her skull. On the front seat of her car lay a bloodied knife, believed to be the murder weapon, surrounded by smears that told only part of the story. This brutal attack stunned Olympia, but it wasn't an isolated event. Over the next few years, the quiet capital and surrounding Thurston County would become the backdrop for a series of killings and disappearances that shook the community and left investigators chasing shadows. This is Northern Crimes. Four years after Patricia Garrison's murder, another young life disappeared, this time without a sound. On May 25th, 1974, 14-year-old Brenda Joy Baker vanished while hitchhiking near Puyallup, Washington. It was a warm spring day, and Brenda had told friends she planned to meet a soldier stationed at Fort Lewis. In the 1970s, hitchhiking was common among teens, seen more as a rite of passage than a risk. Brenda was one of 7 children and had a history of running away, but this time felt different. She hadn't packed a bag or taken any money. When she didn't come home for the evening, her parents grew alarmed. They filed a missing person report before the day was over. For weeks, the silence deepened. Then, on June 17, 1974, 3 hikers wandering the edge of Miller Sylvania State Park stumbled across something terrible. Near a clearing, partially hidden beneath 2 logs and a scattering of brush, lay the decomposing remains of a young girl. The scene was bleak. From the waist up, the body had nearly disintegrated. Time, heat, and the elements had erased her features. Only through dental records could authorities confirm it was Brenda. The medical examiner estimated she'd been dead for nearly a month, likely killed not long after she disappeared. The cause was listed as probable strangulation or knife wounds, but the advanced decomposition left little certainty. Her death, it turned out, wasn't the only one. Just months earlier, in November 1973, 14-year-old Catherine Devine had also vanished while hitchhiking, this time near Olympia. Her body was discovered in Capitol State Forest 11 days later. Her throat had been slashed, her clothing torn open, the remote woods a silent witness to another act of violence. 2 teenage girls, both hitchhiking alone, both found dead in wooded areas of Thurston County, both left behind barely a trace of their final hours. The similarities were chilling, and for investigators, it was no longer possible to view these cases in isolation. As detectives worked to piece together what had happened to Catherine Devine and Brenda Baker, unsettling connections began to surface. Both girls were young, just 14. Both were last seen hitchhiking near Olympia, and both were found murdered in remote forested areas of Thurston County, left exposed to the elements and the passing of time. The parallels were striking, and then came something far stranger. An anonymous caller phoned the Thurston County Sheriff's Department in the months following the murders. He claimed that in late November 1973, around the time Catherine Devine went missing, he'd been grouse hunting deep in the woods when he stumbled upon a shack. Inside, he saw a man with 2 girls, both around 12 to 14 years old. The caller said he sensed something was wrong, but left without intervening. When he later returned to the area in January, the shack had been abandoned. What remained, however, was grim. The carcasses of 6 dogs and 1 cat, skinned and stripped of their bones, littered the surrounding area. The bizarre scene raised questions about what had really taken place there. In early June 1974, the man claimed to have returned again and saw the same man near the shack. This time, when he returned with a friend on June 20, they were allegedly shot at. The timeline echoed the disappearances of Catherine and Brenda. While authorities couldn't verify all the details, the reports painted a disturbing picture: a remote hideout, repeated sightings, and potential threats to others who got too close. Additional witness reports added weight to the growing fear. A Seattle man named Bill Sullivan told investigators he'd seen a girl matching Brenda Baker's description hitchhiking near the Scott Lake interchange on I-5 in May 1974. He recalled her getting into an older, light-colored panel truck driven by a bearded man. The detail was chilling and specific. Despite these leads, investigators hit a familiar wall. Without hard evidence, no names, no vehicle plates, no physical proof, they couldn't identify a suspect. But the pattern was there: 2 girls gone, 2 bodies in the woods, eyewitnesses pointing to a danger lurking just beneath the surface, and it wasn't over. As the investigations into Catherine Devine and Brenda Baker's murders dragged on, another name began to cast a long and chilling shadow across the Pacific Northwest: Ted Bundy. By the mid-1970s, Bundy had become one of North America's most feared serial killers. His trail of terror stretched along multiple states, including Washington, where he admitted to killing at least 11 women. His victims were often young, white women with long brown hair parted down the middle, and his method was disturbingly calculated, luring them in with charm or fake injuries before attacking. The timeline of Bundy's known crimes overlapped with the murders in Thurston County. In May 1974, the month Brenda Baker vanished, Bundy was living in Seattle at the Rogers rooming house and working for the Department of Emergency Services in Olympia. That put him less than 2 hours away from both the place Brenda was last seen and the wooded park where her body was found. And the similarities didn't end there. Brenda and Catherine matched Bundy's victim profile: hitchhiking alone, found in forested areas, and killed within his active timeline. The pieces seemed to fit. For years, many believed Bundy was the prime suspect. Even Bill Devine, Catherine's father, came to believe it.
I needed to think it was somebody I could blame.
But behind the circumstantial similarities, doubts remained. Bundy had never confessed to either murder, and while he later claimed to have committed crimes too brutal to admit, no forensic evidence ever tied him to Brenda or Catherine. In the absence of clear answers, the myth of Bundy loomed large. His name became a convenient placeholder, a dark figure to attach to the unknown. But in time, the truth would take a much different shape. In 2001, with forensic DNA analysis now advanced enough to re-examine old evidence, investigators sent samples from the Catherine Devine case to the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory. The results were immediate and shocking. The DNA didn't match Ted Bundy. Instead, it pointed to William Cosden Jr., a man that had been in the case file from the very beginning. Cosden wasn't a stranger to law enforcement. In fact, he'd been an early suspect back in 1973. He worked at the Restover truck stop, a family business near where Catherine was last seen. Witnesses had reported seeing blood on his clothing and in his truck on the night Catherine disappeared. And just hours later, that same truck mysteriously caught fire and burned. Yet with no hard evidence, investigators couldn't make the case. The blood and hair samples collected in 1973 were inconclusive. Without a confession or stronger physical evidence, the case stalled. In 1986, deputies returned and collected updated samples of Cosden's blood, hair, and saliva. But it wasn't until 15 years later, using modern DNA technology, that those samples finally connected him to the crime scene. When confronted, Cosden initially denied knowing Catherine Devine. Later, he admitted to having sex with her, but insisted he hadn't killed her. On March 7, 2002, the Thurston County Sheriff's Office announced that DNA evidence had ruled out Ted Bundy and identified William Cosden Jr. as the man responsible for Catherine Devine's murder. He was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, nearly 30 years after the crime. For investigators, it was the moment they'd waited decades to see. For the Devine family, it was the beginning of long-delayed justice. On July 29, 2002, nearly 29 years after Catherine Devine's murder, a jury in Thurston County Superior Court delivered its verdict: guilty. William Cosden Jr. was convicted of first-degree murder. Judge Daniel Burschauer sentenced him to life in prison, calling him a danger to society who should never be released. For the Devine family, the moment brought both grief and relief. Nearly 3 decades of unanswered questions had finally led to justice.
For us, it's been 28 years of thoughts and thoughts and thoughts. It's finished. There's a justice system, and it works.
But while Catherine's killer was finally behind bars, the case of Brenda Joy Baker remained unresolved, and the similarities between the two murders raised an uncomfortable question: was Cosden responsible for both? Cosden's conviction offered long-awaited answers, but it also raised new and troubling questions. The similarities between Devine's case and that of Brenda Baker were hard to ignore. Both victims, teenage girls, both had last been seen hitchhiking alone, both were found dead in wooded areas of Thurston County, and both had connections to the Restover truck stop where Cosden had worked. It seemed more than a coincidence. Some investigators believe that Cosden, not Bundy, was responsible for Brenda's murder as well. The proximity of the crime scenes to Cosden's family businesses only deepened suspicions. But there was one problem: evidence. Brenda's body had been exposed to the elements for over a month before it was found. The advanced decomposition made it impossible to collect viable DNA. Unlike Catherine's case, there was no forensic trail, only circumstantial links and fading memories. Cosden was never charged in Brenda's case, and without new leads, her murder remained stuck in limbo, too cold to solve, too close to forget. Her parents never got answers. Her father died in 1979. Her mother passed away in 1989, just days before Ted Bundy was executed in Florida. Brenda's case became a symbol of how time and silence can erase even the strongest suspicions. In June 2024, the Thurston County Sheriff's Office launched a new cold case and missing persons unit. Led by Detective George Opplinger and Special Deputy Jim Lindsay, the two-person team is focused solely on solving the county's long-standing mysteries. The unit was made possible by a voter-approved public safety tax, giving investigators the resources to re-examine long-forgotten evidence. As of 2024, there are 30 active missing persons cases in Thurston County. 8 sets of unidentified remains found between 1981 and 2018 still await names. One of those cases is Patricia Garrison, murdered in 1970, her killer still unknown. But with new forensic tools, especially genetic genealogy, there's renewed hope that some answers may finally emerge. The murders that shook Olympia in the 1970s left more than grief in their wake. They reshaped a community. What had once felt like a quiet, safe corner of the Pacific Northwest was now a place where parents locked their doors earlier, where young women thought twice before hitchhiking, and where the woods, so familiar and serene, suddenly felt darker. For investigators, the memories remain vivid. Patricia Garrison's body beside her car, Catherine Devine in Capitol State Forest, Brenda Baker beneath a tangle of brush in Miller, Sylvania. William Cosden's conviction brought justice for one family, but it left others with questions that still haven't been answered. Was Cosden hiding more than one victim? What really happened to Brenda Joy Baker? And who stabbed Patricia Garrison on that cold January night? These cases stand as unresolved chapters, lives cut short, families left waiting, and communities left marked by unanswered questions. But they also reflect something else, the persistence of those who refuse to forget, the power of forensic science, and the belief that even in the darkest shadows, truth can still emerge. In Olympia and across the country, cold cases grow colder every year, but they're never truly forgotten, and sometimes, even decades later, justice has a way of catching up. Oregon's stunning natural beauty, its towering mountains, dense forests, and tranquil rivers. For a lot of people, it offers the perfect escape into the wilderness. But beneath this peaceful appearance, the remote corners of Oregon's campgrounds conceal a dark history. Within these quiet, isolated spaces lie a multitude of unsolved mysteries and very violent tragedies. Today, we'll look into a series of chilling campground murders that have left communities horrified, families devastated, and law enforcement searching for answers. How could such horrific acts occur in places meant for peace and solitude? As we unravel these stories, the contrast between Oregon's natural beauty and its sometimes hidden dangers becomes disturbingly clear. This is the true story of the Oregon Campground Murders, and this is Northern Crimes. In the calm wilderness of the Siskiyou Mountains, nestled deep within Oregon's lush forests, the Cowden family embarked on what was supposed to be a peaceful Labor Day weekend in 1974. Richard Cowden, his wife Belinda, and their two young children, David and Melissa, were enjoying the tranquility of nature. But the Siskiyou Mountains would soon be shattered by a chilling and unexplained tragedy. How could an ordinary family disappear without a trace, only for their remains to be found months later in a grotesque scene that continues to baffle investigators? This is the mystery of the Cowden family murders, one of Oregon's most haunting unsolved cases. Richard Cowden was a hardworking 28-year-old logging truck driver providing for his family in White City, Oregon. His wife, 22-year-old Belinda, was a devoted mother to their two children, 5-year-old David and 5-month-old Melissa. The family had a love for the outdoors and they enjoyed spending time in nature, so their decision to camp at Carberry Creek over the holiday weekend was a natural choice. Known as a tight-knit and loving family, their disappearance would leave a haunting void in the lives of those who knew them. On September 1st, 1974, Richard and his son David made a short trip to a local store in Copper, Oregon, to buy some milk. This would be the last confirmed sighting from anyone in the Cowden family. That evening, when the family failed to arrive for dinner at Belinda's mother's house, which was located less than a mile from their campsite, concern quickly turned to panic. Belinda's mother rushed to the campground only to find an eerie scene. The family's truck parked with the keys inside, a diaper bag and purse left out, cold water in the dishpan, and half-finished milk sitting on the table. The family's pet dog, Droopy, was later found scratching at a local store's door, but there was no sign of Richard, Belinda, David, or Melissa. The disappearance of the Cowden family sparked one of the largest search efforts in Oregon's history. Law enforcement, volunteers, and even the National Guard scoured the dense wilderness surrounding the campsite. Helicopters, bloodhounds, and search parties combed through the rugged terrain, but days turned into weeks with no sign of the family. The lack of any substantial leads frustrated investigators, and the case quickly grew cold. But this was only the beginning. 7 months later, the mystery took a grim turn when two gold prospectors stumbled upon the decomposed remains of the Cowdens 7 miles from their campsite. Richard was found tied to a tree, while Belinda, David, and Melissa were discovered in a shallow cave nearby. Belinda and David had been shot with a .22 caliber weapon, and baby Melissa's skull had been crushed. Despite exhaustive efforts, the investigation was marred by a lack of physical evidence, and no murder weapon was ever recovered. To this day, the Cowden family murders remain unsolved. While suspicion fell on a local man, Dwayne Lee Little, a convicted murderer who was in the area at the time, no concrete evidence has ever linked him to the Cowden family's deaths. Little was later convicted of another violent crime, but the murders of the Cowden family continue to elude justice. The case stands as one of Oregon's most perplexing mysteries, and the remote Siskiyou Mountains still harbor secrets that may never come to light. The memory of the Cowden family lingers, a tragic reminder of the dark unknown that can exist even in the most peaceful of places. In the quiet, mist-shrouded woods of the Oregon coast, a chilling mystery unfolded over Thanksgiving weekend in 1987. Alain Malissard, a 27-year-old French adventurer cycling across North America, was found brutally murdered at a closed campground near Nesquin Creek. His dream of exploring North America's vast landscapes was abruptly cut short in a crime that remains unsolved to this day. Who would want to kill this joyful traveler, and why? The answers have eluded investigators for decades, leaving behind only haunting questions and a cold case shrouded in mystery. Alain Malissard was a young man filled with an adventurous spirit. Born and raised in France, he had a passion for cycling from an early age. After saving his money for years, Alain embarked on the trip of a lifetime, planning to bike across Canada and the United States. By the time he reached the U.S. in late 1987, he'd already covered thousands of miles. Described by friends and family as cheerful, full of life, and kind-hearted, Alain was living his dreams until he met a tragic and untimely end in the peaceful Oregon wilderness. On Thanksgiving Day, 1987, Alain's lifeless body was discovered at Nesquin Creek Campground, a primitive Forest Service campsite closed for the season. His journey had taken him to the Oregon coast where he stopped to camp for the night, but something went horribly wrong. Alain was struck on the back of the head by an unknown object, likely taken by surprise as he settled in for the evening. There were no obvious signs of a robbery or motive, but his bicycle and personal belongings were left untouched. Despite his quiet solo travels, Alain's brutal death was anything but peaceful. The initial investigation into Alain's murder was fraught with challenges. Law enforcement agencies struggled to gather sufficient evidence, and the crime scene itself was compromised, whether by the perpetrator or law enforcement themselves remains unclear. Oregon State Police investigators expressed frustration over the lack of forensic evidence, later admitting that modern investigative tools might have made a difference. As the investigation proceeded, suspicion briefly turned toward fern harvesters in the area, but this lead went nowhere. A deeper exploration of possible suspects, including a local activist named Darrell Dino Butler, also came up empty. Decades later, filmmaker Tom Olson Jr. would attempt to piece together the fragments of this case for his documentary, Old Growth Murder. But even after 10 years of research, no new answers were found. Today, the murder of Alain Malissard remains unsolved, leaving behind a trail of grief for his family and an unresolved case for investigators. Alain's parents visited the Oregon coast years after their son's death, seeking closure at the site where his life was taken. The documentary, Old Growth Murder, continues to shine a light on the case, raising questions about investigative failures and the potential impact of modern forensic techniques. But despite this renewed interest, Alain's killer has never been found. His dream of adventure ended in tragedy, leaving a haunting mystery on the Oregon coast that still hovers over the Nescoin Creek campground. In the serene woods near the California-Oregon border, a peaceful camping trip in 2012 turned into a nightmare. Chris McCallum, a devoted father of two, was out for what seemed like a quiet weekend with his wife, Patricia. But beneath the surface, a dark plan was unfolding, one that would end in devastating tragedy. How did a family outing result in Chris's untimely death? This is the chilling story of betrayal and loss that shocked everyone who knew him. Chris McCallum was a 34-year-old husband and father from Medford, Oregon. Described by friends and family as kind and caring, Chris always put his children first. Despite the struggles in his marriage, Chris was determined to make things work for the sake of his family. A hardworking man, he dreamed of providing a stable life for his loved ones. Tragically, this loving father's life was cut short in a way that no one could have predicted. On November 20th, 2012, Chris McCallum's body was found at the base of a steep cliff in the rural Applegate Creek area. He'd been reported missing after not returning from a camping trip with his wife, Patricia. But what initially appeared to be an unfortunate accident quickly turned suspicious. As investigators pieced together the events, it became clear that Chris had not fallen by accident. He'd been the victim of a calculated plan involving his wife, Patricia McCallum, and her former stepsister, Amber. This once serene campsite had turned into the setting of a deeply troubling crime. The investigation into Chris's death uncovered a shocking conspiracy. Patricia and Amber had plotted to harm Chris during their camping trip. Amber later testified that they'd set the plan in motion, serving Chris drinks while secretly staying sober themselves. As Chris slept, Patricia shot him multiple times before rolling him over the embankment. With Amber's cooperation, the authorities gathered enough evidence to arrest Patricia, who was charged with her husband's death. The case revealed a web of deception and betrayal, leaving investigators and the local community shaken. In 2016, Patricia McCallum was found guilty and sentenced to 50 years to life in prison for her role in Chris's death. During the trial, Chris's family shared their pain, expressing their deep loss and devastation. Despite Patricia's claims of innocence, the evidence presented in court pointed to her involvement beyond a reasonable doubt. Today, Chris's family continues to mourn the loss of a beloved father, son, and friend. While justice has been served, the memory of this tragedy hangs in the air, reminding us of the fragility of life and the importance of unwavering trust in those we hold close. In the summer of 2005, two beloved educators, Stephen Hagen and Jeanette Bauman, ventured into the woods of Willamette National Forest. But what should have been a quiet retreat turned into a chilling nightmare. Their bodies were later discovered at a remote campsite, and it sparked one of Oregon's most unsettling murder investigations. Who could have brutally ended the lives of two people who dedicated their days to teaching and caring for kids? Stephen Haugen, 54, was a middle school counselor and track coach at West Ridge Middle School in Oak Ridge, Oregon. Known as Mr. H, or Coach, He was beloved by his students and colleagues alike for his kindness and dedication to education. Jeanette Bauman, 56, had recently moved to Oak Ridge to teach after years of inspiring students in Montana and Washington. Both were passionate about the outdoors and often spent their free time camping and enjoying nature. Their friends and family described them as generous, caring, and full of life, two people who had no enemies. On July 1st, 2005, campers in the Staley Creek area south of Oak Ridge made a grim discovery: the lifeless bodies of Stephen, Jeanette, and their dog Caesar. The couple had been shot multiple times at their remote campsite. Investigators found evidence that suggested they'd been shot from a distance before being shot again at close range. Their car, a 1994 GMC Jimmy, was missing its license plates, and several personal items, including a revolver and custom fishing rods, were gone. But was this a robbery gone wrong, or was there something more disturbing at play? The Lane Sheriff County's office quickly launched an investigation, but the case grew cold almost as soon as it began. Despite interviewing campers in the area and spending 10 days searching the woods, no one reported hearing any gunshots. Investigators would later find shell casings from both a high and low-powered weapon, adding to the mystery. Some authorities, including the FBI, theorized that this could have been the work of a so-called, quote, super hunter, a person who becomes territorial over certain areas of public land and eliminates intruders. There was even some theories that Alaskan serial killer Israel Keyes might be involved, but these leads went nowhere. Despite following up on other leads and testing items found at the scene for DNA, the case remains unsolved. Nearly 2 decades later, the murders of Stephen Haugen and Jeanette Bauman are still a mystery. Family members, including Stephen's daughter Kelly and Jeanette's son Dan, continue to search for closure. They regularly visit the crime scene, and they've built a memorial in honor of their loved ones. Though the investigation is stalled, new advances in DNA testing and forensic science give the families hope that the case might still be solved. With a $10,000 reward for information and several persons of interest still on the investigators' radar, the search for answers continue. But the question remains, will justice ever be served? Oregon's wilderness holds a dark secret. Beneath its serene exterior, remote campgrounds have become scenes of brutal crimes, and these unsolved cases haunt both families and investigators. Years have passed, yet the perpetrators remain at large. The wilderness guards its secrets while those left behind continue their search for answers. As time marches on, a pressing question looms. Will justice ever be served, or will the truth remain hidden in Oregon's vast expanse? These Oregon campground murders serve as a chilling reminder that even the most tranquil places can conceal unspeakable horrors.
You're watching Northern Crimes.
The Oregon coast is a place of distinct beauty, where rocky shores meet pristine beaches. In the summer, it's a haven, drawing Oregonians seeking refuge from the inland heat. But when autumn arrives, the coast transforms. Massive waves crash onto the shores, thick fog cloaks the landscape, and torrents of rain lash the coast. This wild and untamed place hides dark secrets, veiled within the mysterious fog. And on a cold January night in 1995, 2 teenage girls, Jennifer Essen and Karen Leese, left a friend's house after a night of watching movies. They decided to walk home along Highway 101, the coastal road that threads its way through this magnificent yet treacherous landscape. But they never made it. Their bodies were found weeks later, covered with brush, in a secluded wooded area near Moolac Beach. They'd been strangled. Unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident. For nearly 3 decades, the Oregon coast has been haunted by a series of eerily similar unsolved murders, leaving families and investigators searching for answers. This is Northern Crimes. In May 1992, 19-year-old Sheila Swanson and 17-year-old Melissa Sanders went camping with the Sanders family at Beverly Beach State Park. Restless and seeking change, they decided to head back to Sweet Home, Oregon. They were last seen around 11 p.m. using a payphone near the campground, trying to contact someone for a ride. When the girls didn't return, their families grew worried and contacted the authorities. Initial search efforts focused on the campground and surrounding areas, but there was no trace of Sheila or Melissa. Flyers were distributed, and pleas for information were made through local media, but the case quickly grew cold as no leads surfaced. 5 months later, on October 13, 1992, 2 sets of skeletal remains were discovered near Highway 20, east of Newport. Loggers working in the isolated, wooded area stumbled upon the remains and immediately notified the authorities. The remains were identified as Sheila and Melissa. The medical examiner couldn't determine the exact cause of death, but confirmed they had met with foul play. The discovery of their bodies brought attention to a series of unsolved mysteries along the Oregon coast. Despite the grim finding, the investigation faced significant challenges. The remote location and the time elapsed since their disappearance meant that crucial evidence had likely been lost. Detectives interviewed friends, family, and anyone who'd been in the area during the time of the girls' disappearance, but no solid suspects emerged. One point of interest was the payphone the girls had used. Investigators tried to trace the calls made from the phone, hoping to uncover who the girls had contacted or if anyone had responded to their call for a ride. Unfortunately, the records were inconclusive, providing no clear direction for the investigation. As weeks turned into months, the lack of witnesses and physical evidence caused the case to go cold. The community was left in shock and fear as the idea of a possible killer lurking in their midst began to take hold. Unfortunately, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the Newport area. In March 1984, 17-year-old Kelly Disney disappeared after an argument with her boyfriend, Robert Ellis. The couple had a tumultuous relationship, and on the night of March 8th, a party at their apartment led to a heated argument. Around 12:30 a.m. on March 9th, Kelly left the apartment determined to cool off by walking along Highway 20. Despite the cold, drizzly night, Kelly was seen by multiple witnesses. Ellis, concerned for her safety, found her standing on Highway 20 but couldn't persuade her to get back into his car. He left, and 2 men later offered her a ride, which she refused. A sheriff's deputy also found Kelly near Southeast Moore Drive, but she declined help, saying she was heading to a friend's house. This was the last confirmed sighting of Kelly Disney. In the days following her disappearance, Kelly's family and friends organized frantic searches. The authorities, initially treating her as a runaway, conducted their own investigations but found no trace of her. Unfortunately, the case quickly became mired in confusion and miscommunication between the Newport Police Department and the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. 10 years later, on July 25, 1994, a man walked into the Newport Police Department carrying a skull he'd found near the Big Creek Reservoir. The skull was wrapped in carpet, and dental records confirmed it belonged to Kelly Disney. The discovery reignited the investigation, bringing both hope and despair to Kelly's family. While they finally had confirmation of her death, the circumstances remained a mystery. Investigators focused on Robert Ellis, Kelly's boyfriend, due to their volatile relationship. Despite extensive questioning and scrutiny, no conclusive evidence linked Ellis to the crime. Additionally, the unusual circumstances of the skull's discovery, placed in a location known for parties a decade after her disappearance, added to the perplexity. Witnesses who'd been in the area shortly before the skull was found denied seeing it, suggesting it had been placed there deliberately. The renewed investigation also explored other potential suspects and scenarios. The forensic examination of the skull revealed head injuries, but the cause of death remained undetermined. Despite these efforts, the case of Kelly Disney went cold once again, leaving her family and the community in limbo. On January 27, 1995, 15-year-old Jennifer Essen and 16-year-old Cara Lease spent the evening at a friend's house in Newport, Oregon. After a night of movies and fun, they decided to walk home along Highway 101 around 1 a.m. instead of calling Jennifer's older brother for a ride. The following morning, their families reported them missing, and a frantic search began. Despite the efforts of volunteers and police, no immediate clues were found. Weeks later, on February 13, 1995, loggers working near Moolock Beach discovered their bodies covered with brush. Both girls had been strangled. The community was devastated. The brutal murders of two young girls shocked everyone. Vigils were held, and the families pleaded for information. Detectives interviewed friends, family, and anyone who'd seen the girls that night. Crime scene photos revealed one of the first clues: a girl's shoe found near the bodies. The investigators considered the possibility of a serial killer, given the similarities to the other unsolved cases in the area. The manner of their deaths and the locations where their bodies were found resembled the 1992 murders of Sheila Swanson and Melissa Sanders. However, despite their efforts, no solid leads or suspects emerged. Bobby Jack Fowler, a drifter with a history of violent crimes, emerged as a potential suspect in the Oregon Coast murders. Fowler's criminal record spanned several states and included numerous violent offenses, including assault. In 1995, Fowler was arrested in Newport after a woman fell from a balcony, escaping his violent assault. He was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Fowler was later linked to several murders in Canada through DNA evidence, particularly in British Columbia, where he was connected to the deaths of young women along the Highway of Tears. His transient lifestyle and criminal history made him a compelling suspect for the Oregon Coast murders. However, despite the initial suspicion and investigation, no conclusive evidence was found to link Fowler to any of the murdered women in the area. John Arthur Aykroyd, a state highway worker, was another significant suspect, particularly in the cases of Sheila Swanson and Melissa Sanders. Aykroyd had a dark and violent history, including the 1978 murder of Kay Turner near Camp Sherman, Oregon. Aykroyd was also the prime suspect in the disappearance of his stepdaughter, Rashonda Pickle, whose body was never found. Aykroyd's connection to Highway 20, where Sheila Swanson and Melissa Sanders were last seen and later found, was particularly troubling. He lived and worked along this route, and his familiarity with the area gave him ample opportunity to commit such crimes. Witnesses reported seeing Aykroyd in a suspicious state shortly after the girls disappeared, adding to the circumstantial evidence against him. Despite these suspicions, Aykroyd was never charged with the murders before his death in prison in 2016. Robert Ellis, Kelly Disney's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, was initially considered a suspect due to their tumultuous relationship and the argument they had the night she vanished. Ellis was one of the last people to see Kelly alive, and his refusal to cooperate with investigators raised suspicion. However, despite extensive questioning and scrutiny, no conclusive evidence ever linked Ellis to Kelly's murder. His behavior and the circumstances of their relationship made him a person of interest, but he was never formally charged. The possibility of a local perpetrator or a transient killer remains a theory. The remote locations where the bodies were found suggest someone with knowledge of the area could be involved. The lack of witnesses and physical evidence has made it challenging to identify a clear suspect. Over the years, various tips and leads have been investigated, but none have led to a definitive conclusion. Some speculate that the murders could be the work of multiple individuals rather than a single serial killer. The similarities in the cases, young girls walking alone or in pairs, disappearing along coastal highways, and their bodies being found in secluded, wooded areas, point to a possible connection. However, without concrete evidence, these remain theories. In the mid-2000s, the Newport Police Department re-examined these unsolved cases, spurred by advancements in DNA technology and new investigative techniques. Detective Ron Benson and Linda Snow, driven by a desire to bring closure to the families, took a fresh look at the evidence. The passage of time and lack of concrete evidence posed significant challenges, but their determination fueled the renewed investigation. Despite receiving over 300 tips, the investigation struggled to gain traction. Each tip was meticulously examined, but none provided the definitive breakthrough needed to solve the cases. Public appeals and media coverage played a crucial role in generating new leads. Angela Dodds, Kelly Disney's sister, spearheaded a poster and sign campaign in Lincoln County to keep her sister's memory alive and draw attention to the case. Her efforts, along with those of other families, brought renewed focus and community support. In 2009, Lincoln County District Attorney Rob Bovitt reactivated the Major Crimes Team to re-examine the unsolved homicides. New detectives, equipped with advanced DNA technology and national criminal databases, began reviewing evidence and re-interviewing witnesses. Bovitt emphasized the importance of modern forensic methods and the potential for DNA evidence to uncover new leads. The collaboration between detectives like Ron Benson and Linda Snow and the unwavering determination of the victims' families underscores the ongoing pursuit of justice for these unsolved murders. While the cases of Sheila Swanson, Melissa Sanders, Kelly Disney, Jennifer Essen, and Kara Lees remain unresolved, the continued investigation and public involvement provide hope. The memory of these young lives, lost too soon, serves as a reminder of the importance of persistence and community support in seeking justice. The dark secrets of the Oregon coast may one day be brought to light, offering closure to the grieving families and the community. The Pacific Northwest, a region of stunning natural beauty, is deeply rooted in indigenous heritage. Native American tribes have shaped this land for millennia, their rich cultures and traditions as diverse as the landscapes they call home. But behind the beauty of the mountains, forests, and rivers lies a darker reality, one where far too many indigenous lives are lost or simply disappear. In Washington state alone, 71 indigenous people were missing in 2016, making it one of the hardest hit areas in a growing epidemic. Across the U.S., 9,575 indigenous people were reported missing in a single year. Yet their stories often go untold, their cases left unsolved. Today, we'll take a closer look at 9 of those cases. This is the true story of the Pacific Northwest's missing and murdered. And this is Northern Crimes. In 1984, a 26-year-old man from an infamous outlaw family goes missing from Eugene, Oregon. 4 decades later, he's still listed as a missing person, yet the shadow cast over his family and the community has only grown darker with time. Today, we'll explore the mysterious disappearance of Jerome Clements Charles. Jerome Charles, a Klamath person, was 26 years old when he went missing. Standing 5 foot 10 inches tall and weighing 160 pounds, Jerome had black hair and brown eyes. He had several tattoos and scars, including marks on his forehead, left arm, upper right arm, right hand, and near his right eye. Despite coming from a family with a troubled history, Jerome was determined to make his way in life after being released on parole following a 1-year sentence for theft. His family was notorious in Oregon, with many of his 9 siblings involved in violent crimes. But Jerome's story stands out for the mystery surrounding his disappearance. On June 2, 1984, Jerome left his father's house on West 3rd Street in Eugene, Oregon, saying he was going for a walk and that he'd return in a couple of hours. But he never came back and was never seen again. Jerome had been out on parole for nearly 17 months, and his sudden disappearance raised suspicions. His father believed Jerome may have been killed, but no solid evidence or suspects have ever emerged in the decades since he vanished. The investigation into Jerome's disappearance has been fraught with challenges from the start. Given the reputation of his family, police speculated that Jerome may have met with foul play, possibly even involving his own family. However, his father, Avery, held a different belief, suspecting that local police officers might have been responsible for Jerome's death, although he never officially reported this theory to the authorities. With limited clues and no concrete evidence, the case quickly went cold, and investigators were left without any leads. Complicating matters further, Jerome's family's criminal history often overshadowed his case, leading to the perception that law enforcement may not have pursued it as vigorously as they might have for others. Nearly 4 decades later, Jerome's case remains unsolved. No new leads have surfaced, and no suspects have been identified. His father's suspicions of police involvement and the family's notorious background cast a long shadow over the investigation, but Jerome's fate remains a mystery. In the late summer of 1997, a young woman named Lisa Pearl Braceno walks out of her life in Portland, Oregon, and vanishes without a trace. The 28-year-old, a member of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, leaves behind a family and community desperate for answers. What happened on that fateful day? Was she a victim of circumstance, or did something more sinister unfold? Lisa Pearl Braceno was a vibrant 28-year-old woman deeply rooted in her heritage as a member of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. Growing up on the Warm Springs Reservation, she excelled as a student at Madras High School. She was a role model to her younger siblings and always encouraged them to reach higher. Lisa's academic success led her to attend college and even intern in Washington, D.C. She was ambitious, with her drive evident to everyone who knew her. Her life was one of promise and potential until it all came to a sudden halt in 1997. On August 20, 1997, Lisa was last seen in Portland, leaving with her boyfriend in a white 1983 BMW. It was a routine departure, nothing unusual, except Lisa would never be seen again. A week later, her family reported her missing, triggering a frantic search. The BMW was later recovered, but there were no signs of Lisa. Her boyfriend, the last known person to have seen her, refused to take a polygraph test, further fueling suspicions. Yet with no clear evidence, no witnesses, and no leads, her disappearance became a mystery that has only deepened over time. The investigation into Lisa's disappearance was plagued by challenges from the start. Because she went missing in Portland, the case fell under state jurisdiction rather than the tribal authorities, causing a disconnect between her home community and law enforcement. At the time of her disappearance, Lisa was 28 years old, 5'4", 200 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. When she was last seen, she was wearing a cream-colored blouse and blue flowered pants. Over the years, Lisa's family, particularly her sister Lucinda Torres, have grown frustrated with the lack of progress, feeling that law enforcement treated her case with indifference. Despite efforts to collect DNA from Lisa's family in the hopes of identifying her remains, the trail grew cold. The boyfriend's refusal to cooperate was a significant roadblock, but without physical evidence, the investigation stalled. Years passed, and Lisa's name became just another file in the growing number of unsolved cases. Nearly 25 years after Lisa Braceno's disappearance, the case remains unsolved, leaving her family trapped in a limbo of grief and uncertainty. In 2021, the Oregon State Police spotlighted her case, hoping to reignite public interest and prompt someone, somewhere, to come forward with new information. Lisa's disappearance is part of a much larger crisis, one that affects Indigenous women across North America at alarming rates. The epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women has left communities broken, with far too many cases like Lisa's still waiting for answers. But her family continues to hope, holding on to the possibility that someday they'll know the truth. In the small town of La Grande, Oregon, a quiet October evening turns into a mystery that leaves investigators baffled. A home left undisturbed, coffee still brewing, groceries rotting on the counter, and beloved pets waiting in the yard. But their owner, 45-year-old Leona Kinsey, has vanished without a trace. What happened on that fateful night in 1999? Leona Kinsey was a 45-year-old woman of Native American and Caucasian descent. A member of the Puyallup tribe, she stood 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighed 110 pounds, and wore glasses. She had brown hair, brown eyes, and a distinctive tattoo of a tomahawk and peace pipe on her bicep. Leona was well known in her community, but beneath the surface, her involvement in the drug scene, both using and selling methamphetamine, put her in a vulnerable position. Despite these challenges, she was a beloved mother and a caring person whose disappearance left her daughter, Carolyn DeFord, devastated and searching for answers. On the night of October 25, 1999, Leona Kinsey walked out of her home in La Grande, Oregon, and was never seen again. She left behind everything: her purse, cigarettes, lighter, and pager, unusual items for someone planning to leave for long. The coffee pot was still on, groceries from a recent trip were left to rot, and her pets were waiting outside, suggesting she'd intended to return. Days later, her light brown GMC Jimmy was found abandoned in a parking lot of an Albertsons grocery store. The steering column was damaged, and a box of rubber gloves was found behind the seat, but there were no signs of a struggle, no clear clues, and no leads to explain her disappearance. Leona's ties to the local drug scene made her disappearance even more suspicious. Police speculated that she'd been lured to the Albertsons parking lot by someone she trusted, possibly Juan Peña Llamas, a drug dealer with alleged connections to a Mexican cartel. Rumors circulated that Leona owed money or was acting as an informant. In fact, her home had been vandalized with the word narc spray-painted on the front just weeks before her disappearance. Peña Llamas, who was considered a person of interest, denied harming Leona, but he refused to take a polygraph test. Years later, Peña Llamas was arrested on unrelated charges and deported to Mexico, but no further progress was made in the investigation. Another figure, known only as Jose, who may have also supplied drugs to Leona, remains elusive. Law enforcement believes her disappearance may be connected to cartel activity, with some even speculating that she could have been killed and disposed of using methods too horrifying to imagine. Despite extensive searches, including the use of cadaver dogs in combing through potential crime scenes, no trace of Leona has ever been found. More than 2 decades later, the disappearance of Leona Kinsey remains an unsolved mystery. Her daughter, Carolyn DeFord, has become a national advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women. She works tirelessly to raise awareness of her mother's case and others like it. Although the FBI has continued to investigate leads, and Peña Llamas remaining a person of interest, there's been no arrests and no breakthroughs. Leona's family still holds out hope for justice, but the question remains, what really happened to her on that October night? As time passes, the fear surrounding her case fades, and with it, the hope that someone knows the truth. But for her daughter, the search for answers will never end. In late March 2004, a mother of 4 vanishes from her home in Tacoma, Washington. Days later, her house sits silent. Her family waits for a call that will never come. What happened to Giovanna Tyler? Was it foul play, or did she simply disappear into the night? Her sudden vanishing has left law enforcement puzzled, and her loved ones desperate for answers. Giovanna Tyler, known as Jonna to friends and family, was a 29-year-old woman and a member of the Makah tribe. Standing 5 foot 9 inches tall and weighing about 170 pounds, she had brown hair, brown eyes, and a distinctive multicolored dragon tattoo on her left shoulder. At the time of her disappearance, Giovanna was a mother of 4 children and lived in Tacoma, Washington. Despite facing challenges in her marriage, including filing for an order of protection against her husband in 2003, she remained dedicated to her children. Giovanna had ties to both Tacoma and Nia Bay, where her husband eventually moved after she disappeared. Giovanna was last seen on March 26, 2004, at her home in the 2000 block of East Gregory Street in East Tacoma, Washington. For nearly 2 weeks, no one had seen or heard from her. Concerned, her family reported her missing on April 15, 2004. The circumstances of her disappearance immediately raised suspicions. Giovanna's relationship with her husband had been strained. In fact, she'd taken steps to protect herself by filing a restraining order just months before. Then, after her disappearance, the husband moved with their children back to Nia Bay. However, investigators found no clear link between his move and Giovanna's vanishing. The investigation into Giovanna's disappearance has been marked by frustrating dead ends and a lack of leads. Her husband, though cooperating with authorities, was unable to provide information that could shed light on her disappearance. Investigators found no evidence of her contacting family or friends, and no one has come forward with details about seeing her after March 28. The case quickly took on the chilling label of a, quote, suspicious disappearance, with foul play considered a strong possibility. In an effort to generate leads, the FBI stepped in and offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to her recovery and the conviction of those responsible. Over the years, tips have trickled in, but none have led to a breakthrough. Giovanna's family has been left in limbo, waiting for answers that have never come. "20 years later, Giovanna Tyler's case remains unsolved. The FBI continues to offer a reward for information, but no arrests have been made, and her fate remains a mystery. Her 4 children, now grown, live with the uncertainty of what happened to their mother. Though investigators believe foul play may have been involved, they've yet to find the key piece of evidence that could lead them to Giovanna or to whoever may have been responsible for her disappearance." In the remote wilderness near Shasta County, California, a woman makes 3 desperate calls to 911. She says she's been drugged and needs help, but the calls keep dropping. Moments later, she vanishes. What happened to Heather Cameron on that fateful day in August 2012? Was it an accident, or did something more sinister unfold in the desolate landscape near Keswick Dam? Heather Cameron was a 28-year-old mother of 4 children, a member of the Grand Ronde Indian tribe, and a woman who loved the outdoors. She grew up in rural Redding, California, where she enjoyed riding dune buggies, fishing, and boating. At the time of her disappearance, Heather stood 5 foot 6 inches tall, weighed 115 pounds, and had brown hair and brown eyes. She was known for her distinctive tattoos, including tribal flowers on her back and a girl and a gun on her left calf. Despite her struggles with substance abuse and a difficult relationship history, Heather was deeply connected to her children. Her family says it was completely uncharacteristic of her to disappear without any contact. On August 18, 2012, Heather was last seen with her ex-boyfriend, Daniel Lusby, heading to the remote Keswick Dam area, about 20 miles outside of Redding, California. Around 2:50 p.m., she made 3 frantic 911 calls using Lusby's phone, telling operators that she'd been drugged with heroin and needed help. A male voice could be heard in the background during these calls, but poor phone reception caused them to drop repeatedly. That was the last anyone heard from Heather. It wasn't until September 4, 2012, that her estranged husband officially reported her missing. By then, nearly 2 weeks had passed with no word from Heather, and her family feared the worst. The search for Heather Cameron has been extensive, involving multiple law enforcement agencies. Investigators focused their efforts on the remote area where she was last known to be, conducting searches by all-terrain vehicles and helicopters, but no clues were found. Lusby, Heather's ex-boyfriend, was interviewed by police multiple times. He claimed Heather had walked off with his phone on the day she disappeared, and that was the last he saw of her. However, the phone was never recovered, and Lusby remains a person of interest in this case, though he's never been charged. Heather's history of domestic violence and her battles with drug addiction have cast a shadow over the investigation, but her family is adamant that these struggles, they don't define her. They believe foul play is involved and have continued to push for answers in the years since her disappearance. The Shasta County Sheriff's Office has kept this case open, but despite numerous interviews and leads, no substantial progress has been made. More than a decade has passed since Heather Cameron disappeared, and her whereabouts still remain unknown. Shasta County's secret witness is offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to her recovery, but the case remains cold. Lusby, the last person known to have seen her alive, remains a person of interest, but the lack of physical evidence has left investigators with few leads. Heather Cameron's disappearance is yet another tragic example of the many Indigenous women who vanish without a trace. Her case remains classified as, quote, endangered missing, and her family still holds out hope that one day they'll find justice and closure. A mother of 3, stranded miles from home, makes a desperate phone call from a Walmart parking lot asking a friend to send her money so she can return to her children. But just minutes later, she vanishes without a trace. What happened to Frida Jane Knows His Gun? This is the chilling story of a mother, a wire transfer left unclaimed, and the haunting mystery that has left her family searching for answers for nearly a decade. Frida Jane Knows His Gun, a 34-year-old mother of 3, was a member of the Crow Nation in Montana. Described by her family as smart, gifted, and determined, Frida was working toward finishing college, all while raising her children. She was close to her large family, and her disappearance shocked those who knew her. At the time of her disappearance, Frida stood 5 foot 5 inches tall, weighed 150 pounds, had waist-length brown hair and brown eyes. She had several distinctive tattoos, including her children's names, Lyrical, Trinity, and Mason between her shoulder blades, and Mickey Mouse holding a basketball on her right calf. On October 18, 2016, Frida was last seen at a Walmart customer service counter in Kennewick, Washington. She called a friend requesting money for the 740-mile journey back to her home in Crow Agency, Montana, where she planned to take her children trick-or-treating for Halloween. Her friend agreed to send the money through an online transfer, but a mistake in the spelling of Frida's last name delayed the process. By the time the issue was corrected, the Walmart had closed for the evening, and Frida never returned to claim the transfer. Later, when her friend tried to contact her, Frida's phone was no longer in service. She'd seemingly vanished into thin air. Frida's mother, Barbara, reported her missing on November 14, 2016, after Frida failed to attend a beloved aunt's funeral. In Indigenous culture, missing a family member's memorial is rare, and it raised immediate concerns. However, confusion between the state, tribal, and federal authorities delayed the investigation. Initially, officials didn't prioritize the case, citing Frida's recent involvement with a new group of friends and her struggles with drug use. Her family believes this may have contributed to law enforcement's lack of urgency in the early days of the search. The investigation was further complicated by jurisdictional issues. Additionally, there was more confusion about Frida's last name. For example, when her mother initially filed the report, she used Frida's birth name, Knows Gun. But when the name is translated from Crow to English, the word his is added in. This caused a delay. Eventually, the case was passed from Crow Agency to Bighorn County, Montana, and finally to the FBI, but no substantial leads have emerged. Some of Frida's friends were reportedly uncooperative with the investigation, and any potential evidence has long since gone cold. Almost 10 years later, Frida Jane Knows His Gun remains missing. Her case is open, but progress has stalled. Her family continues to hold out hope that Frida will one day return home. Despite the jurisdictional challenges and the lack of concrete evidence, Frida's loved ones have refused to give up. They continue to share her story, determined to bring her home and reunite her with her children. How does a 26-year-old father with deep ties to his family and community vanish without a trace? Tyrone Bo Robinson left his family home on a quiet December morning in 2018, never to be seen again. His phone went silent, his social media accounts inactive, and his loved ones have been left searching for answers. Tyrone Robinson was a 26-year-old Native American man and a proud member of the Klamath tribes. Standing 6'1" and weighing 215 pounds, he had distinctive tattoos, including the name Tayton on his neck, a crown, and the number 541 on his hand, feathers with the words Native and Pride on his forearms, and a silhouette of a horse on his chest. He was a father and was known for his strong connections to Klamath, Clackamas, and Multnomah counties in Oregon. At the time of his disappearance, Tyrone sported a mustache and goatee, his long black hair tied back, and he wore a black long-sleeve t-shirt and red low-top sneakers. On the morning of December 21, 2018, Tyrone was last seen leaving a relative's home on Crest Street in Klamath Falls, Oregon, driving a red 2001 Volvo cross-country wagon with Oregon license plate 297HZG. His plan that morning remains unknown, but by the end of the day, Tyrone's phone had gone silent and he ceased using his social media accounts. His family waited for word, but they received none. Days turned into weeks and still no one heard from him. To this day, Tyrone has not been seen or heard from, and his car has never been recovered. The Klamath County Sheriff's Office initiated an investigation soon after Tyrone's disappearance was reported. Despite their efforts, the case has produced few leads. Authorities note Tyrone's significant connections to 3 Oregon counties, Klamath, Clackamas, and Multnomah, and have searched for him across those areas. However, the search has been hindered by the complete lack of activity on his phone or social media, making it difficult to track his movements. His car, the red 2001 Volvo wagon, remains missing, leaving investigators to speculate where he might have gone or whether foul play was involved. Tyrone's tattoos, particularly the feathers on his forearm, were circulated as identifying marks, but so far, no sightings have been confirmed. Tyrone Bo Robinson's case remains unsolved, classified as an endangered missing person. Despite efforts by the Klamath County Sheriff's Office and other local authorities, no substantial breakthroughs have been made. Tyrone's family continues to hope for his safe return, or, at the very least, some closure. A young mother vanishes without a trace, leaving behind her 2 children and a community grappling with unanswered questions. Her last known steps take her across a bridge at the edge of a dense forest, but from there, Emily Rissling simply disappears. The search for this once promising tribal dancer and University of Oregon graduate stretches over a year. Was it mental illness, foul play, or something even darker? Emily Rissling was a 32-year-old member of the Hoopa Valley tribe, a mother of 2, and a well-respected figure in her community. Known for her intelligence and talent, Emily graduated from the University of Oregon with a degree in political science. She was also a traditional tribal dancer who took pride in her cultural heritage. Those who knew her best described her as caring, bright, and full of potential. But behind her accomplishments, Emily struggled with mental health, postpartum psychosis, and addiction in the years leading up to her disappearance. Emily was last seen on October 14, 2021, near the Pequon Bridge on the Yurok Reservation in Northern California. In the months before her disappearance, her behavior had become increasingly erratic. She was spotted wandering naked through several reservations, and not long before she went missing, she was arrested for starting a fire in a cemetery. Her family hoped the arrest would lead to mental health treatment, but instead, she was released. 4 days after her last sighting on October 18, she was officially reported missing. Despite extensive searches by tribal police, local law enforcement, and volunteers, no trace of Emily has been found. Search efforts for Emily have been extensive, involving multiple tribal agencies and the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, including specialized search teams and cadaver dogs. The rugged terrain of the Yurok Reservation, thick with forests and steep hillsides, has made the search especially difficult. Additionally, overlapping jurisdictions have hindered the investigation, a problem that frequently arises in cases involving Indigenous women. A 3-day search in April 2022, led by the John Francis Foundation and local authorities, scoured half of the reservation, but still no new leads emerged. Despite these efforts, the investigation has stalled and Emily remains missing. Emily Risling's case remains open, but the trail has gone cold. Her family continues to push for answers and spread awareness about her disappearance. Additionally, a $20,000 reward has been offered for any information that could lead to her location. Tribal leaders are advocating for better resources and collaboration to address the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women. While Emily's family holds out hope that she'll one day return, the reality of her prolonged absence continues to weigh heavily on her community. A 21-year-old woman vanishes without a trace, leaving her family gripped with fear. She sends a cryptic final message to her mother before disappearing, igniting fears of foul play. As days turn into months, her absence leaves an ever-deepening voids in the hearts of her loved ones. This is the haunting story of Aiden Spears' disappearance and her family's relentless quest for the truth. Aiden Spear was a kind-hearted 21-year-old with a deep love for her family, especially her younger brother. Standing 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighing around 120 pounds, she was a hard-working student who enjoyed being on her high school swim team. Aiden's mother, Jessica Brown, describes her as, quote, one of the kindest people you'll ever meet. Despite her personal struggles, including battles with addiction and mental health, Aiden remained connected to her loved ones, and her family never gave up on her. On January 24, 2022, Aiden had plans to meet her mother at 11 a.m., promising to check herself in to a rehab facility. However, just 20 minutes before their meeting, she texted her mother saying she needed to say goodbye to someone and would be a little late. Aiden promised that she'd call back, but that call never came. At first, her mother thought Aiden had simply backed out of their plans, but as the days passed and friends also reported not hearing from Aiden, concern quickly turned to fear. By February 22, Aiden was officially reported missing, and investigators believed she may have been in the Hosmer Street area of Tacoma. Aiden's disappearance triggered a police investigation led by the Pierce County Sheriff's Department. The authorities suspect that Aiden may be in the area of Hosmer Street, a well-known neighborhood in Tacoma, Washington. Despite efforts to track down her whereabouts, Aiden's phone has remained off since her last contact with her mother. Her social media accounts also show no signs of activity since she went missing. Unfortunately, much like many other cases involving Indigenous women, Aiden's case has struggled to gain media attention, though she was recently featured on the Vanished podcast, and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. Aiden Spear remains missing to this day. Her mom, Jessica Brown, continues to raise awareness about her daughter's case, pushing to uncover any leads. The Pierce County Sheriff's Department is still investigating, but no significant developments have been reported. Aiden's family remains hopeful that someone will eventually come forward with information that will lead to her being found. Beneath the beauty of the Pacific Northwest lies a grim reality, one where indigenous people vanish without a trace, their stories swallowed by time and silence. From Jerome Clements Charles in 1984 to Aiden Spear in 2022, these disappearances remain unsolved, leaving families desperate for answers that may never come. As we confront these chilling cases, one unsettling question lingers. Will the truth behind these vanishings ever be uncovered, or are they doomed to remain as spirits, lost forever in the dark corners of the Pacific Northwest? July 4th, 1982, Salem, Oregon. You're 18 years old, fresh out of high school, and the last thing you want to do on Independence Day is deliver pizza. But the phone keeps ringing at Domino's, and besides, you need the money. Your red, white, and blue uniform feels patriotic enough for the holiday as you grab the keys to the delivery van. The address seems straightforward. River Haven Drive South, near Brown Island Road. You've delivered to that area before. Remote, sure, but nothing unusual for Salem's outskirts. The customer sounded normal on the phone. 3 large pizzas, cash payment. You drive through the fading daylight, past the familiar neighborhoods, toward the wooded area where the city gives way to farmland. The van's headlights cut through the growing darkness as you search for house numbers. But something's wrong. The address doesn't exist. You drive up and down the road twice, checking your delivery slip. The house numbers skip right over the one you're looking for. You park the van and step out, pizza boxes in hand, wondering if you've made a mistake. That's when you realize you're not alone in the darkness, and the person who called in this order, they were never planning to pay for pizza. Today, we explore the unsolved mysteries that have haunted Oregon for decades. Cases where ordinary moments turned deadly, where families vanished without explanation, and where the beautiful Pacific Northwest landscape conceals secrets that refuse to stay buried. This is Northern Crimes. On July 4th, 1982, as America celebrated Independence Day, 18-year-old Sherry Irely was called into work at Domino's Pizza in Salem, Oregon. She just graduated from Sprague High School and was living with her cousin in an apartment in South Salem, working part-time as a pizza delivery driver to earn money for her future. What should have been a routine delivery on a holiday evening would instead become one of Oregon's most haunting unsolved mysteries. Sherry was born on December 6, 1963, a young woman with brown hair, blue eyes, and a petite 5'2" frame weighing just 100 pounds. She had distinctive scars, a 1-inch mark on her right eyebrow, another under her chin, and an 8-inch surgical scar on her lower spine. Between her left thumb and forefinger, she bore the tattooed initials, TB, a permanent reminder of a past relationship. That evening, Sherry left work at 9:30 p.m. to deliver a pizza to an address on River Haven Drive South near Brown Island Road in a remote area of Salem. She was driving the company's delivery van and wearing her red, white, and blue Domino's Pizza shirt with blue jeans, the uniform that would make her easily identifiable to customers. When Sherry failed to return, concern quickly mounted. Later that evening, her abandoned pizza delivery van was discovered with the parking brake set and the door standing open. 3 large pizza boxes lay scattered on the ground nearby, along with Sherry's hat. Despite the obvious signs of a struggle, there was no trace of Sherry herself. The investigation revealed disturbing details about the delivery call. Police determined that the address on River Haven Drive was fictitious. It simply didn't exist. The person who'd called in the order had also provided a false name, and investigators traced the call to a hotel in Salem. Someone had deliberately lured Sherry to that remote location with the intention of harming her. Adding to the mystery, the day after Sherry's disappearance, someone called the Domino's Pizza where she worked, demanding a ransom for her safe return. The caller never contacted them again, and no one attempted to collect any money, leaving investigators to wonder if this was a genuine kidnapping attempt or something more sinister. For years, suspicion focused on Daryl J. Wilson, who drove a lime green pickup truck similar to a vehicle seen near the site of Sherry's disappearance. Wilson had initially denied knowing Sherry, but later admitted to being acquainted with her. Strangely, he had painted his truck brown just 8 days after Sherry went missing. When questioned by police about taking a polygraph test, Wilson refused, but said he would speak to a psychic. The case took a dramatic turn when Wilson committed suicide, just hours after being questioned by investigators, fueling speculation that he was responsible for Sherry's disappearance. However, later events would prove this theory wrong. In December 2007, 25 years after Sherry disappeared, authorities announced a breakthrough. William Scott Smith, already serving 2 life terms for the murders of 2 Salem women, pleaded guilty to Sherry's murder. Smith revealed that he and an accomplice, Richard Nassif, had planned to kidnap another female Domino's driver for ransom, but when she wasn't working that night, they took Sherry instead. According to Smith's confession, it was Nassif who made the ransom call to Domino's. Smith claimed he strangled Sherry to death and dumped her body in the Pudding River, the same location where he'd disposed of his other victims. Nassif had died of cancer in 2003 and was never charged. Despite extensive searches of the Pudding River area, Sherry's body has never been recovered. The river has flooded many times since 1982, and any evidence may have washed away long ago. Sherry Irely's case demonstrates the dangers faced by those in service jobs and the evil that can lurk behind seemingly routine customer calls. Though her killer has been identified and punished, Sherry's family continues to hope that someday her remains might be found, finally bringing her home after more than 4 decades. On December 7th, 1958, the Martin family of Portland, Oregon, set out on what should have been a simple Sunday drive to collect Christmas greenery in the Columbia River Gorge. Kenneth Martin, 54, his wife Barbara, 48, and their 3 daughters, 14-year-old Barbara Barbie, 13-year-old Virginia, and 11-year-old Suzanne, left their northeast Portland home around 1 p.m. in their cream and red 1954 Ford Country Squire station wagon. They would never return home, vanishing into one of the Pacific Northwest's most enduring mysteries. The Martin family was well established in Portland's community. Kenneth worked as an electrician, while Barbara managed their household on Northeast 56th Avenue in the Roseway neighborhood. Their eldest child, 28-year-old Donald, was serving in the U.S. Navy and stationed in New York at the time, making him the only family member to survive what investigators would later suspect was a carefully orchestrated crime. The family's final day began with plans to gather holly, pine boughs, and other greenery for Christmas decorations, a common holiday tradition in the evergreen-rich Columbia River Gorge. Their route took them east along the scenic highway that winds through the dramatic canyon carved by the Columbia River between Oregon and Washington. The last confirmed sighting of the family came around 4 p.m. when they stopped for gasoline at Dean Baxter's service station in Cascade Locks, about 40 miles from Portland. Baxter later recalled that the family seemed in good spirits and continued to head east after their stop. A waitress at the Paradise Snack Bar in Hood River, approximately 20 miles further east, reported serving the family a late lunch, describing them as appearing normal and happy. As evening approached, other motorists reported seeing the Martin family at dusk on the north bank of the Columbia River in Washington state. This would be the last confirmed sighting of any family member alive. When the Martins failed to return home, friends and family weren't initially alarmed. Sunday drives sometimes extended longer than planned. But when Kenneth didn't report to work at Echo Electric Home Service Company on December 9th, and the children were absent from their schools, concern mounted rapidly. That evening, Kenneth's boss, Taylor Eckel, officially reported the family missing. The investigation that followed would become one of the largest manhunts in Oregon history, involving multiple law enforcement agencies and hundreds of volunteers. The family's home showed no signs of struggle. Laundry sat in the washing machine, dishes remained on the drying rack, and substantial money was left untouched in their bank accounts. The first major breakthrough came in February 1959 when volunteer searchers discovered tire tracks leading off a cliff near the Dalles, about 20 miles east of Hood River. The tracks appeared to match the Martin family's Ford wagon, and paint chips found on rocks at the scene were consistent with their vehicle's cream and red color scheme. FBI analysis confirmed the paint matched the make and model of the Martin car. Detective Walter Graven of the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office became convinced this wasn't an accident. His investigation revealed that the tire tracks showed no return marks, suggesting the vehicle had been deliberately pushed over the cliff. The timing also troubled investigators. If the family had been seen at dusk on the Washington side of the river, how had their car ended up on the Oregon side after dark? In May 1959, 5 months after the disappearance, the Columbia River yielded its tragic secrets. The bodies of 11-year-old Susan and 13-year-old Virginia were discovered floating downstream, identified through dental records. Both had died from drowning, but the discovery of their remains only deepened the mystery surrounding the fate of Kenneth, Barbara, and Barbie. Detective Graven's investigation focused on 2 ex-convicts, Roy Light and an unnamed accomplice who'd been in the area when the Martins disappeared. A cafe owner reported that both men were present when the Martin family stopped for their final meal and left at approximately the same time. Adding to the intrigue, a stolen gun covered in dried blood was found near Cascade Locks, later traced to merchandise that Donald Martin had been accused of stealing from Meyer and Frank department store years earlier. The case remained cold for decades until November 2024, when amateur diver Archer Mayo discovered what appeared to be the Martin family's station wagon submerged in 50 feet of water near Cascade Locks. The vehicle was found upside down, buried nose first, under sediment and rock in an area known as the Pit. In March 2025, recovery crews managed to extract portions of the vehicle, including the chassis and engine, which were sent to the Oregon State Crime Lab for analysis. While investigators believe the parts match the make, model, and color of the Martin vehicle, they can't definitively confirm it belonged to the family without recovering the vehicle identification number. After 67 years, the Martin family disappearance remains officially unsolved, but the recent discovery has renewed hope that this enduring mystery may finally be resolved. On July 26, 1971, 3 juveniles moving horses between properties in the Inglewood area near Coos Bay, Oregon, made a grim discovery that would remain a mystery for exactly 50 years. Floating face up in the waters of Snedden Creek was the badly decomposed body of a teenage boy, because he, quote,
almost looked like a frog in the creek.
According to Captain James Patterson of the Coos County Sheriff's Office, the unidentified victim was given the nickname Frog Boy, a name that would stick for half a century. The body belonged to a Caucasian male between 14 and 18 years old, standing approximately 5'4" to 5'6" inches tall and weighing around 145 pounds. He had long, light brown hair and was wearing a long-sleeved turtleneck sweater. His pants, blue jeans laced up the sides with leather straps down the legs, were found a short distance away. Due to severe decomposition, investigators couldn't determine a cause of death, though they estimated he'd died anywhere from 5 weeks to 5 months before the discovery. Despite extensive investigation and canvassing of the area, no one could identify the young man. With the technology available in 1971, Coos County eventually paid for his burial in a local cemetery, and the case went cold. The nickname Frog Boy was chosen deliberately. As Captain Patterson explained,
it was something that would stick in their heads. Maybe the next generation of law enforcement people who come through the office, maybe they'll remember that.
And they did remember. In 2017, using a grant from the Oregon State Medical Examiner's Office, the department arranged for the remains to be exhumed. Bone fragments were sent to Parabon Nanolabs for DNA analysis, creating a profile that included details about the victim's ancestry, eye color, skin tone, hair color, and facial features. A digital reconstruction showed what the deceased may have looked like in life. The breakthrough came when investigative genetic genealogist C.C. Moore began working the case in August 2021. After 3 months of painstaking research, she built family trees that led her to identify the victim as Winston Arthur Maxey III, and in doing so, she solved not just his mystery, but another one that had been unfolding simultaneously. Winston was born on October 4, 1954, in Rupert, Idaho. The second child and first son of Winston Arthur Maxey Jr. and Lorene Maxey. Described as a cute, shy boy with a big heart, he was known for his resourcefulness. When his parents couldn't afford to buy him a skateboard, he built one himself from scrap plywood. At 15, he began dating a girl who became pregnant in the fall of 1970. In spring 1971, after an argument with his mother, 16-year-old Winston was asked to leave the family home. With nowhere to go, he slept at a local campground until his cousin offered him shelter. When his pregnant girlfriend returned to Rupert for a visit in April 1971, she refused to speak with him, knowing he wanted her to keep the baby. Shortly after, Winston's older sister Vicky arranged for him to visit her in Boise. During his brief stay, he learned from a friend about booming logging and fishing industries on the Oregon coast. Vicky recalled that Winston told her he was going to Coos Bay to look for work. This was the last time anyone in the family saw him alive. The family never reported Winston missing. As his sister Martha explained, their parents had grown tired of his rebellious behavior and previous runaway attempts.
He went out on his own. That was what he chose to do. There's nothing we can do.
Meanwhile, a baby girl named Lori Merriam had been adopted at just 2 weeks old in June 1971. Throughout her life, she searched for her biological father, eventually creating a Facebook page called Where in the World is Winston Maxey, and submitting her DNA to ancestry websites. When C.C. Moore discovered Lori's Facebook page during her research, the pieces fell into place. DNA comparison confirmed that Frog Boy was indeed Winston Maxey, and Lori was the daughter he never knew existed. The identification was bittersweet for Lori.
He didn't even get to live his life, and here I am living mine. Man, it crushed me.
But it also brought closure after a 50-year search for her dad. Today, Winston's death remains officially undetermined, but the Coos County Sheriff's Office considers it an active case. Lori believes her father was murdered and has changed the Facebook page to Who in the World Murdered Winston Maxey? She's also established the Winston Arthur Maxey III Foundation to help other families with missing loved ones. After 50 years, Frog Boy finally has his name back, but the mystery of what happened to Winston Maxey in the summer of 1971 continues. On August 2nd, 1993, 22-year-old Katie Eggleston kissed her family goodbye and headed to work at AllNet Communication Services in Lake Oswego, Oregon. It was her first day working alone as a telecommunications salesperson, a milestone she'd been eagerly anticipating. By evening, she'd vanished into thin air, launching one of Portland's most haunting unsolved cases and leaving behind a mystery that continues to baffle investigators more than 3 decades later. Katie was born on May 4th, 1971 in Redmond, Oregon, to parents Paul and Heather Eggleston. Her father, a former Seattle high school teacher, had become superintendent of the Redmond School District. Her mother worked as an elementary school teacher. Katie was one of 4 daughters in a close-knit family that valued education, independence, and hard work. After graduating from North Eugene High School in 1989, Katie enrolled at Oregon State University in Corvallis. There, she joined the Alpha Chi Omega sorority and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in English in the spring of 1993. Following graduation, she moved to Gresham to live temporarily with her older sister Janet while launching her career. Her new job at AllNet represented a fresh start and a step towards independence. The company specialized in long-distance communication services, and Katie was hired as a field salesperson, meeting with clients around the Portland area. August 2nd marked her first day making sales calls completely on her own. That morning, Katie attended a company meeting before setting out. She made several scheduled stops at Northeast Whitaker Way, visited a bank, fueled up at a gas station, and had lunch at Burger King near Lloyd Center. Her final appointment was at the Port of Portland building at 700 Northeast Multnomah Street, just a few blocks away. Inside the building, several witnesses saw Katie making phone calls in the lobby. 5 different people later recalled that she appeared, quote, worried and preoccupied, a striking contrast to her usual composed demeanor. At around 2:15 p.m., the man she was supposed to meet saw her exit an elevator with an unfamiliar man. He was described as having a dark complexion, dark hair, and wearing a blue blazer. That was the last confirmed sighting of Katie Eggleston. When she failed to return to the AllNet office for a scheduled 5 p.m. meeting with her supervisor, concern quickly mounted. Katie was known for her professionalism and reliability. Missing such an appointment was deeply out of character. Around 5 p.m., a witness spotted her gray Volkswagen Golf still parked outside the Port of Portland building, but by early the next morning, the car was gone. At 12:30 a.m. on August 3rd, a security guard discovered the vehicle abandoned in an industrial complex on Northeast Airport Way, roughly 9 miles from where Katie was last seen. The car raised troubling questions. It was unlocked with the window down and keys still in the ignition. Katie's purse and workout clothes were inside, but her AllNet sales binder and passport were missing. Most unsettling was the lack of any clear signs of a struggle, suggesting she may have left the vehicle willingly or under pressure. The investigation was plagued by early missteps. Portland police initially theorized that Katie had gone into hiding to avoid testifying in her sister Janet's federal tax evasion case, but that theory quickly collapsed. Janet had already pleaded guilty, and Katie was never required to testify. The case gained renewed attention in 2004 when serial killer Joel Patrick Courtney was arrested for the murder of Brooke Wilberger in Corvallis. Courtney had been in Portland at the time of Katie's disappearance, and both women were strikingly similar. Young, blonde, blue-eyed Oregon State students. But despite speculation, no DNA or physical evidence ever connected him to Katie's case. In 2006, the FBI quietly informed Katie's father that Courtney had been cleared in 2 unnamed disappearances, but emphasized that Katie's case remained active and under investigation. Over the years, her family pursued every available lead, hiring private investigators, distributing flyers, and offering rewards, yet no credible tips ever emerged. Katie's parents, Paul and Heather, passed away without answers. Heather in 2011 and Paul in 2017. Both went to their graves believing their daughter had been murdered. Today, the disappearance of Katie Eggleston remains one of the most mysterious and unsettling cases in Portland history. A bright, motivated young woman, eager to begin her adult life, simply vanished in broad daylight, leaving behind a trail of questions and a family still waiting for the truth. In February 2016, residents of Forest Grove, Oregon began reporting a strange, otherworldly noise that would captivate the nation and spawn countless theories about its origin. What started as a local nuisance quickly evolved into an internet phenomenon, drawing comparisons to everything from alien contacts to secret government experiments. This is the story of the Forest Grove Sound, a mystery that appeared as suddenly as it disappeared. Forest Grove is a quiet college town of about 25,000 people, located 25 miles west of Portland in Oregon's Tualatin Valley. Home to Pacific University, it's the kind of place where the most exciting news typically involves high school sports or campus events. But in February 2016, this peaceful community found itself thrust into the international spotlight by a sound unlike anything residents had ever heard. The first report came from Paula Lynch, who lived near Gales Creek Road on the west side of town. She described it as sounding like a, quote,
giant flute being played slightly off pitch, or steam brakes whistling in the distance.
Others compared it to a one-note violin, or the highest string on a guitar played at full volume. Everyone agreed on one thing. It was, in the words of the local fire marshal,
a horrendous noise.
Lynch captured a recording of the sound on her phone and posted it to Facebook, where it quickly went viral. The 30-second clip revealed a piercing, sustained tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Multiple people heard it on different days and at varying times, primarily concentrated on the west side of town near Gales Creek Road, which runs toward the coastal foothills. As word spread, Forest Grove became a magnet for theories. The police department's blog, typically filled with routine reports, suddenly became a lightning rod for speculation. Some callers suggested broken water mains, underground construction, or malfunctioning septic systems. Others pointed to more bizarre possibilities: Amish settlers using Apple devices, biblical prophecy, or even alien interference. The most far-fetched theories circulated quickly. Even late-night television got involved. Jimmy Fallon joked the noise must have come from Donald Trump. The police received voicemails quoting scripture and hundreds of emails offering increasingly wild explanations. One resident insisted the sound came from a government research facility in Alaska. Another suggested it was an attempt to drive residents out of town and take over the area. Seeking answers, Dr. Andrew Dawes, a physics professor at Pacific University, attempted to approach the mystery with scientific rigor. He created a crowdsourced map, allowing residents to report where and when they heard the sound, hoping to triangulate its origin. But even with numerous entries, the data failed to identify a precise location. A breakthrough came just weeks later when Langston Holland, an audio engineer in Florida, analyzed the viral recording and compared it to known industrial noises. His frequency analysis revealed a striking match: the signature tone of a failing HVAC compressor valve. In a February 22nd email to Dr. Dawes, Holland explained that the sound's characteristics, its harmonic resonance, slow onset, and eventual disappearance, aligned perfectly with a malfunctioning industrial air conditioning system. According to Holland, the worn valve would eventually stop sealing properly, then degrade to the point where it no longer made noise at all. The poorly sealing valve is going to wear to the point where it'll stop making noise anyway, he wrote. That's exactly what happened. By the end of February 2016, the mysterious sound was gone. Despite Holland's credible analysis, his HVAC theory never gained widespread traction. The media had moved on, and many locals preferred to keep the mystery alive. As Dr. Dawes later observed,
maybe once people know an answer, they don't want to ruin it for anyone else.
The Forest Grove sound became a textbook example of how modern media, online speculation, and community folklore can transform a technical glitch into something resembling a supernatural event. In an era of instant communication and viral sharing, Even the hum of a failing machine can spark global fascination, at least for a while. Today, Forest Grove has returned to its quiet rhythms, but the legend of the sound lingers in forums and YouTube videos. For some, it remains an unsolved mystery. For others, it's proof that sometimes the truth just isn't as fun as the unknown. On November 2nd, 2021, 47-year-old Shane Sprenger left his job site near Mackenzie Bridge, Oregon, and drove home to Vida for what should have been a brief break. He'd been working as a carpenter, rebuilding homes in an area devastated by the Holiday Farm fire, the same fire that had claimed his own house the year before. Shane was living in a fifth-wheel trailer, determined to reconstruct not just his property, but his entire life. He never made it back to work that afternoon, vanishing without a trace, and launching a mystery that would expose familiar patterns in Oregon's justice system. The Holiday Farm fire, one of the most destructive wildfires in Oregon history, erupted in September 2020. It scorched over 173,000 acres, destroyed more than 1,300 homes, and forced thousands to evacuate. Shane, like many fire survivors, was living temporarily in an RV while working to rebuild, embodying the resilience that defines many rural Oregon communities. His sister Stacy described him as a dedicated, reliable man who would never walk away from a job site without explanation. When Shane failed to return or contact anyone, his family immediately knew something was wrong. They reported him missing, but the initial response was all too familiar. Another missing person in a region where people seemed to vanish with alarming frequency. The breakthrough came on June 27, 2023, when Shane's partial remains were discovered off Quartz Creek Road, about 5 miles southwest of the Blue River Reservoir. The location was significant, less than a mile from where his abandoned truck had been found nearly 2 years earlier. The discovery confirmed the family's worst fears, that Shane had met with foul play. But his case would soon connect to a broader story. In September 2023, human skull fragments were discovered in the same general region, setting off a second investigation, one that would reveal shocking lapses in evidence handling. The skull had reportedly been sitting in an Oregon State Police lab since October 1st, 2023, untested, unprioritized, and nearly forgotten. This is where a man named Parrish Bryson enters the story. The father of Michael Bryson, who disappeared after attending a rave near Dorena in August 2020. Parrish had become an unlikely advocate for missing persons' families across Oregon. Through the Michael Bryson Foundation, he connected with others like the Sprengers, forming a network of families whose loved ones had vanished in Lane County's remote wilderness. What Parrish uncovered was a pattern of institutional neglect. The skull fragments could belong to any of several local missing persons, his own son Michael, Shane Sprenger, or others. Yet the evidence had sat untested for 20 months. Families were told if they wanted to expedite DNA testing, they'd need to pay $3,500 out of pocket. So they raised the money, but after growing media attention and public pressure, the state eventually agreed to cover the cost. The skull was sent to Bodie Technology in Virginia for forensic analysis. Results were expected within 8 to 10 weeks. Detective Tim Wallace of the Lane County Sheriff's Office acknowledged the reality.
Sometimes only 3 deputies patrol the entire 4,700 square mile county during a given shift. In a place where terrain is rugged and resources are stretched thin, even the most urgent cases can stall for months.
Parrish Bryson, whose own sister Dawn was murdered 22 years before Michael's disappearance, understands the family's pain firsthand.
Until someone is in this situation, it's almost impossible to understand.
His advocacy has helped create cold case units and shine a light on the dangers of eastern Lane County, where minimal law enforcement presence creates the perfect conditions for predators. The region, stretching from Vida to Blue River to Dorena, has quietly become what some investigators call a missing person hotspot. Dense forests and steep ravines offer cover, while the sparse population means crimes can go undetected for far too long. As families await DNA results that could finally bring answers, Shane Springer's case has become a symbol of both tragedy and hope. Tragedy for the lives lost and justice delayed, but hope that systemic change might prevent others from suffering the same fate. The skull fragments are more than just forensic evidence. They represent the voices of the missing, demanding to be heard after years of silence. From vanished families to phantom sounds, from bones and forgotten rivers to names lost for decades, Oregon's mysteries aren't confined to legend. They're found in files, in forests, in faces no one remembers. Some were solved after decades, and others may never be. But in a place where wilderness and silence still dominate, the unknown has room to grow, and sometimes it never lets go. There's something about the Pacific Northwest. On one side, you've got majestic scenery, rugged mountains, lush rainforests, and tranquil coastlines that stretch for hundreds of miles. But on the other side, you'll find heavy fog, thunderous rain, and at times a mysterious quiet that you know somehow holds dark secrets. Amidst this landscape, 3 unsolved mysteries stand out. Tales of lives abruptly altered and disappearances that confound investigators. These stories highlight that even in idyllic settings, shadows of uncertainty often linger. This is Northern Crimes. In the quiet town of Bremerton, Washington, nestled in the misty embrace of the Pacific Northwest, an unsettling mystery continues to haunt the community. It's a place known for its naval shipyards and picturesque views, but for the Pickler family, Bremerton is a town shrouded in heartache and unanswered questions. In January 2006, the life of a young, promising actor took a tragic turn, and his story has since become one of the most baffling unsolved cases in the region. What happened to Joe Pickler? Today, we delve into his life, his mysterious disappearance, and the questions that still linger. Joseph David Wolfgang Pickler was born on February 14, 1987 in Bremerton, Washington. From a young age, Joe stood out. His bright smile and charismatic presence quickly caught the attention of talent scouts, and by the age of 6, Joe was already in front of the camera, appearing in a commercial for a Seattle department store. Joe's family moved to Los Angeles to support his budding career. Hollywood embraced him. He landed roles in several television shows and movies, including an appearance in the popular TV series Touched by an Angel, as well as the films Music from Another Room and Varsity Blues. However, Joe is perhaps best known for his role in the 3rd and 4th installments of the Beethoven movies, family comedies featuring the lovable St. Bernard. Despite his early success, Joe remained grounded. He carefully chose his roles, avoiding parts that didn't align with his values. In 2002, after nearly a decade in Hollywood, Joe returned to Bremerton at his family's urging. His mother, Kathy, wanted him to experience a more normal teenage life, away from the pressures of Hollywood. Back in Bremerton, Joe attended Bremerton High School, graduating in 2005. He settled into life in his hometown, working as a telephone technician and living independently. Despite the shift from the glitz and glamour of Hollywood to the quiet streets of Bremerton, Joe never lost his passion for acting, and in fact, he planned to return to Los Angeles to revive his career once his braces were removed. Joe's life in Bremerton seemed ordinary. He played Magic the Gathering, loved Mexican food, and took care of his pet guinea pig. His friends and family described him as a kind and ambitious young man with dreams that extended far beyond his small town. On the night of January 5th, 2006, Joe spent time with his friends playing cards and drinking. He made his last known phone call at around 4:08 a.m., speaking to a friend he'd seen earlier that evening. According to his friend, Joe seemed, quote, inconsolable, during their conversation, a stark contrast to the good spirits he'd displayed earlier. 4 days later, on January 9th, Joe's silver 2005 Toyota Corolla was discovered abandoned at the intersection of Wheaton Way and Sheridan Road near the Port Madison Narrows. Inside the car, police found a note. It contained 2 pages of poetry and a message about wanting to be a, quote, stronger brother, and asking that his belongings be given to his younger sibling. Joe's family did not believe the note indicated suicide. They pointed out that there was no direct mention of ending his life, and the lack of a goodbye seemed out of character. Moreover, they noted that Joe had left the door to his apartment unlocked and the lights on, which was unusual for him. The Bremerton Police Department initially considered the possibility of suicide, suggesting that Joe might have jumped into the nearby waterway. Lead detective Robbie Davis mentioned the likelihood of suicide, but also stated that they were considering other scenarios. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Joe was ever found. Joe's family vehemently believed that foul play was involved. They criticized the police investigation, claiming that essential procedures were neglected. Kathy Pickler, Joe's mother, expressed her frustrations with how the case was handled, noting that crucial evidence might have been lost due to the initial response by the authorities. The disappearance of Joe Pickler garnered national attention. Shows like Inside Edition and Entertainment Tonight covered his story, but no new leads emerged. Detective Davis continued to monitor Joe's bank accounts, driver's license, social security records, and even his MySpace page, but nothing indicated that Joe was still alive. Janet Bates, a volunteer and advocate for missing persons, took a particular interest in Joe's case. She dedicated herself to keeping the search for Joe alive, coordinating with national media and organizations. Joe's family also became actively involved with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, working to raise awareness about missing persons and to educate communities on how to respond when someone goes missing. The Pickler family's ordeal echoed another tragic case in Bremerton that happened many years before: the disappearance of Francis Frank Martin Cantia, who'd been missing since 1975. The similarities between the two cases highlighted the enduring pain and uncertainty faced by families of missing persons. Frank's mother, Anna Cantia, clung to hope for decades, just as the Pickler family does now. As the years have passed, the questions surrounding Joe Pickler's disappearance remain unanswered. His family continues to search for him, holding on to hope and seeking closure. What happened to Joe Pickler on that cold January night in 2006? Did he tragically end his own life, or was he a victim of foul play? The truth remains elusive, buried in the shadows of Bremerton. In the end, Joe Pickler's story is a poignant reminder of the mysteries that can lie hidden within the most ordinary lives. His family, friends, and community continue to wait for answers, clinging to the hope that someday the mystery of Joe Pickler's disappearance will be solved. In the serene, fog-draped landscapes of the Pacific Northwest, mysteries often seem to blend seamlessly with the natural beauty. One such enigma revolves around a young woman named Leah Roberts, whose sudden disappearance in March 2000 continues to baffle investigators and haunt those who knew her. What began as a soul-searching journey inspired by literary legend Jack Kerouac ended abruptly in the rugged terrain of North Cascades National Park. What happened to Leah Roberts? Let's unravel the threads of her life and explore the haunting mystery that remains unsolved. Leah Toby Roberts was born on July 23, 1976, in the suburbs of Durham, North Carolina. Growing up, Leah was known for her vivacious spirit, curiosity, and love for adventure. She had 2 older siblings, Kara and Heath, with whom she shared a close bond. Life took a challenging turn for Leah when she was just 17. Her father was diagnosed with a chronic respiratory disease, a heavy burden for any young person to bear. Despite this, Leah excelled in school and pursued her passion for learning by enrolling at North Carolina State University, majoring in Spanish and anthropology. But during her sophomore year, another tragedy struck. Leah's mother passed away suddenly from heart disease. This loss hit Leah hard, but she found a way to cope by throwing herself into her studies and personal interests. However, fate dealt her another cruel blow in 1998 when she was involved in a severe car accident that left her with a punctured lung and a shattered femur. Surgeons implanted a metal rod next to her femur to aid in its healing. Despite these hardships, Leah showed remarkable resilience. She told her sister Kara that she felt, quote, born again after her recovery, a testament to her indomitable spirit. But just when it seemed things were stabilizing, Leah's father passed away in the spring of 1999, shortly before she was to leave for a field program in Costa Rica. Leah decided to continue with her plans, seeking solace and perhaps a new perspective in her travels. Leah's return from Costa Rica marked a significant shift in her life. She dropped out of college just months before graduation, despite her siblings' protests. Leah began to explore new passions, learning guitar, taking up photography, and immersing herself in literature. She was particularly drawn to the works of Jack Kerouac, especially his novel The Dharma Bums, which detailed his own spiritual journey in the mountains of the Pacific Northwest. On March 9, 2000, Leah decided to embark on her own Kerouac-inspired adventure. She withdrew $3,000 in cash, packed her belongings, and left a note for her roommate, Nicole Weeks, stating she would return in a few weeks. Leah's note was curious, referencing Kerouac and including the line, quote, I'm not suicidal. I'm the opposite. Leah's journey took her across the country with her debit card tracking her movements. She spent a night in a hotel in Tennessee, then continued west along Interstate 40. By March 13th, she had reached Brooks, Oregon, where she was captured on a gas station surveillance camera, appearing calm and in good health. From there, Leah headed north to Washington State. On March 18th, joggers discovered her white 1993 Jeep Cherokee wrecked at the bottom of a ravine off Canyon Creek Road in the North Cascades National Park. The car had plummeted down the slope at high speed, but investigators found no blood or signs of injury inside, leading them to believe the vehicle had been abandoned before it crashed. Inside and around the Jeep, Leah's belongings were scattered. Clothes, passport, driver's license, credit card, checkbook, guitar, CDs, and $2,400 in cash. Even her mother's diamond engagement ring, Leah's most prized possession, was found under the floor mat. These clues suggested Leah had not strayed far, yet she was nowhere to be found. The scene raised more questions than answers. Blankets and pillows hung in the Jeep's windows indicated it might have been used as a shelter. Additionally, cat food in a carrier hinted that Leah's kitten, Bia, had accompanied her, though the cat was never found. The investigation revealed that the Jeep starter relay had been tampered with, allowing the car to be driven without anyone behind the wheel. Fingerprints were found under the hood, but they didn't match any suspects, including a man Leah had reportedly interacted with at a restaurant in Bellingham shortly before her disappearance. As the case grew colder, theories about Leah's fate abounded. Some speculated she might have suffered a head injury in the crash and wandered into the wilderness, possibly falling victim to the elements or foul play. Others believed she might have staged her disappearance, seeking a fresh start away from the traumas of her past. In 2006, a second search was conducted with cadaver dogs and metal detectors, but no new evidence was found. The discovery of male DNA on Leah's clothing added another layer of mystery, but provided no concrete leads. More than 2 decades have passed since Leah Roberts vanished in the misty woods of the Pacific Northwest. Her car remains in police custody, a silent witness to the enigma of her disappearance. Despite extensive searches and numerous theories, Leah's fate remains unknown, leaving her family and friends in a perpetual state of uncertainty. What happened to Leah Roberts on that fateful March day in 2000? Did she meet with foul play, succumb to the wilderness, or decide to start a new life far from the shadows of her past? In the picturesque town of Hood River, Oregon, where orchards stretch out like a green ocean beneath the shadow of Mount Hood, the peaceful community was shattered by a chilling crime. In June 2001, the lifeless body of 41-year-old Eric Tomiyasu was discovered in his remote home, surrounded by his beloved fruit orchards. What appeared at first to be a natural death quickly unraveled into a perplexing murder case filled with strange events and haunting questions. What happened to Eric Tomiyasu in his secluded home on Binns Hill Road? Let's delve into his life and the mystery that continues to baffle investigators. Eric Tomiyasu was born and raised in Hood River, Oregon, a small town known for its stunning landscapes and tight-knit community. Growing up, Eric was known for his kind nature, hardworking spirit, and love for the outdoors. He spent much of his childhood helping his family with their orchard business, learning the intricacies of fruit farming from a young age. As a teenager, Eric was a dedicated student and a talented athlete. He excelled in school and on the soccer field, earning him respect from his peers and teachers alike. His passion for horticulture grew, and it was clear that he would follow in his family's footsteps, continuing the legacy of their business. After graduating from high school, Eric attended college where he studied agricultural sciences. He returned to Hood River with a vision to expand and modernize the family business. Eric's hard work paid off as he successfully transformed the orchard into a thriving enterprise, gaining a reputation as a respected and innovative orchardist. Eric was known for his generosity and community involvement. He was always willing to lend a hand to neighbors and friends. His close-knit group of friends included Don Dixon, a business consultant who would later become a central figure in the investigation of Eric's death. On June 2001, Eric decided to explore a romantic relationship with his longtime friend Diana Anderson. On the night of their date, they visited Eric's remote home. The evening took a strange turn when they heard mysterious noises outside, knocking on the house and the doorbell ringing, but no one was there when they checked. This unsettling experience left both Eric and Diana feeling uneasy. A week later, Eric had not been heard from, prompting concern among his friends and family. Don Dixon, worried after receiving calls from mutual friends, decided to check on Eric. Using a spare key, he entered Eric's home and was immediately hit by a foul odor. He discovered Eric's decomposed body lying naked on the bed. Shocked and horrified, Don called 911. Hood River County Sheriff Joe Wampler and his deputies arrived at the scene. Initially, they suspected that Eric had died of natural causes. There were no visible signs of trauma, no bullet holes, and no shell casings. In an effort to spare the family from further distress, Sheriff Wampler instructed Don Dixon to burn the bed and soiled bedding. But the next day, during the autopsy, it was revealed that Eric had been shot 3 times in the head with a .22 caliber gun. The realization that Eric had been murdered turned the investigation on its head. The hasty decision to burn the bed now seemed to have potentially destroyed crucial evidence, casting suspicion on Sheriff Wampler. With no apparent motive and Eric's reputation as a well-liked community member, the investigation struggled to find leads. However, 3 primary suspects emerged. Number 1, Eric Smith. A close friend and business partner, Eric Smith was rumored to have had a heated argument with Eric Tomiyasu over financial matters. Don Dixon claimed that Tomiyasu accused Smith of embezzling $60,000 from their car sales business. Smith vehemently denied these accusations, insisting that he and Eric were best friends and had no financial disputes. He passed a polygraph test, but the suspicion lingered. Number 2, Sheriff Joe Wampler. Rumors began to circulate that Sheriff Wampler's wife might have had an affair with Eric Tomiyasu, providing a possible motive for the sheriff to cover up the murder. Wampler denied these allegations and also passed a polygraph test. However, the decision to burn the bed continues to cast a shadow over his involvement. Number 3, Don Dixon. The man who discovered Eric's body and initiated the burning of the bed became a suspect due to his actions and statements. He told Eric's sister about the absence of, quote, exit wounds before it was publicly known that Eric had been shot. Don Dixon claimed he thought Eric had committed suicide, but his behavior raised doubts. His polygraph test results were inconclusive, further deepening the mystery. Further complicating the case, Diana Anderson revealed that she and Eric had discovered a single footprint outside his home on the night of their date. Unfortunately, heavy rains washed away the potential clue before investigators could analyze it. Another person of interest was Diana's ex-boyfriend, known for his stalking behavior. The events on the night of Eric and Diana's date could be seen as stalking, but no concrete evidence linked him to the murder. The lack of clear motive, the absence of the murder weapon, and the destruction of potential evidence have kept the case shrouded in mystery. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement and private investigators, no arrests have been made, and the murderer remains at large. 25 years have passed since Eric Tomiyasu was brutally murdered in his home, yet the case remains unsolved. The peaceful community of Hood River continues to be haunted by the unanswered questions surrounding his death. Was it a jealous lover, a betrayed business partner, or a spurned sheriff? The truth remains elusive, hidden in the shadows of this small town. As new leads occasionally emerge and the investigation continues, the hope persists that one day justice will be served for Eric Tomiyasu. Until then, the mystery lingers, a chilling reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, darkness can still find its way in. The Pacific Northwest, with its captivating beauty, also harbors profound mysteries that defy easy answers. The disappearances of Joe Pickler and Leah Roberts, and the unsolved murder of Eric Tomiyasu are stark reminders of the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of even the most serene landscapes. As we reflect on these unsolved cases, we're left with more questions than answers. Who is responsible for these tragic events? What really happened in those final moments? These mysteries continue to haunt the families and communities affected, and they serve as a somber reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring quest for truth. The early 1970s were a time of change and rebellion, particularly on the west coast of the United States. California was a land of opportunity, freedom, and exploration. Hitchhiking had become a symbol of this era, a way for people, especially young adults, to travel cheaply while meeting new faces. But for some, those carefree journeys turned into a nightmare. In Sonoma County, an idyllic area north of San Francisco, this lifestyle would be forever shadowed by fear. Between 1972 and 1979, a series of chilling murders shattered the peace of this region. Young women, most of them hitchhikers, vanished without a trace. Their bodies would later be found discarded in remote areas, carelessly abandoned along steep embankments, hidden in creeks, or buried in shallow graves. To this day, the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker Murders remain one of California's most haunting mysteries. Was it the work of just one killer? Or did a series of predators converge on the region, taking advantage of vulnerable young girls and women? This is the true story of the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker mystery, a tale of unspeakable tragedy, unanswered questions, and a community left forever changed. This is Northern Crimes. The Santa Rosa Hitchhiker Murders stand out as one of the most perplexing unsolved cases in California's history. Starting between 1972 and 1973, Santa Rosa became the backdrop for a disturbing sequence of crimes. What began as isolated reports of missing young women evolved into a grim realization that a predator was stalking the area. The victims shared a troubling pattern. They were vulnerable young women who vanished while hitchhiking. Their bodies were discovered in remote, wooded locations, often in advanced stages of decomposition, leaving investigators with little forensic evidence. The seemingly targeted nature of the killings, combined with the remote locations where the bodies were found, indicated that the perpetrator was familiar with the area, methodical in his approach. The timeline of these crimes, combined with their specific geography, created a puzzle for law enforcement. The methods of killing varied, and investigators struggled to determine whether they were looking for one or more assailants. Leads were followed, suspects were questioned, and theories emerged, but no definitive answers were found. Over time, the cases grew colder. Lingering questions haunted detectives. A cloud of fear hung over local residents. Yet, the story has endured, not just for its brutality, but for the sense of mystery that surrounds it. Decades later, the story continues to captivate investigators, armchair detectives, and true crime enthusiasts. Each new lead sparks hope for resolution. So, this isn't just a story of crime. It's a reflection of a moment in history, a time when life in America was a little more carefree, an era where danger lurked unseen. What lies ahead is an exploration of the lives lost, the search for justice, and the many unanswered questions that linger over the hills of Sonoma County. Maureen Sterling and Yvonne Weber were just beginning their teenage years, navigating the tumultuous transition from childhood to adolescence. Maureen, 12 years old, was described as outgoing and vibrant, with a magnetic personality. She loved music and had recently developed a passion for skating at the local ice rink. 13-year-old Yvonne was quieter than Maureen, often preferring to listen and laugh along rather than take the spotlight. She was artistic, with a knack for sketching and a love for reading adventure novels. Together, the two girls were inseparable, two halves of a whole. On February 4th, 1972, the friends left the Redwood Empire Ice Arena, telling a friend they were going to meet someone who promised them marijuana. That was the last time they were seen alive. Months later, their skeletal remains were discovered on a steep embankment off Franz Valley Road. "19-year-old Kim Allen had dreams that stretched far beyond the small town of Larkspur, where she worked at a natural food store. She was a free spirit who loved art and literature, and she was known for her kindness and willingness to help others. Friends described her as fiercely independent, with a sharp wit and a sense of adventure. On March 4th, 1972, Kim left work and hitched a ride towards Santa Rosa Junior College, where she was a student, but she never arrived. The next day, her body was found discarded at the bottom of an embankment on Enterprise Road. She'd been bound, sexually assaulted, and strangled with a wire. At just 13 years old, Lori Lee Cursa was a girl on the edge of childhood and adolescence, caught between the need for independence and the vulnerability of youth. She had a rebellious streak. Her friends described her as bold and adventurous. Although she was known to run away from home occasionally, she always returned after a few days. Then, in November 1972, Lori disappeared for good. Witnesses reported seeing her with a white man with a, quote, Afro-style haircut, driving a van. Her body was discovered weeks later near Calistoga Road, just a short distance from her family's home. Her neck was broken, likely from falling or being pushed from a moving vehicle. Carolyn Davis, 15, was the kind of girl who could light up a room with her smile. Despite growing up in a troubled home, she remained optimistic and full of dreams. Family members described her as fiercely loyal and protective, especially of her younger siblings. She often spoke of becoming a nurse one day, a dream inspired by her deep compassion for others. On July 15, 1973, Carolyn was last seen hitchhiking near Garberville. Reportedly, she was running away from home, fearful after witnessing a violent crime. 2 weeks later, her body was found in a shallow grave near the same site where Maureen and Yvonne had been discovered. Caroline had been poisoned with strychnine, a cruel and calculated act that left her family shattered. Teresa Walsh was a 23-year-old woman with a kind heart and a sense of determination. Originally from Malibu, she'd recently been working at Zuma Beach to save money for her future. Friends and family described her as dependable and loving, someone who always put others before herself. On December 22, 1973, Teresa was hitchhiking home to Garberville for Christmas when she vanished. 6 days later, her body was discovered in Mark West Creek near Santa Rosa. She'd been hogtied in a particularly sadistic manner, a nylon rope looped from her ankles to her neck, forcing her body into a painful position that led to slow asphyxiation. Her death was among the most brutal of the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker murders, leaving investigators haunted by the killer's cruelty. The Sonoma County Jane Doe remains a mystery. a nameless victim whose story is only known through the skeletal remains discovered in Rincon Valley in 1979. Forensic experts determined that she was likely in her late teens or early 20s, standing about 5 foot 3 inches tall with reddish brown hair. Her body had been bound with Venetian blind cord, and evidence suggested she had been carried in a duffel bag before being discarded in a shallow grave. Despite exhaustive efforts to identify her, Jane Doe's name and her story remain unknown. She represents countless unnamed victims of violent crime whose identities are lost but whose tragedies demand justice. Jeanette Kamahele was a bright and ambitious 20-year-old student at Santa Rosa Junior College. Born in Hawaii, she was warm and kind, endearing to her friends and classmates alike. She graduated from Yokohama American High School in Japan in 1970, a testament to her unique upbringing and adaptability. She was described as a conscientious student, someone who took her education seriously and was always willing to help others. On April 25, 1972, Jeanette was last seen hitchhiking near the Katati on-ramp of Highway 101, a common practice for young people at that time. A friend witnessed her likely abduction, recalling that she entered a faded brown Chevrolet pickup truck outfitted with a homemade wooden camper. The driver was described as a 20 to 30-year-old Caucasian man with an Afro-style haircut. That was the last time anyone saw Jeanette. Despite exhaustive efforts by law enforcement and her family, her body has never been found. Carrie Graham, 15, and Francine Trimble, 14, were best friends who did everything together. Carrie was known for her fiery personality and rebellious spirit, often challenging authority but fiercely protective of her loved ones. Francine, quieter and more reserved, was the grounding force in their friendship. She came from a troubled home and often found solace in Carrie's company. In December 1978, the girls planned a trip to Coddington Mall in Santa Rosa, but they never made it. Their remains were discovered in July 1979 near Willits, about 80 miles away, but it wasn't until 2016 that DNA testing confirmed their identities. The delay in identifying the two girls added another layer of tragedy to their story, leaving their families to grapple with decades of unanswered grief. The investigation into the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker murders has spanned decades and included a range of suspects and theories. In the 1970s, forensic technology was still in its infancy. DNA testing, digital databases, and modern profiling tools were unavailable. Investigators had to rely on physical evidence, eyewitness accounts, and hunches, many of which led to dead ends. Complicating matters further was the transient nature of hitchhiking. The victims had no predictable routes or destinations, making it difficult to trace their movements or pinpoint the killer's patterns. When the murders in Santa Rosa first came to light, the infamous Zodiac killer was still a looming specter over Northern California. Active from 1968 to 1969, the Zodiac had claimed responsibility for at least 5 confirmed murders. He sent cryptic letters to newspapers until 1974, in which he boasted of killing up to 37 people. His victims were mostly young couples in secluded locations, but he also attacked a lone taxi driver in San Francisco. The connections to the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker murders lay not only in geography, but also in the elusive, sadistic nature of the crimes. In fact, the Zodiac had once written that he planned to vary his methods of killing to confuse authorities. Additionally, the similarities between the Santa Rosa victims and some of the Zodiac's alleged victims, such as Donna Lass and Kathleen Johns, added weight to this theory. Sonoma County Sheriff Don Stripeke once publicly speculated that the Zodiac could have evolved into the Santa Rosa killer, citing the symbolism and escalating violence at some of the Santa Rosa crime scenes. However, other law enforcement officials, including those with detailed knowledge of the Zodiac's pattern, dismissed this idea. They argued that the Zodiac's crimes rarely involved sexual violence, a hallmark of the Santa Rosa killings. Despite this, the Zodiac's shadow remains over the case, fueling speculation to this day. One of the most chilling names linked to the Santa Rosa murders is Ted Bundy. Known for his charisma and calculated brutality, Bundy was active in Washington, Oregon, and Utah during the early 1970s, making him a plausible suspect. His victims, like the Santa Rosa hitchhikers, were often young women with long hair parted in the middle, a detail investigators couldn't ignore. Bundy's timeline intersected with the murders, and he had connections to California, including attending Stanford University and working on a political campaign in the early 1970s. Witness descriptions of a man seen with one victim eerily matched Bundy's appearance at the time, a white man with a large, quote, Afro-style haircut driving a truck. However, investigators struggled to place Bundy in California at the exact time of the murders. Credit card receipts and other records placed him in Washington around some of the crime dates. Despite this, Bundy himself hinted at unconfessed crimes in California before his execution in 1989, leaving the question of his involvement tantalizingly unanswered. Arthur Lee Allen, a longtime suspect in the Zodiac case, has also been scrutinized in connection with the Santa Rosa murders. Living in Santa Rosa during the early 1970s, Allen was known for his troubling behavior, including some troubling run-ins with the law. Authorities noted that Allen had intimate knowledge of the remote areas where the victims were found and that his timeline aligned with the Santa Rosa killings. Allen's arrest in 1974 for coincided with the abrupt end of the Santa Rosa murders, leading some to speculate he might have been responsible. Despite these suspicious overlaps, there was never enough physical evidence to connect Allen to the murders. Investigators repeatedly cleared him of being the Zodiac, and by extension, many believe he was not involved in the Santa Rosa crimes either. His reputation, however, ensures his name remains a point of discussion. The story of Jim Mordecai, an agriculture teacher in Santa Rosa, gained attention following the release of the documentary The Truth About Jim. Mordecai was a violent and abusive man whose family revealed harrowing accounts of domestic and sexual violence. Mordecai's proximity to the crimes, combined with his pattern of sadistic behavior, made him a compelling suspect. Family members recalled him making chilling statements about, quote, hog-tying and slitting throats, echoing the way some Santa Rosa victims were found. Witnesses from the era claimed a man resembling Mordecai was seen with one of the victims, further fueling speculation. Yet Mordecai's alibis, including documented public appearances and his 1973 wedding day aligning with one victim's disappearance, cast doubt on his involvement. Despite the circumstantial evidence, no forensic links were ever established between him and the murders, leaving his role uncertain but haunting. Joseph Naso, the so-called alphabet killer, was convicted of murdering multiple women in California between 1977 and 1994. Naso's victims, like the Santa Rosa hitchhikers, were young women whose bodies were discarded in remote locations. When authorities searched Naso's home in 2011, they discovered a diary detailing his violent fantasies and a list of victims, some of whom remain unidentified. While his known murders occurred years after the Santa Rosa spree, investigators haven't ruled him out as a suspect, particularly given the similar disposal methods and his chilling record of violence. Jack Boken, a convicted serial rapist and murderer, has emerged as a possible suspect after recent breakthroughs in cold case investigations. Boken was linked through DNA evidence to the 1996 murder of Michelle Marie Veal in Sonoma County. Her nude body was dumped in a manner reminiscent of the Santa Rosa hitchhiker killings. Known for his extreme violence, intelligence, and cunning, Boken was notorious for brutalizing his victims, sometimes holding them captive in basements while his family members remained unaware. Investigators have confirmed that Boken was present in the Sonoma County area during the early 1970s, placing him in proximity to the Hitchhiker murders. While no definitive link has been established, his history of targeting vulnerable women and the circumstances of Veal's murder have reignited suspicions about his involvement in other cold cases from the area. California in the 1970s was a grim landscape of serial killers, and several others have been suggested as possible culprits. Roger Reese Kibbe, the I-5 Strangler, and Philip Hughes Jr., a convicted killer of young women in Northern California, are among them. Both men's known crimes share unsettling similarities with the Santa Rosa killings, including targeting young women and dumping their bodies in isolated areas. Hughes, active in the 1970s, brutally stabbed his victims and disposed of their bodies along public roads, while Kibbe strangled women and abandoned their remains near highways. Though neither has been definitively tied to Santa Rosa, their crimes fit the disturbing pattern seen in the Hitchhiker killings. Some investigators and researchers argue that the Santa Rosa killer, or killers, was likely a local predator familiar with the secluded rural areas of Sonoma County. The geographic clustering of the bodies suggests an intimate knowledge of the area's terrain, something less likely for an itinerant serial killer. This theory points to someone who blended seamlessly into the community, a postal worker, utility worker, or teacher, someone who could navigate the area unnoticed and target vulnerable hitchhikers with ease. This invisible killer theory underscores the tragic reality that such criminals often hide in plain sight, making them even harder to identify. In recent years, the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker murders have resurfaced in public consciousness, propelled by advances in forensic science and the proliferation of true crime media. Modern DNA technology, particularly genetic genealogy, has given investigators new tools to revisit cold cases. Inspired by successes like the identification of the Golden State Killer, authorities have re-examined evidence from the Santa Rosa cases, hoping that updated testing might yield fresh leads. While no significant breakthrough has been announced yet, the potential for new discoveries, it keeps hope alive. True crime podcasts and documentaries have played a significant role in bringing renewed attention to these cases. Programs like the Morbid Podcast and HBO Max's The Truth About Jim have explored the complexities of these murders, combining thorough research with expert interviews. And online communities and amateur sleuths have also become deeply engaged with this case. Platforms like Reddit and dedicated true crime forums host extensive discussions where enthusiasts analyze old reports, share theories, and sometimes uncover overlooked details. In fact, maybe one of you watching this video might get involved. While these efforts haven't solved the case, they keep the victims' stories alive and maintain public interest, which can be crucial for uncovering new information. Despite all this new attention, the Santa Rosa hitchhiker killings remain unsolved. Law enforcement continues to encourage anyone with information, no matter how minor it may seem, to come forward. As technology progresses and public interest continues on, there remains a glimmer of hope that one day the victims and their families will find the closure they deserve. The Santa Rosa Hitchhiker murders remain one of California's darkest mysteries. Decades later, the case leaves us with lingering questions. Were these heinous crimes the work of a single predator or a series of opportunistic killers? Could the advancements of today finally bring justice to the victims and closure to their families? For now, the story of the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker mystery stands out as a chilling reminder of a time when freedom came at a dangerous cost. In a world full of open roads, some paths lead to darkness, and some stories remain forever untold. On October 7th, 2012, Tomas Seybold sat quietly in a remote Alaskan cabin, writing his thoughts into a journal. The cabin, nestled near the confluence of the Ambler River and Ulaniak Creek, was more than 30 miles from the nearest village, or person for that matter. No roads, no trail, no sign of human contact. This place, located at the southwest edge of Gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve, was one of the most beautiful yet remote areas in North America. Tomas was exactly where he wanted to be. It was here where the 31-year-old German-born adventurer was coming to the end of an almost 6-month journey, something his friends would later describe as a spiritual quest. Now, over 3,000 miles from his home in Three Lakes, Wisconsin, Tomas was making his final preparations before a planned trek to the village of Kobuk, about 30 miles to the south. Once there, he'd catch a bush plane back to Fairbanks, and from there, a jet flight home. But before leaving the cabin, a place he'd been staying for over a month now, Tomas had one more exploratory quest to make. He jotted into his journal, implying that he would be gone for several days before returning to the cabin. He didn't say exactly where he was headed. Soon thereafter, he set the journal down on the table, shouldered his backpack, and walked out the front door. Tomas Seybold was never heard from or seen again. The town of Three Lakes, population 2,131, sits at the northern edge of Wisconsin and is part of the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest. This area, which encompasses over 1.5 million acres, is dotted with countless lakes, dense forest, and hundreds of trails. It's a perfect place for those seeking a life of simplicity, solitude, and quiet. And perhaps that's why in the late 1980s, a man named Dan Connon founded an 80-acre survivalist center there called Teaching Drum Outdoor School. Connon, a Northern European who goes by the name Tamarack Song, was said to have started the school after being, quote, inspired by the directive he received on his vision quest to bring the time-honored ways of living in balance to this time of profound imbalance. Over the years, the school gained a reputation for its immersive courses in primitive living, courses that taught wilderness survival skills including canoeing, shelter building, and making fire with friction. It was this school, and perhaps way of life, that attracted a young German man in the early 2000s. His name was Thomas Seybold. It's not known exactly when he began working for the school, but Thomas did exactly that. After completing a year-long course as a student, he reportedly worked as an instructor at Teaching Drum for 5 years, and by all accounts, he was extremely close with the folks there. He eventually married a woman affiliated with Teaching Drum and considered Three Lakes his home. He was described as a, quote, very centered fellow, and by all accounts was content with his life. But for Thomas, a content life meant a life of constant learning, self-examination, and exploration. And what better place to do that than the wilderness of Alaska? Few resources exist online that recount Thomas's exact route or time frame regarding his quest to Alaska. But at some point in time, in the early or late spring of 2012, Thomas left Three Lakes, Wisconsin, and headed north to Alaska. His father-in-law would later describe the journey as a, quote, pilgrimage. According to news stories, Thomas left Three Lakes and traveled to southeast Alaska, where he reportedly spent some time fishing and learning about the land. From there, he made his way thousands of miles north to the city of Fairbanks, the gateway to Alaska's interior. Once there, Thomas seemed to fall into a rhythm with the land. According to a story by the Alaska Dispatch News, he'd spent the summer on a float trip down the Tanana River, a tributary to the mighty Yukon, in the vast interior. During this period, Thomas met and befriended a Swedish woman who offered access to a cabin further north near Gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve. The Alaska Dispatch News story goes on to say, what exactly Seybold was searching for there is hard to say. It's not clear exactly when, but at some point in August or early September, Seybold boarded a bush plane in Fairbanks and chartered a flight to the tiny village of Ambler, which is about 120 miles east of Kotzebue and located just below the southwest edge of Gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve. Once there, he reconnected with the woman he befriended earlier in the summer, the woman who'd offered the use of her cabin. From Ambler, he would journey with her and her 13-year-old son to their cabin, about 30 or 40 miles up the Ambler River. The next phase of Thomas's quest had begun. Gates of the Arctic, part of the Central Brooks Range, comprises a national park of 7.5 million acres, as well as 2 national preserves totaling about 950,000 acres. It spans 200 miles wide and 130 miles across the Brooks Range's north and south slopes. It's among the world's largest protected areas. Characterized by rugged peaks, valleys, rivers, and lakes, its elevations reach over 7,000 feet. The short summer and harsh winters nurture a mix of taiga, boreal forest, and Arctic tundra. A wide variety of fauna inhabit the park, which is crucial for local subsistence activities. It's by far the most rugged and remote national park and preserve in North America. A trip into this area would be the culmination of Tomas's journey. In early September, Tomas, his friend, and her 13-year-old son packed into an outboard-powered canoe and started up the meandering Ambler River. The destination, a cabin about 30 miles upstream near the confluence of Ulaniak Creek. Just south of the border of Gates of the Arctic, this area is incredibly remote, surrounded by towering mountains, rushing rivers, and an abundance of wildlife including bear, moose, and wolves. There's no maintained roads or trails, and it's hard to overstate just how rugged and distant this landscape is. On September 15, the trio reached the cabin. It's unknown exactly how they spent the next few days and weeks, but one fact is certain. They killed and harvested a moose, leaving Tomas with an abundance of meat that could have sustained him well into the winter months. Then, on September 29th, Tomas's friend and her son left the cabin, taking the canoe and heading back to Ambler. Tomas informed her that he'd stay on for another month at the cabin by himself, exploring the surrounding area, practicing his primitive living skills. According to a story by the Alaska Dispatch News, his plan was to, quote, leave the cabin in late October or early November on a hike 30 miles or more southwest to the village of Kobuk. From there, he'd charter a bush plane back to Fairbanks, followed by a jet flight home to Wisconsin. The deadline he gave his friends and family for arriving in Kobuk was November 10th. When the deadline for Tomas's return came and went, his friends and family back in Three Lakes immediately knew something wasn't right. On November 11, Alaska State Troopers were contacted and a search for Tomas started on November 12th. But winter had already settled into the Brooks Range. The first story about Tomas's disappearance appeared in the Alaska Dispatch News on November 19. In the first paragraph, the severity of this situation is made clear. Quote, the temperature was 6 degrees below zero on Monday afternoon, already falling toward the 20 below expected overnight. The harsh reality is that winter had come early that year. A later story from Seth Kantner in the Arctic Sounder stated, quote, that October, people in Kobuk had reported early snow and an early freeze. The flooding rivers had frozen high, creating dangerous shelf ice. Locals knew that traveling alone in those conditions would have been extremely dangerous, if not foolish. In fact, 2 people from Ambler had died the previous year after falling through river ice. But more information came to light when troopers landed a bush plane at the cabin. Inside, troopers found Tomas's journals, which they shared with his community back in Three Lakes. In a blog post written by his friends at Teaching Drum, they confirmed the following, quote, all items were scanned and emailed to us. In them, he describes his hikes and camping higher in the mountains. He also spoke about cleaning the cabin and preparing firewood for the colder days, meaning he was planning to return to the cabin. He then wrote about his plans to hike to further explore the area, and that's where the letters end. The last day in his dream journal was October 7th. Troopers also stated that he was not carrying a gun at the time of his disappearance, a fact confirmed when they found 2 rifles at the cabin. Tomas's friend, who'd left the cabin with her son in late September, confirmed that they had indeed harvested a moose, a fact that was verified when troopers found a bounty of meat in a food cache. She also confirmed the type of gear he had, including, quote, Stager mucklucks, sorrel boots with light-colored bottoms, and 2 sleeping bags, one was orange. She also stated he carried matches and described him as being, quote, very capable. All of this was good information, but searchers were still left with the question, where did he go? Further digging would uncover more information. In another blog post from Tomas's community, dated November 20, 2012, the following clues were disclosed. 1. A missing map section that Tomas may have with him indicates he had an interest in exploring the headwaters of the Ameliak, Amaquamenek, Cutler, and Redstone rivers, along with the Ambler to the north of the cabin. 2. When the cabin owner left, Tomas handed her a book he had just finished reading, The Last Light Breaking by Nick Jans. A well-worn section describes the traditional Eskimo routes through the same headwaters area as on the missing map. 3. Area residents told Tomas alluring stories of the headwaters area's beauty and wildlife, and Tomas read several other books on the area. 4. A quote from Tomas's last diary entry, quote, "After I've read a lot about this area, it's exciting to actually be here and to see the things with my own eyes." Armed with these insights, troopers and other volunteers decided to focus their searches further up the Ambler River Valley. A few days later, they found a curious clue, which was highlighted in another blog post from Tomas's community. Quote, "After 3 days of searching, one plane found a circle drawn on a gravel bar far up the Ambler River, 8 miles north of Ulaniak Creek. They landed and checked out whether it could be the O from an SOS, yet found no indication that the circle was connected to sending an alarm sign. Tomas could have made the sign for himself to mark a place where he left provisions. Because the circle has such strong meaning to Tomas, we think there's a high likelihood that he etched the sign." Search planes indeed searched the area and surrounding valleys in the following days, but to no avail. Tomas Saybold had seemingly vanished into the Alaskan wilderness without a trace. Toward the end of November, some of Tomas's close friends from Three Lakes came to Alaska to personally help with the search, an experience they again shared in their blog. Quote, "No words can describe the unfathomable beauty of this country or the experience that we now share with those who have been searching before us." But despite this hope, the reality of the situation was grim. Daylight by this time had reduced to 3 hours a day, with temperatures dropping to 20 below zero. After the 13th day of the search, and with the weather worsening and resources dwindling, the Alaska State Troopers officially ended their search. To this day, what happened to Tomas Saybold remains a mystery. To try and understand what could have happened to Tomas, it's important to first try and understand his preparation, knowledge, and mental state during the time of his disappearance. It's easy watching YouTube videos from the comfort of our homes to be critical of unique individuals like Tomas Saybold. In fact, many have compared Tomas's journey to Alaska as similar to that of Christopher McCandless, who lost his life outside of Denali National Park in 1992. But to me, that's where most of the similarities end. Where McCandless appeared to be impulsive and hastily prepared, Saybold was calm, meticulous, and well-equipped. And where McCandless walked by himself into the wilderness, Saybold was accompanied by a seasoned Alaskan who surely imparted local knowledge along the way and provided him with a warm cabin. He also had a strong community of friends and family in Three Lakes that more or less knew his plans. Where McCandless was starving off a dwindling bag of rice, plant roots, and the occasional squirrel, Tomas was sitting on a food cache with hundreds of pounds of moose meat. And let's not forget, Tomas was a seasoned wilderness survival instructor, armed with years of bushcraft knowledge that included foraging, shelter building, and creating fire with friction, just to name a few. Tomas had devoured countless books about the gates of the Arctic area and had sought advice and stories from local inhabitants. He also had fairly detailed topographic maps, which could have greatly increased his ability to travel long distances and not get lost. I think it's a fair assessment to say that Tomas had good survival knowledge and that he was prepared. By all accounts, Tomas was a centered and grounded person. Oftentimes, people who come to Alaska are running from something, but Tomas was running to something, an experience that would enrich his life and make him more connected to the landscape. But despite his solo journey, he remained close and connected with his friends and family back in Three Lakes. They were aware of his travels, the areas he was exploring, and they communicated about dates he would be returning. As far as we know, he had every intention of returning home. He also seemed to make friends easily in Alaska. For example, the woman he traveled with to the cabin near Ulaniak Creek later reported that he was, quote, quite capable. Another local from Ambler who met Tomas stated he was a, quote, real nice guy. And then there's his journal entries. Although the contents of his writing have never been made public, they were shared with his friends and family in Three Lakes. They in turn shared certain details on a blog during the search for Tomas, and one thing is clear. His last journal entry on October 7 indicated that he intended to explore for a few days, then return to the cabin. Tomas was not on a one-way death wish in the wilderness. He had every intention of returning to the cabin, then returning home. Before looking at potential routes that may have led to Tomas's disappearance, it's worth acknowledging something. Unless you've actually been to the untracked wilderness of Alaska and seen the vastness of the landscape firsthand, it's almost impossible to understand the scale of the place. Gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve is literally the size of some U.S. states. It's a massive area with very few roads, trails, or any indication that humans exist. Despite the, quote, 13-day search by Alaska State Troopers and the dozens of volunteers who helped look for Tomas, locating any trace of him in this area would in actuality be like finding a needle in a haystack. So let's look at some potential routes he might have taken. We know that at the end of October or early November, Tomas planned to make the 30-mile trek south to the village of Kobuk. From there, he planned to charter a bush plane back to Fairbanks. Tomas's intended route from the cabin would have taken him south along the Ambler River, most likely traveling the gravel bars and through the woods. If it was frozen, which seems unlikely, he could have traveled on the river itself. From there, he'd cross the Ambler lowlands until he reached the Shugnak River, which he'd somehow need to cross. From there, he'd head for a tractor trail that led to the small mining site called Bornite. He'd then follow a rough trail through the Cosmos Hills until he reached Kobuk. Presumably, Tomas could have easily traveled this route in about 2 or 3 days, but ultimately, that would depend on conditions. Temperatures in that area during early to mid-October hovered above and below freezing, around 30 degrees Fahrenheit. This means that although it could have been snowing, the rivers and lowlands were likely not frozen, and this could have made travel very difficult. But that's assuming you think Tomas was heading toward Kobuk after his last journal entry on October 7. Based on the evidence, I think that's unlikely. What's more likely is that Tomas was exploring an area around the cabin, further up the Ambler River, north or west of Ulaniak Creek. Based on the evidence, we know that Tomas had cut out part of a topographic map that focused on a number of headwaters including the Ameliac, the Amacomaneck, Cutler, and Redstone rivers, along with the Ambler to the north of the cabin. We know that Tomas expressed interest in exploring these areas and perhaps wanted to explore the remote Noatak River Valley. We also know that a large rock circle was discovered 8 miles north of Ulaniak Creek, a signal Tomas's friends believe he made. Was it part of an SOS signal, or was it some sort of landmarker he could use to spot from higher up in the mountains or valleys? Unfortunately, we can only speculate as to what this means. But, based on the evidence, I believe it's more likely that Tomas was in this general area when he disappeared. The harsh reality is that it's been 11 years since Tomas disappeared. The chances of him being alive somewhere are slim to non-existent. In fact, people who were searching for Tomas in November and December of 2012 believed he was already dead, based on the fact that winter was in full effect, with temperatures in the area dipping to 30 below zero. No person could survive long in conditions like that. So, let's look at some potential causes of death. The areas where Tomas was exploring are extremely remote, with no human-made roads or trails. Tomas was only traveling with his recent knowledge of the area and, most likely, the maps he was carrying. That said, if Tomas was exploring one of the valleys outside of the Ambler River, or if he had somehow pushed beyond the limits of his maps, it's conceivable that he could have become disoriented and gotten lost. As calm as grounded as Tomas was, getting lost does strange things to people, most notably leading them to panic. If Tomas started to panic, this could have led to poor decision-making, which could have led to him becoming more lost. Traveling alone is dangerous, especially considering the remote nature of where Tomas was. Additionally, the terrain where he was exploring is extremely rough, ranging from rushing rivers and creeks, loose and unstable scree, and steep slopes and cliff bands. If Tomas twisted an ankle or broke a leg, he could have become incapacitated with little or no hope of getting himself back to safety. It's hard to pinpoint what the weather was doing since we don't know exactly where Tomas was on or around October 7th. But weather records in the surrounding areas indicated the weather during that time was cloudy, with temperatures hovering around freezing or 30 degrees Fahrenheit. That said, if Tomas was traveling north of the cabin and exploring the higher valleys, temperatures could have been extremely colder. If you add in the elements of wind, rain, or snow alongside an injury, it's easy to see how Tomas could have expired from exposure. During the Alaskan winters, especially in remote areas of the state, rivers become highways, particularly for people traveling on snow machines. The problem with this theory is that Tomas's last communication in his journal was October 7th, which means the likelihood of surrounding rivers being frozen is highly unlikely. That said, if Tomas was hiking in the higher country, either toward the headwaters of the Ambler River or the numerous valleys in the area, snow and ice could have been more prevalent. It is conceivable that he could have fallen through ice covering a pond or a lake, or fallen into a crevasse next to a large boulder. The area where Tomas was exploring is abundant with wildlife, including brown bears, caribou, moose, and wolves, just to name a few. Although brown bear attacks are rare, they do occur almost every year in Alaska. Also, the time of year Tomas was exploring is the time of year bears are attempting to pack on calories for the long hibernation that will occur over the winter. If a bear isn't adequately nourished, it might feel more desperate, which could lead to an attack. Conversely, Tomas could have stumbled onto a moose or caribou kill. If a brown bear was protecting that territory, it could have led to a mauling. Another possibility, though extremely unlikely, would be being attacked by a pack of wolves. In fact, a woman was killed by a wolf just 2 years before, not far from where Tomas was. That said, wolf attacks, particularly towards humans, are almost as rare as getting struck by lightning. In the years that Tomas disappeared, life in Alaska continues on. But the Ambler River Valley, where Tomas spent his last days, remains mostly unchanged. The Teaching Drum Outdoor School is still offering immersive courses to people wanting to learn the art of wilderness living and survival. I imagine the stories of Tomas are told through laughter, smiles, and tears around the campfires. What happened to Tomas Seybold in the wilderness of Alaska remains unknown, but his spirit lives on through his community back in Three Lakes and the Alaskan lives he touched on his final journey. Perhaps Tomas is remembered most eloquently by one of his friends through words written in a blog post during the search back in 2012. My heart tenaciously continued to spread a net of love, filling every crevice with a call for Tomas, listening intently for any little catch on the fabric. Nothing in everything. Nothing because I didn't catch one singular tug that pointed me in a particular direction. Everything because every spruce, every cranny, every nuance of color in the ribbons of streams and rock and texture of snow, every wisp of cloud and blue sky, every fleeting bird and caribou track called back, I am here. I am here.